Tonight's meeting of the Metropolitan, Nashville, and Davidson County Council is coming to you live from the council chambers and is a public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network. Good evening, everyone. I'm Pat Nolan, your announcer for this program. Tonight, the 15th Metropolitan Council holds its 35th business meeting of a four-year term. It conducted 25 business meetings during 2020, along with one adjourned meeting. This is the fifth council meeting of 2021. After meeting 5 times in person at the Music City Center last fall, the Metro Council is now back in a largely virtual format again tonight. The Council has been meeting largely online for some months now due to the continuing presence of COVID-19. Starting in April 2020, the Council met 15 times virtually, with the public urged not to attend. Almost all 40 members and Council staff have participated remotely. This was done under emergency order of Governor Bill Lee, allowing local governments to conduct their business under emergency rules. Tonight, those here at the courthouse include Vice Mayor Jim Shulman, Council Chair Pro Tempore Bob Mendez, some staff, and myself. Everyone else is joining the meeting online, although some members of the public may be here to speak at the public hearings that are scheduled. The council agenda is 34 pages long, with a total of 89 pieces of legislation up for consideration. That includes 25 bills on public hearing. Those are largely land use zoning changes, 18 resolutions, 18 first reading bills, 11 second reading measures, and 13 third and final reading ordinances. That's in addition to 4 appointments and reappointments of local citizens to Metro boards and commissions. Under public hearings tonight, BL 2021-535 will adopt standards regarding the design and operation of outdoor electrical lighting systems to achieve light pollution reduction consistent with the International Dark Skies Association's guidelines. There is some concern about the bill among business people in the community. There may be talk about a deferral, although the deferral may come after the public hearing is held, but before the bill is approved on second reading. Under resolutions, there is RS 2020-757 to approve the recommended capital budget plan of Mayor John Cooper, a total of $475 million. It's much larger than the first capital proposal the mayor made last year. That's due to the city's improved financial condition and a very favorable bond market and interest rates. The lion's share of the proposal is a record $123 million for schools, including $100 million to build the new high school in Bellevue and $23 million to build an expansion of the existing Cane Ridge High School and design the new Cane Ridge Middle School. Other highlights include funds to build a 9th police precinct, park improvements, and monies for the first year of the city's new transportation plan. This bill was deferred 2 years ago for more study. This is at least one amendment offered that will add $6 million to the plan to finish Fair Park at the State Fairgrounds. Also under resolutions, RS 2021-787 would approve a new contract with Youth Opportunity Investments, LLC, for the operation and management services for the Davidson County Juvenile Detention Facility. This firm got into controversy a few months back, you might remember, after a breakout of a number of juveniles who stayed at large for some days. Let's see if matters have improved enough and calmed down to allow this contract to continue. Also under resolutions, RS 2021-794 would approve a memorandum of understanding to transfer solid waste disposal responsibilities and recycling from the Department of Public Works to the Department of Water and Sewer, along with related operational activities, personnel, and equipment. This is apparently the first step in establishing a Metro Department of Transportation within Public Works. This would move Public Works' major non-transportation services elsewhere. It's thought an ordinance, or more likely an amendment to the Metro Charter, to be proposed in 2022, will also be needed to set up this new Metro DOT agency. There are also different funding sources for the two departments, for the two services. These are issues that will need to be worked out. In fact, there was conversation about setting up a solid waste fee in Metro to fund trash and recycling services in the future. All these things are now funded by property taxes. This will all create controversy and conversation, and may well slow down the resolution's consideration. On second reading, the council will once again revisit a bill to end lifetime health insurance benefits for future former council members. Previous councils have refused to do that several times. Vice Mayor Jim Shulman approached a special committee to study the matter, and the issue is also part of a packet of Metro Charter changes being circulated in a public petition drive that could be placed on the ballot if enough signatures are getting there in a special election later this year. Also on second reading, the council will revisit another issue, modernizing the city's downtown parking meter system. It was a hot one back in the 2019 city election. As a council member at large, Mayor John Cooper opposed the plan of then Mayor David Bradley. Now Mayor Cooper has his own, somewhat different plan. That bill tonight will be deferred, awaiting a recommendation to the city's Traffic and Parking Commission. The finances of the plan have also yet to be announced, including a private partner to the process. Possible concerns about that and future public parking rates downtown will also likely slow down the approval of this bill as well. Also, on second reading, BL 2020-618 would waive building and permit fees to repair or rebuild structures damaged in the Christmas Day bombing on 2nd Avenue downtown. This bill was deferred for technical reasons 2 weeks ago. It seems to be ready to move tonight. A similar waiver was granted after the deadly tornado that occurred here in Nashville 1 year ago tonight. Also on second reading, BL 2021-622 would rename a portion of Kearney Street from 4th Avenue South to Inslee Boulevard to Bianca Page Way. Bianca Page was a longtime favorite on the drag circuit and a feature of Nashville's LGBT community. The late Bianca Page was a strong advocate for HIV/AIDS-related causes, raising more than $1 million for AIDS-related charities. The bill was delayed 2 weeks ago to get the required input from all the Metro boards and commissions. Those should all be in by tonight. If you want to follow tonight's council meeting as it progresses, you can find the agenda online. Just go to the Metro Council portion of the Nashville.gov website, then on to the Legislative Information Center. We'll also be placing the bill numbers on the screen when they come up for consideration so you can follow along and keep up with where we are on the meeting agenda. Let's now go to Vice Mayor Jim Shulman. He'll be gaveling tonight's council meeting to order shortly.
Will the meeting please come to order? We welcome you to the Metro Council. Today is Tuesday, March the 2nd, 2021. Will all members of the council, as well as the public, please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Invocation this evening will be offered by Pastor Troy Holbert of the St. Luke Missionary Baptist Church. He is a guest of Council Member Tanaka Bircher.
Let us pray. Loving Heavenly Father, we come to you this hour asking for your blessings and help as this council has gathered together to discuss the business of this your city. We pray, Lord God, for guidance in the matters at hand. And we ask that, Lord God, you would show them how to conduct the work with the spirit of enthusiasm, joy, and unity. We pray, Lord God, that you would give them the desire to find ways to excel in the work of this city, that all things will be done in decency and in order. For it is in the mighty, matchless name of Jesus Christ we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You all may be seated. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Hurd.
I'm present.
Allen.
Present.
Glover.
Present.
Suara.
Present.
Hall.
Present.
Toombs.
Present.
Gamble.
Present.
Swope.
I'm here.
Parker.
Present.
Withers.
Present.
Benedict. Councilmember Benedict. I'll come back. Van Reese.
Here.
Hancock.
Present.
Young.
Present.
Hager.
Here.
Evans.
Present.
Bradford.
Present.
Roten.
Present.
Syracuse,
Present.
Welsh,
Present.
Sledge,
Present.
Cash,
Present.
O'Connell,
Present.
Roberts,
Present.
Taylor,
Present.
Hauser,
Hauser's present.
Druffel,
Present.
Murphy, Pulley,
Present.
Johnston, Councilmember Johnston. I'll come back. Nash,
Present.
Bircher,
Present.
Porterfield,
Present.
Sepulveda,
Present.
Rutherford,
Here.
Stiles,
Present.
Lee,
Present.
Henderson,
Here.
Rosenberg,
Present.
and do we have Councilmember Benedict? Councilmember Murphy. Do you need to tell me something? Vice Mayor, we have 37 council members present at this time.
I'm present, Council Lady Johnston.
Yeah, Councilmember Johnston, I can see her. I do not see Councilmember Murphy or Councilmember Benedict on the screen. So we're at 38?
That's correct, Vice Mayor.
38. Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, again, obviously we are meeting virtual. Remember to hit your raise your hand button if you want to be recognized. Also, you will need to mute and unmute yourself. And remember, the executive orders require those participating in an electronic meeting by audio means only to identify themselves each time they speak in a manner reasonably calculated to permit the public to ascertain the identity of the person speaking. Thus, if you do not keep your camera on, you will need to identify yourself when you begin speaking. Councilmember Johnston, you are recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I make a motion that the March 2nd, 2021 Metropolitan Council meeting agenda constitutes essential business of this body and the Metropolitan government, and that meeting electronically is necessary to protect the health, safety, and welfare of Tennesseans in light of the COVID-19 outbreak.
Thank you, Council Member. You've heard the motion properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, ready to vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. 38 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Flora, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Bircher, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
All right, 38 in favor, 0 against. For those of you just now tuning in, the reason we do that is otherwise we would have to do it. Every vote would have to be by roll call. We would be here until next Tuesday. So we take the vote, make sure we've got it right, and then Mr. Cooper does his thing, and we make sure that we've got the votes correct. All right, so we are ready to go. Is there a motion for adoption of the minutes of the meeting from February 16th, 2021? I got a proper motion, proper second. Any discussion on the minutes? Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Looks like it's again 38 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Flora, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Bircher, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
All right, any corrections to that? 38 in favor, 0 against. Motion passes. Madam Clerk, are there any messages from the mayor?
Yes, Vice Mayor, there is one message.
All right, proceed ahead.
Dear Vice Mayor Shulman and members of council, pursuant to regulations of the Tennessee Comptroller's Office, the attached reports on debt obligation must be submitted to the Metropolitan Council and presented at a meeting of that body before being filed with the Comptroller. As previously approved by the Metropolitan Council, the general obligation refunding bond resolution became effective February 18th, 2021. The general obligation refunding bond series 2021A and Federal Taxable General Obligation Refunding Bond Series 2021B for the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County is a commitment of $131,295,000 and $497,030,000, respectively. The proceeds of the Series 2021A and 2021B bonds will be used to archive debt service savings to refund Series 2010A and 2010B, pay and partially refund Series 2011, 2012, 2013, 2015C, and 2016, and pay issuance cost. There's a link provided to the city's investor relations page for additional information. As always, we appreciate the Metropolitan Council's support on these important financing initiatives. Sincerely, John Cooper, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. He didn't put a PS on there about how much he really liked us. That's not on there.
No, he knew.
He knew. It was just implied. All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right. A couple of announcements. All right. So, and I will look at certain council members. Obviously, tomorrow marks the one-year anniversary of the devastating tornadoes that ripped through Middle Tennessee, killing 25 across the Middle Tennessee area. I know it killed 2 here in Davidson County. It left so many people across our area with damaged homes, damaged buildings, damaged lives. It impacted many of you on here, but I thought the appropriate thing to do would be to take a moment. I know the mayor is going to recognize that tomorrow, but if you would join me, if you would stand and join me in a moment of silence for those individuals impacted by those deadly storms a year ago. Thank you. All right, thank you. You may be seated. Seems so strange that it was a year ago, such a deadly storm. So you have received a memo today in your email about a vacancy. Oh, it just went out about the Community Oversight Board. So this is going to sound very familiar because we just did this, but by formal notice, I'm providing members of the Metropolitan Council and the public that we have one vacancy on the Metropolitan Community Oversight Board that needs to be filled. Fills the unexpired term of Ovid Timothy Hughes, which expires January 31st, 2023. Please note that nominators and nominees must adhere to the deadlines and procedures provided in order to maintain eligibility. So again, we just did this. We have one vacancy to fill now. Persons wishing to fill the vacant term must be representatives of either A, community organization, or B, a private petition signed by 50 residents of Davidson County. Members must also be registered voters. All right, so the announcement, any of the deadlines, the forms themselves will be posted on the Community Oversight Board webpage. These are the deadlines for people to know. April 6, 2021, that's the deadline for nominations. All nominations must be filed using the proper nomination form. Form must be completed by a member of a community organization or by a person intending to obtain signatures on a petition to nominate himself or herself or someone else. Nomination form should be completed, signed by the nominator. E-signatures are acceptable and emailed to the Metro Clerk, metro.clerk@nashville.gov by no later than 4:30 p.m. on April the 6th, 2021. Again, they have to be in no later than 4:30 p.m. on April the 6th, 2021. The petition is also available online. Nominations by petition must be signed by 50 Davidson County residents, and the petition must be included as an attachment and filed at the same time as the corresponding nomination form. The deadline for nominee information is April the 13th. What that means is that all nominees received by April the 6th, 2021 must file the Community Oversight Board information sheet for the Metro Council no later than 12 o'clock p.m. on April 13th, 2021 via email to the Metro Clerk. Any nominee who fails to file the information sheet by this deadline shall be deemed to have withdrawn his or her name from nomination. April 20th, 2021, that's when the interview before Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee will be held. There's always the chance that we may have so many nominations that we may have to change the date, but at this point, that's the date that it's scheduled for. All nominees must appear before an interview before the Metro Council's Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee on Tuesday, April the 20th, 2021. We expect this one to be conducted on the WebEx platform. Invitations will be sent to the nominees at the email address on file with the Metro Clerk. We did that the last time, as you may remember. We did it through a WebEx platform. The election for the one vacant seat will be April the 20th, 2021, same time as the Rules Committee. Again, the Rules Committee may have to move. They did that last time, but we plan to elect that one vacancy, fill that one vacancy on April the 20th, 2021. Should you have any questions regarding the procedure for filing nominations, please contact Elizabeth Waits, our Metropolitan Clerk, at 615-862-6770. That's 615-862-6770. Any questions about that? Again, we just went through that process when we filled some of the other vacancies. We now have another vacancy that we must fill. All right. A couple of other things. Councilmember John Rutherford has expressed to me an interest in creating a special committee that will also have public input and members of the public on it as well on veterans issues. So if any council member has an interest in participating, if you will please let Councilmember Rutherford know, or you can let me know. Be happy to take individuals that are interested in serving. Again, I haven't created a committee yet, but Councilmember Rutherford has mentioned it to me, and so I'm just letting you know that is he has expressed interest in creating something like that. Also wanted to acknowledge the work of the Minority Caucus. They held their annual reception last week. It went very, very well, particularly during a pandemic. It's hard to hold receptions virtually during a pandemic, but congratulations, kudos to the chair, Sharon Hurt, and the members of the caucus for their efforts for a job well done. Congratulations. Also, I will let you know that I will be calling an executive committee meeting within the next 2 weeks. There's a couple of things that we need to discuss. So just for members or the chairs of committees, just be aware that may be coming as well. All right, we are now ready to proceed to elections and confirmations. Councilmember Johnston is the report from the Rules Committee.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Perfect. We reviewed the appointment of Mr. Scott Moskovitz for a term expiring May 5th, 2026, and he will be filling the unexpired term of Mr. Tandy Wilson. We also reviewed the appointment for 2 people to the Nashville Education, Community, and Arts Television Board, the appointment of Ms. Jin Lin for a term expiring February 5th, 2024, as well as Ms. Bryn Plummer for a term expiring February 5th, 2024. We voted 7 in favor, 0 against, and I would move their approval.
All right, so we have a motion from Councilmember Johnston on 3 appointments. The appointment of Mr. Scott Moskovitz for the Farmers Market Board, the appointment of Ms. Jen Lin for NECAT, and also the appointment of Ms. Bryn Plummer for NECAT. The motion's been made, properly seconded. Discussion on the motion. All right, seeing no one in the queue, we're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Looks like it's 38 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper, you're recognized.
Voting aye, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Farrar, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Verger, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
All right, 38 in favor, 0 against. Any corrections to that? All right, the motion prevails. Councilmember Johnston, I'm going to go back to you. Looks like there was one other one on the agenda. Councilmember Johnston?
Yes, it was on the agenda, but there were some timing issues, I believe, and maybe Ms. Waits could elaborate, but we did not address this appointment tonight.
Madam Clerk?
Vice Mayor, this is the one where we weren't able to make contact and we didn't have a questionnaire.
All right, so we don't have a questionnaire, so we can't proceed tonight. This one will just be pushed over automatically to the next meeting. All right, thank you, Councilmember Johnston. Thank you, members of the Rules Committee. All right, we are now ready to proceed ahead. We're on page 2 of the agenda. We are ready to proceed with resolutions on public hearing, and we will also then get the bills on public hearing. Here is how that works for a virtual meeting. So I'm going to call up the resolutions and bills one at a time. Ask the sponsor whether she or he plans to have a public hearing on the resolution or the bill tonight. If yes, then I will announce that the resolution or bill is ready for a live call-in. When I announce the item, please make the call. What you're going to be doing, it should be on your screen. However way you're watching us, the number to call is 629-255-1931, 629-255-1931, and you wait for operator assistance. You will be asked if you are calling for the current matter on public hearing. Mute your TV or live stream when it is your turn to speak, because you're going to be on a delayed basis. Once your time begins, state your name, address, whether you're for or against either the resolution or the bill, and then you will have 2 minutes in which to speak. Again, I'm going to call on the sponsor when it's their turn. We're going to see if we're going to have a public hearing tonight. When I announce the item, if it's your item, go ahead and make your call. Dial the number 629-255-1931. Someone will help you, and then we will then proceed to the public hearing. Once again, when I call on you, I'll be listening for the phone line because I'm looking out in the gallery and there's no one here. So everybody will be calling in by phone. State your name, address, and whether you're for or against the matter, and then you will have 2 minutes in which to speak. All right, we are ready for the first resolution. Councilmember Parker, it is yours. It's RS 2021-783. Are you going to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, Vice Mayor, I'd like to have a public hearing.
All right, so if you're interested in this resolution on public hearing, go ahead and make the call. It is by Councilmember Parker. It's RS 2021-783, a resolution exempting East Nashville Beer Works, located at 320 East Trinity Lane, from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to Section 7.08.090E of the Metropolitan Code. Again, it's Councilmember Parker. RS 2021-783, resolution exempting East Nashville Beer Works, located at 320 East Trinity Lane, from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to Section 7.08.090E of the Metropolitan Code. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Do we need committee reports, or can we just open the public hearing at this point?
We need committee reports. It's Councilmember Gamble, Public Safety.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Safety recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right, back to you, Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. There is no one here. Ms. Godin, is there anybody on the phone lines?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have callers in the queue.
Okay, we do have callers in the queue. Go ahead and let them in. Okay, so we are, if you could mute your television or your computer, you're on live with us. Welcome to the Metro Council. We're on Resolution RS 2021-783. I need your name, address, whether you're for or against the resolution, and then you've got 2 minutes in which to speak.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Can you hear me?
It's a little staticky, but we can hear you.
This is Anthony Davis calling in to my colleagues there, or former colleagues. Good to be with you guys. 1516 Corridor Drive. Just wanted to thank you guys for everything you're doing. Thank you, Sean, for putting this forward. We are doing our beer garden expansion over East Nashville Beer Works. It's going to be wonderful, and we've done the 100-foot rule once before, and we're having to do it again just because we're expanding a little bit further into our beer garden. So, again, appreciate everything. We've not heard any complaints from neighbors, and everybody seems to be happy with what we're doing over there. I'm sure I would hear about it if we were not. So, again, great seeing you guys. under these virtual circumstances, and I just wanted to call in and say hello.
So thank you, former council member Davis. That's the shortest time you've ever spoken on record, so we appreciate that. All right. Anybody else in the queue, Ms. Godin?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have another caller in the queue.
Okay, send them in. All right, welcome to the Metro Council. We're on RS 2021-783. I need your name, address, whether you're for or against the resolution, and you've got 2 minutes in which to speak.
Good evening, Mr. Vice Mayor and council members. My name is Landon Brazil of Schaefer Law Firm. Address is 1604 16th Avenue South, here on behalf of East Nashville Beer Works. As has been stated over and over again, just a simple expansion, but I am happy to address any questions or concerns that the council members may have. But other than that, we'd like to ask that you approve this resolution.
All right. Thank you for calling. All right. We'll proceed to the next caller, Ms. Godin.
There are no more callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval with a brief explanation.
All right. So I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. As the proprietor, who you all might know, Anthony Davis, said, this is an existing establishment, East Nashville Beer Works on Trinity Lane. They're expanding their outdoor seating area. I'm really excited about it. It's they're adding sort of a fenced-in area with kind of a area for kids to play. It's a very family-friendly tap room. So it's a great spot to be outside as we try to maintain social distance and safely gather. So I'd encourage folks to check it out. And with that, I'll renew my motion to approve.
All right. Councilmember Parker has renewed his motion. Again, it was properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Looks like it's 38-4, 0 against. Mr. Cooper, you're recognized.
Voting aye, Mendez, Hart, Allen, Glover, Flora, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cashel, Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Roger, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
All right, any corrections to that? That's 38-4, 0 against. Seeing none, motion passes. All right, we're now on RS 2021-784 by Councilmember Sledge. Councilmember Sledge, are you going to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
This is Councilmember Sledge. Yes, please.
Okay, and let me make sure I'm pronouncing this right. Is it Epis?
I believe it's a piece.
A piece. Okay, just want to make sure I had it right. Thank you, Councilmember Sledge. If you're interested on this one, go ahead and make the call in. So we are on RS 2021-784 by Councilmember Sledge. It's a resolution exempting E-Peace, LLC, located at 2902 12th Avenue South, from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to the Metropolitan Code. Again, Councilmember Sledge, RS 2021-784, a resolution exempting E-Peace, LLC, located at 2902 12th Avenue South, from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to the Metropolitan Code. Councilmember Sledge, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is Councilmember Sledge requesting committee report.
All right. Public Safety, Councilmember Gamble.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Safety, Beer and Regulated Beverages Committee recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Gamble. Back to you, Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you. This is Councilmember Sledge. Can we open the public hearing?
Okay. I'm going to declare the public hearing open. Ms. Godin, anybody on the phone lines?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have a caller in the queue.
All right. Go ahead and let him in. Do we have somebody on the phone? right, so welcome to the Metro Council. We are on Resolution RS 2021-784 by Councilmember Sledge. I need your name, address, whether you're for or against the resolution, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Hi, this is Brooke McGee. I'm a lawyer with Adams and Reese. We represent a piece. My address is 809B Knox Avenue. And we are in favor of this resolution. Just wanted to give a small bit of background. A piece is an existing restaurant that has a TABC liquor license by the state, but has not yet received its beer permit, which is why we're seeking the exemption.
All right. Thank you for calling. Ms. Godin, anybody else on the phone queue on this resolution?
There are no more callers in the queue for a piece.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Declare the public hearing closed on this resolution. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is Councilmember Sledge. Request approval.
All right. So I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion on this resolution? Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Looks like it's 38 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper.
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Swallow, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
All right. 38 in favor, 0 against. Any changes to that? Motion passes. All right, we're on item number 3, RS 2021-785 by Councilmember Roberts. Councilmember Roberts, you going to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, I am, please. I'd like to open the public hearing.
All right. So if you're interested in this one on Rock and Dough Pizza Company, go ahead and make your call in. RS 2021-785, Councilmember Roberts, a resolution exempting the Rock and Dough Pizza Company located at 1105 51st Avenue North from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to the Metropolitan Code. Again, Councilmember Roberts is the sponsor, RS 2021-785, resolution exempting the Rock and Dough Pizza Company located at 1105 51st Avenue North from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to the Metropolitan Code. Councilmember Roberts, you are recognized.
I'd like to move for approval with a brief explanation, please.
All right, well, let's get the committee reports and then we'll have the public hearing too.
Okay.
All right, so the committee reports, Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee recommended approval, 7 in favor, 0 against.
All right, and Councilmember Roberts, how about if we open up that public hearing first?
Let's do that too. Let's open
Okay, we'll do that too. All right, so I'm going to open up the public hearing. If you're interested, make that phone call. Ms. Godin, anybody on the line?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have a caller in the queue.
Okay, go ahead and let him in. So welcome to the Metro Council. We're on RS 2021-785. I need your name, address, whether you're for or against the resolution, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Mr. Vice Mayor and council members, this is Landon Brazil of Schaefer Law Firm at 1604 16th Avenue South, here in support of Rock and Dough. We represent them. They have 5 different locations across the state, including 2 here in Nashville, and this will be their second one. They just recently took over the Corner Pub in West Nashville and are hoping to be a positive member of our community, provide a good family environment. And we will respectfully ask that you approve this resolution.
All right. Thank you for calling. Ms. Godin, anybody else on the phone lines for this one?
There are no more callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized.
Now I would like to move for approval with a brief explanation, please.
All right. So I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you.
So I think what was shared earlier is that this was the corner pub. So it's the old corner pub, and there's no change in ownership. It's just, I think, going to add a lot of value to the nations, and we are happy that everybody's on board. Thanks.
All right, you've heard the motion, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Looks like it's 38 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper.
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Berger, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
All right, 38 in favor, 0 against. You heard the roll call. Any changes to that? The motion passes. Thank you. We're on the last item for resolutions. This is RS 2021-786 by Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Parker, public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, Vice Mayor, I'd like to have a public hearing.
All right. So if you're interested in this one, go ahead and make that phone call in. It's a resolution exempting Southern Grist Brewing Company, located at 750 Douglas Avenue, from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to the Metropolitan Code. Again, Councilmember Parker, RS 2021-786, a resolution exempting Southern Grist Brewing Company, located at 750 Douglas Avenue, from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit. Councilmember Parker, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized for public safety.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Ms. Godin, is there anybody on the phones?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have a caller in the queue.
Okay, go ahead and let them in. Okay, welcome to the Metro Council. We're on RS 2021-786 by Councilmember Parker. Please tell us your name, your address, and whether you're for or against the resolution, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Yes, good evening, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Curtis Harrington of Belcher Sykes Harrington, 327 Springs Way. I'm here in support of Southern Grist and happy to answer any questions that may arise.
All right, thank you, Mr. Harrington. That's, I think, all we needed to hear. We'll go to the next caller, Ms. Godin. Anybody else on the phones?
There are no more callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval with a brief comment.
Okay, I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. So this is it's an existing brewery, and they had a tap room over at Greenwood. They've kind of outgrown that. They're moving over to 750 Douglas Ave, as you've heard. We're really excited about it. The vibe at the other tap room was sort of another family-friendly, like board games and just a really great spot to spend some time. So we're excited to welcome them to the neighborhood. And with that, I will renew my motion to approve.
All right. So, again, Councilmember Parker has renewed his motion to approve. It was properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of RS 2021-786 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. It looks like it's 38 for, 0 against. Mr. Cooper.
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Berger, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
All right. You've heard the count. Any changes to that? 38 in favor, 0 against. Motion passes. Thank you, Councilmember Parker. We're now on page 3 of the agenda. This is bills on public hearing. We're on item number 5, BL 2020-526 by Councilmember Taylor. Councilmember Taylor, I'm going to recognize you. I believe this one has to be deferred.
Yes, the notices didn't go out on this one.
Okay, so this one is deferred automatically to the first meeting in April. So if you're interested in this one, BL 2025-26, this one gets deferred to the first meeting in April. We're now on item number 6. This is by Councilmember Allen, Welsh, O'Connell, and others. BL 2025-35. Councilmember Allen, you going to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, sir. I would like to have a public hearing, please.
All right, so if you're interested in this one, go ahead and make the phone call in. Councilmember Allen, Welsh, O'Connell, Murphy, Bradford, and Hancock are the sponsors. BL 2025-35, ordinance amending Title 16 and 17 of the Metropolitan Code regarding the design and operation of outdoor electrical lighting to achieve light pollution reduction consistent with International Dark Skies Association guidelines. Again, it's BL 2020-535, an ordinance amending Title 16 and 17 of the Metropolitan Code regarding the design and operation of outdoor electrical lighting to achieve light pollution reduction consistent with International Dark Skies Association guidelines. Councilmember Allen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody on the phone lines?
We have a call coming in right now. It'll just be a few minutes.
All right. Anybody on the phone lines? Do I have a caller?
Vice Mayor, we're working to get a caller through. It'll just be a couple moments.
Okay, that's fine.
There are multiple calls coming in, and you can't pick one up while another one's coming in.
All right, so what we're hearing is that there are numerous calls coming in, so we'll have calls on this, and we just have to wait for the first call to get through. Do I have a caller on the line?
Vice Mayor, this is Danielle. We do have callers on the line. We have calls continuously coming in. I'm not able to pick up the line and put the caller through until those calls cease.
Ms. Godin, can you say that again, because we had trouble picking that up?
We have callers in the queue, but we have calls actively coming in. I can't pick up the line and push a caller through until these calls stop coming in. It looks like they've stopped, so I think I can pick up on the line now. Let me put that caller through.
That's fine. Thank you. Looks like the first caller didn't make it. All right. Okay, we have somebody on the line. Welcome to the Metro Council on BL 2025-35. It's the International Dark Skies Bill. If I could get your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Thank you. My name is Theo Wellington. My address is 232 Charleston Drive, Goodlettsville, and I am speaking for this bill. I'm a local amateur astronomer with the Bernard Seifert Astronomical Society. As an organization, we represent a number of people who actually enjoy looking at the night sky. And this year, it's been a bigger thing than ever. The pandemic has gotten a record number of telescope sales. But humans have watched the night sky since its beginning. It's been our calendar, our storytelling board, and source of wonder. We're losing that night just because we're using way too much light in a careless way. And we can start to change this by simply asking that lights be pointed down, that we use only as much as we need, and that we light up what we want to light and not the sky. Astronomy is the one science that's available to everyone. I do a lot of outreach with kids in school groups, and this is something that everyone can go out in their backyard and look at. Everybody should have a view, not just those lucky enough to be able to see city lights. Every school has a sign that says, "Reach for the stars." I'd like to have all the students be able to actually see the stars they're reaching for. Well, the night sky is a natural resource, as no different really than clean air or water. And since doing lighting correctly still lets us see to work, but saves money and the awesome view, this is a win for everyone. So I hope everyone will support this dark sky legislation. Thank you.
All right, thank you for calling. Ms. Godin, next caller.
You have your caller, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Godin. Welcome to the Metro Council. I need your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Thank you very much. My name is, Nicole Williams. I live at 4425 West Lawn Drive. I am for the bill. I watched Councilmember Allen's super informative webinar meeting that she hosted, offering information about this bill. I didn't even know what it was before then. And so I really appreciate her having that and giving us the chance to understand what it was and understand the importance. I also learned what a foot candle is. And so, I appreciate her filing this legislation because now I know that a foot candle has something to do with lumens. I still haven't figured out what lumens are, but I'll get there eventually. Anyway, thank you, Councilmember Allen. Please vote in support of this bill. I think it will be great for our health, our well-being, and I'd like to see the stars at night sometimes.
All right, thank you for calling, and not sure if I know what a lumen is either. Thank you, Ms. Williams. All right, Ms. Godin, next caller.
You have your caller, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you. You are with the Metro Council. We're on BL 2020-535. I need your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Thank you. My name is Emma Rushton, and my address is 3560 Fax Avenue, Nashville. And I'm strongly in favor of the Dark Skies bill because it will save money, energy, reduce Nashville's carbon footprint, and a more pleasant place to live. The bill addresses lighting standards. We in Davidson can growth and development. As community grows, light pollution is increasing, so these regulations are very necessary. I'm sure everyone here appreciates how our night skies even on clear nights, it's really dark here. We can't see the Milky Way, shooting stars, or most of them. We are missing one of nature's most glorious sights because of light pollution. What's more, that's shining into the sky is wasted energy. It's not going where it's needed onto the ground where it will protect people and property. According to the International Sky Association, in the USA, $1 billion worth of here in this way. And unnecessary carbon dioxide emissions are equal to the emissions of about 3 million passenger cars. So light pollution also has health by interfering with daily rhythms. As a biologist, I can tell you that sleep-wake cycles are very important to humans and animals and are largely regulated by light. Research suggests that artificial light at night can increase risks for sleep disorders, obesity, depression, diabetes, cancer, and more. Light pollution is also a huge problem for animals. For example, small birds that might come by city lights. One causes some nesting behavior. Nocturnal insects into light and die, unable to escape action. Insect populations are growing rapidly with effects for other animals, stops in food production. For all these reasons, energy waste, pollution, damage to our environment, and erosion of life, I urge you to vote for this. Thank you.
All right, thank you for calling. We appreciate the call. Ms. Godin, next caller. Just remind everybody at home, if you're going to call, make sure you mute your television or your computer, the sound, and we're trying to control as much of the sound as possible so we can hear. Ms. Godin, do we have another caller?
Yes.
All right, you are recognized. I need your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill, and then you have 2 minutes in which to speak.
My name is Joseph M. Boyd, Jr. I live at 1710 Magnolia Boulevard. I'm in favor of legislation. I'm active in the local creation spirit organization of the United Methodist Church. Here to urge you to support and vote for the bill pending before to regulate outdoor lighting in Nashville. While there are many reasons why you should pass this legislation, I want to concentrate my remarks on two major benefits that its passage will have. First, health for both people and the creatures that nature has blessed us with. Research suggests that artificial light at night can negatively affect human health, resulting in depression, sleep disorders, diabetes, and breast cancer, to name a few. For many animals, the natural night signals when to eat, when to sleep, hunt, migrate, and reproduce. It is estimated that 1/2 of all species on Earth start with their, quote, daily, unquote, activities at sundown. Lighting up the night sky, especially where there are clouds overhead, disrupts the lives of many of these animals, which depend on the cycles of darkness for their health and survival. The second point I want to cover is economic. The pending bill will empower the city to regulate some of the street lights by requiring them to point their light downward where it is needed and not upward where it is wasted. It is estimated that about 35% of our poorly aimed and unshielded outdoor lighting, including most of our street lights, is wasted. If this bill is properly implemented, the city can save a substantial amount of our tax money by replacing some of the existing inefficient lighting with shielded, properly aimed, and lower intensity figures, which cost less to operate. This is not wishful thinking. Other cities are already doing this. Thank you for your attention, and I again urge you to vote for this motion of legislation.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you for calling. Next caller.
You have your caller, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Godin. I need your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. And make sure that you've got your TV or your computer muted so we can hear you.
Hi, this is Rafaela Cohane. I'm at 117 30th Avenue North, Nashville 37203, and I am in favor of this bill. As somebody who has lights shining into my living room all night so that I don't have to put a light on in my living room, I think this is a great idea. And my daughters and I are members of the Astronomical Society here in Nashville, and it would be nice to see a star once in a while. So, yes, I am very much in favor of this, and I thank Councilwoman Allen for bringing this up. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Nice to hear from you. All right. Next caller, Ms. Godin.
There are no more callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. You tell me how to proceed. I need to have a substitute and an amendment and a brief explanation. Do I need to do those separately?
You can, why don't we go ahead and get the substitute on, and then you also have an amendment, it looks like, to the substitute. You want to get all that?
Yes, I would like to. So first, I'd like to move the substitute with the brief explanation.
Okay, hold on just a second. Mr. Cooper, I'm going to recognize you. Let's make sure we got this right.
So the public hearing needs to be on the bill as advertised. So we'll do the public hearing first, and then you can add the substitute.
Okay. So, all right. So we're going to go ahead and pass the bill that we've got, and then put the.
Okay. I'm sorry. I got. So she wants to offer the substitute and not the amendment.
So, Councilmember Allen, we're just making sure we got this right. Do you want to offer the substitute and not the amendment? Is that what you're doing? I'm watching your head shake. No.
I want to offer the substitute and the amendment.
She wants to do both.
So do the substitute first and then the amendment.
Okay. All right. So, Councilmember Allen, let's do the substitute first. Let's do that one. Once we get the substitute on, then you can amend it, and then we can pass your substitute as amended on public hearing or on second reading. Okay,
Great.
got it?
So, thank you. So I would like to move the substitute with a brief explanation.
All right, so you've heard Councilmember Allen has moved the substitute on BL 2020-535, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Allen.
So before I talk about the substitute, I want to at least give enough background on the bill. All this simply does is reduce light pollution in our city, and you've heard good reasons about why that's important. It's also consistent with Nashville Next and the Mayor's Sustainability Committee. It will conserve energy. It's better for our health, the environment, and wildlife. It exposes us to science. And the base bill simply defines light levels and provides guidelines for using light at the amount you need it, aiming it where you need it, and turning it off or dimming it when you don't need it. So that's the basic bill. The substitute is a compilation of suggestions that came from the Planning Commission staff as this went before planning. So this is the recommendation of the planning staff that the commission signed off on unanimously, actually on consent. And most of it is housekeeping and clarification. It does spell out some exemptions to this for temporary lighting, emergency lighting, safety lighting, and certain parts of downtown. And it adds a reference to the International Dark Skies Association model lighting ordinance. And this bill itself is based on the model lighting ordinance. But with this substitute, I'm adding the flexibility to actually go to that ordinance, which provides a number of different pathways to meet the requirements, so that if the simple level that we've given is not working with the architectural design, then they have the option to go to a fairly complicated chart. So if you don't want to do that, there's a simple way. If you need flexibility, this provides much more flexibility in a slightly more complex way. So that's what the substitute does. And with that, I would like to request support for the substitute.
All right, so you've heard the explanation of the substitute. Again, it was properly moved, properly seconded. Questions on the substitute? All right, seeing nobody in the queue, we're ready to vote on the substitute. Oh, Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Can we get a little clarification around the I know Councilmember Allen just mentioned about safety lighting. Can we get a little more clarification around that?
Yes.
Right, so that was Councilmember Porterfield, just to make sure, because our camera's not on. So Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you. There's an exception section that specifically says these lights are exempt from lighting levels that are set within the code, and life safety includes lighting that would be at exits of buildings. And in general, this actually, I have to correct what one person says, does not actually, Metro Council can't regulate public works. And so this doesn't actually apply to our streets and alley lighting. I'm working with Public Works just on trying to update their lighting fixture list. But so lighting in alleys and streets, which I know is an issue with Vision Zero, does not come under this because that falls under public lighting and life safety lighting. Does that answer your question, I hope?
Councilmember Porterfield?
This is Councilmember Porterfield. That does answer my question. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. You actually just answered some of my questions, but I do want to highlight, I do have an area or a split area, I guess you could say, in my district where people love this, and I have had some other questions from others because safety is a main concern and issue. I get requests for adding more lights in parts of my district in regards to safety for constituents to feel safe in their alleyways and on their streets. And so I did want to bring that point up, but you did answer that question for us, but I did want it to be heard for the record. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. Councilmember Withers.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor, and I appreciate Councilmember Allen and all of your hard work on this. I know I've got a lot of District 6 constituents who've written excited about this work. I do have some questions, though, just wanted to be sure that I'm clear, because this ordinance amends, as I understand it, both Chapter 16 as well as Chapter 17, and amendments Chapter 17 related ordinances, I believe, are amendable on third, but Chapter 16 items are not amendable on third without mention of the rules, that's my understanding. And sort of one of the areas of potential concern, I think good, but just want to make sure that I and stakeholders have a good understanding, is for lighting surrounding facilities or events that are approved or monitored by Metro Sports Authority or special events or things like that. Does the exception process that you've outlined sort of give them room to work with Metro a little bit more on specifying some of those things, or would they need to go through a different process for Metro Sports Authority facilities or like special events and things like that, so that are Metro authorized?
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Allen.
Thank you. That's an excellent question. And I have had, as I mentioned, I've worked with the planning department on trying to come up with boundaries for areas that would be exempt or have certain requirements handled in a more specific way. And we actually have not finished that project process. So I will be working with planning and some stakeholders, both in, the highly flashy tourist areas that we did specifically call out 2nd Avenue and Broadway. But since just some other areas have come to light, that people aren't going there to look at the stars in the sky, they're going to look at the country music stars. So, we have to acknowledge that part of Nashville's identity. But those boundaries are still in the working process, and I will be meeting with planning and a number of stakeholders on Tuesday just to get our arms around how those really large tourist destination areas, like a sports facility, should be treated. So that I do expect to bring another amendment on third reading. And to your question about is the portion in Division 16 amendable on third, if I can get Mr. Cooper to address that, I would like to be sure that we're clear on how that part happens.
Mr. Cooper.
So the rule doesn't really provide for bifurcating a bill so that some portions are amendable on third and some aren't. The bill is primarily an amendment to, it's an amendment to Title 17. So in my reading of the rule is that any of the bill would be amendable on third reading.
That answers your question. So, thank you. We'll get to the Division 16 stuff in just a second with my amendment. So I'll speak to that more on that.
All right, Councilman Withers, any follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Allen. It sounds like we're probably in a pretty good place, and hopefully, if it's at all possible, to maybe include me in that discussion next week, because I think there are areas of the East Bay that are likely going to be probably included in some of that maybe, and I just want to be sure that that we don't. That we leave appropriate room to continue those conversations for some of those areas overall. So if the sponsor, Councilmember Allen, is comfortable with that and staff and hopefully colleagues are, that there may be a couple of areas where we may need to tweak a little bit before third reading. I'm comfortable with moving forward today on second, but I appreciate that consideration. Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Withers. I'm looking in the queue. I'm seeing nobody else in the queue. I think we're ready to vote on the substitute. Again, we are on the substitute. All those in favor of the substitute say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Substitute prevails 38-4, 0 against. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Verger, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
All right, you've heard the count, 38-4, 0 against. Any changes to that? All right, substitute prevails. Councilmember Allen, you have an amendment to the substitute.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. So the Planning Commission can't mess with Divisions 16 in their substitute. And so there were a couple of technical things that we wanted to change, but they couldn't do it through their substitute. So this amendment makes some changes to foot candle levels and things like that in Division 16. I would move that substitute. And that's about, I can give more explanation, but it's changing numbers to be more compatible with what's in the Division 17 changes.
All right, so Councilmember Allen has moved the amendment to the substitute, properly seconded. Discussion on the amendment to the substitute. All right, seeing none, we're ready to vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Opposed, no. Like it's 38-4 the amendment, 0 against. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Verger, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
Okay, you've heard the count. Any changes to that? All right. The amendment passes, 38 in favor, 0 against. Councilmember Allen, you're now on your bill as substituted, as amended.
Thank you. And with thanks to all the people who called in and spoke, I would like to move the bill as substituted and amended. And I will have this meeting and we'll for sure probably have one more amendment on third reading. But for now, we've incorporated all the feedback that we've gotten so far, and we'll continue to work on this. So with that, I move the bill as substituted and amended and ask for your support.
All right, you've heard the motion properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? This is on second reading. All right, nobody in the queue. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Did I hear a no?
I think it was a late aye.
Let me repeat it. Did someone say no? All right, it sounds like it was, if there was no, it's 38 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper, call the roll. Just make sure we've got the vote correct.
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Verger, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
Okay. Any changes to that? It's 38 in favor, 0 against. Any corrections? All right, that's the vote. 38 in favor, 0 against. The bill as substituted and as amended passes on second reading. All right, we're now on item number 7, page 4, Bill 2020-578. Councilmember Taylor. Councilmember Taylor, do you want to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, Vice Mayor, I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, well, let me read the caption. If you're interested in this, go ahead and make the call. Councilmember Taylor, Bill 2020-578, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing the preliminary plan for properties located at 1 City Avenue, 4, 5, 6, and 8 City Boulevard, 7 and 9 City Place, and City Boulevard unnumbered at the southwest corner of City Boulevard and 28th Avenue North. Zone SP, it's 18.93 acres. Increase the maximum allowed residential units from 600 to 850 multifamily residential units. Again, Councilmember Taylor, Bill 2020-578, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing the preliminary plan for properties located at 1 City Avenue, 4, 5, 6, and 8 City Boulevard, 7 and 9 City Place, and City Boulevard unnumbered at the southwest corner of City Boulevard and 28th Avenue North. Zoned SP, it's 18.93 acres. Increase the maximum allowed residential units from 600 to 850 multifamily residential units. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Ms. Godin, Anybody on the phone?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have a caller in the queue.
All right, send them in. All right, welcome to the Metro Council. We're on Bill 2020-578. Need your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. Are you on the line?
I'm on the line.
All right, name, address, for or against the bill, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Vice Mayor Schulman, my name is Tom White. I'm an attorney at Entrican & White, 315 Bedford Street, and I'm in favor of this bill. I want to initially thank Councilman Brandon Taylor for his support and time on this matter. We know of no opposition, would urge approval.
All right, thank you, Mr. White. Ms. Godin, next caller.
There are no more callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to move for approval.
All right, and I believe you have an amendment on this one. So I've got a motion to approve.
I'm gonna.
Councilmember Taylor.
I'm gonna make some changes to the language in the amendment on third reading.
All right. So, So the motion tonight is just approval on second reading, Bill 2020-578. Proper motion, proper second. Councilmember Taylor, any discussion?
No discussion.
All right. Seeing nobody in the queue, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of Bill 2020-578 on second reading, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Vote is 38 in favor, 0 against on the bill on second reading. Mr. Cooper.
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Ashford, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
All right. 38 in favor, 0 against. You heard the roll call. Any changes to that? Seeing none, motion passes. Bill passes on second reading. Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. Councilmember Welsh, we're on Bill 2021-607. You want to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor, I do.
All right. So if you're interested in this one, go ahead and make the call in. BL 2021-607, Councilmember Welsh. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS5 to RM20A-NS zoning for property located at 323 Whitsett Road at the southwest corner of Fannie Williams Street and Whitsett Road. It's 0.17 acres. Again, Councilmember Welsh, BL 2021-607. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS5 to RM20A-NS zoning for property located at 323 Whitsett Road at the southwest corner of Fannie Williams Street and Whitsett Road. It's 0.17 acres. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody on the phone lines?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to read the caption one more time. It's Councilmember Welsh, BL 2021-607. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS5 to RM20A-NS zoning for property located at 323 Whitsett Road at the southwest corner of Fannie Williams Street and Whitsett Road. It's 0.17 acres. Ms. Godin, anybody on the call?
There are no callers in the queue.
Okay, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, so I've got a motion to approve, properly second. Any discussion on the bill? This is passing it on second reading. Seeing nobody in the queue, we're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. 38 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper.
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Ashford, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
All right, you've heard the roll call. Any changes to that? All right, 38 in favor, 0 against. Bill passes on second reading. Thank you, Councilmember Welsh. Item number 9, Bill 2021-610. Councilmember Gamble, public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
All right, so if you're interested in this one, go ahead and make your call in. Councilmember Gamble, BL 2021-610, ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling a planned unit development for a portion of property located at Brick Church Pike, unnumbered, at the northwest corner of Old Hickory Boulevard and Brick Church Pike, zoned R20. It's 11.70 acres. Councilmember Gamble's the sponsor. BL 2021-610, ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling a planned unit development for a portion of property located at Brick Church Pike, unnumbered, at the northwest corner of Old Hickory Boulevard and Brick Church Pike, zoned R20. It's 11.70 acres. Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Ms. Godin, anybody on the calls for this one?
Yes, Vice Mayor, we have a caller in the queue.
All right, send them in. All right, welcome to the Metro Council. We're on BL 2021-610. I need your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Yes, my name is Teresa Burr. I live at 2536 Solomon Lane in Nashville, and I am for the amendment.
Okay. Would you like to?
Yeah, I just want to say that I appreciate Councilwoman Gamble. She talked about this at her, brought it to our attention at her quarterly meetings, and I just appreciate her supporting the desires and wishes of the community in this neighborhood.
All right. Thank you for calling.
Thank you.
Ms. Godin, next caller.
Do we have caller, Vice Mayor?
I'm sorry? All right, I need your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. Make sure you mute your television or your computer.
Okay. My name is David Humphrey. I live at 4241 Brick Church Pike. I am for the bill. My property is probably the closest to the proposed area that is in this bill. I don't think we need a retail area in that location. Just from, we are literally a 5-mile radius. There are about 4 different Dollar Generals in that area. So anything that we need is within 5 minutes of travel time. I don't think that any retail area would adversely affect just anything coming into our neighborhood here. So I appreciate Councilwoman Gamble for bringing this to the attention, and we just hope that everything is. Thank you. I'm sorry. That's all I have to say.
All right. Well, thank you for calling. Appreciate it. All right, Ms. Godin, next caller.
You have your caller, Vice Mayor.
All right. Thanks, Ms. Godin. Welcome to the Metro Council. We're on BL 2021-610 by Councilmember Gamble. Need your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Okay, my name is Chiquita Dawson. I live at 5353 Ryan Allen Circle in Whites Creek, Tennessee, and I am in favor of the PUD cancellation at the corner of Oak Hickory Boulevard and Brick Church Pike. And there is no added benefits to building a Dollar General store at this location.
And so it would just be detrimental to the property value, increased traffic, litter, potential crime. And so I just think that this land could be better suited for a mixed-use development as opposed to putting Dollar General in the heart of our community. So I am in favor of the cancellation.
Okay, thank you for calling. Ms. Godin, next caller.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome to the Metro Council. We're on BL 2021-610 by Councilmember Gamble. I need your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Angela Williams. I'm at 7203 Old Hickory Boulevard. And I am in favor of this bill for several reasons. One is that this is a very desirable area of town, and we have established neighborhoods and established communities that are actually communities and people that have relationships. And I really appreciate the leadership of Councilman Gamble in listening to the community and working out good solutions. I appreciate her standing up and saying no to inappropriate development. We have noticed that and the some of the less than honorable things that happen in Dr. Taylor's parking lots has been a problem in our district. So I appreciate her standing up for that. You know, we're one of the most diverse neighborhoods in Nashville, and we all work together to improve everybody's life. And so we hope that we're not anti-development. We just want the appropriate development to improve the quality of life out here. And really, really appreciate Councilman Gamble's approach and working with the community. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for calling. Ms. Godin, next caller.
There are no more callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you. I move for approval with a brief explanation.
All right. Councilmember Gamble has moved for passage, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Gamble.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to say I appreciate all the callers calling today. We held 3 community meetings with 50-plus community members in attendance to discuss this PUD cancellation. It was a 45-year-old PUD. It had been in place since 1976. It was a commercial PUD, and once the property owner wanted to develop a Dollar General store on the property, it came to my attention that this PUD had not been reviewed, and the Planning Commission reviewed the PUD, and upon recommendation of the planning staff and the community's opposition to commercial development such as a Dollar General, they recommended cancellation of the PUD, and I agree with that recommendation. The community is open to mixed-use development, and if such development opportunity became available, then we would look at addressing the land use at that time. But I would appreciate the council's support in the cancellation of the PUD. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Gamble. Again, we have a motion to approve. It's been properly seconded. There is nobody. Councilmember Cash, you're recognized.
Thanks. I just wanted to quickly acknowledge that every time Councilmember Gamble has a zoning matter before this council, I feel really impressed that she has been thorough and thoughtful and obviously is looking out for her constituents' best interests. And I hope to model it when I have zoning matters before the council.
That's an awfully nice thing to say. Thank you, Councilmember Cash. Well recognized by Councilmember Gamble. All right, thank you. Anybody else in the queue? Seeing no, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of BL 2021-610 by Councilmember Gamble, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. It looks like it's 38 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cashel, Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Sowsley, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
All right, you've heard the count. Any changes to that? It's 38 in favor, 0 against. Motion, the 2021-610 passes on second reading. Councilmember Cash, your hand is back up. Okay, now it's gone. Okay. I thought you were going to recognize some other council members too and say nice things, but I'll come back to you at some point when we need that. All right, we're now on item number 10, BL 2021-619 by Councilmember Roberts and Welsh. Councilmember Roberts, public hearing on this one tonight? Oh, wow. Councilmember Roberts,
I'd like to open
your screen just froze up.
Oh, did it again. Uh-oh. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Do you want to have a public hearing on this one?
Yes, please.
Okay, there we go. All right, so if you're interested in this one, go ahead and make the phone call in. It's BL 2021-619 by Councilmember Roberts and Welsh. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Government of the Code of the Metropolitan Government to amend Chapters 17.24 and 17.40 to add language pertaining to plan for street trees and streetscape. Again, it's Councilmember Roberts and Welsh, BL 2021-619. Ordinance to amend Title 17 to amend Chapter 17.24 and 17.40 to add language pertaining to plans for street trees and streetscape. Councilmember Roberts, you are recognized on your bill.
I would like to open the public hearing.
All right, so declare the public hearing open. Ms. Godin, anybody on the call from this one?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, I'm going to read it one more time. It's BL 2021-619 by Councilmember Roberts and Welsh. Ordinance to amend Title 17 to amend Chapter 17.24 and 17.40 to add language pertaining to plans for street trees and streetscape. Ms. Godin, anybody on the call?
There are no callers in the queue.
All right. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Roberts, you're on the streetscape bill. Go ahead.
Sorry to say. I'd like to move for approval with a brief explanation, please.
Okay, so Councilmember Roberts has moved for approval, properly second with a brief explanation. You do have an amendment in the packet, just letting you know.
I'd like to move the amendment as well. I think that was just some, cleaning up some language.
All right, say that again. We had trouble hearing you. You froze again.
I'd like to move the amendment as well, please.
Okay, all right. So we've got the bill in front of us. Councilmember Roberts has moved the amendment, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
So the amendment is just some housekeeping to clean up the language in the bill.
All right. It sounds like it's a housekeeping amendment. Oops.
Yes.
There we go. It sounds like it's a housekeeping amendment on Councilmember Roberts' bill. So the amendment is before us. Let's get the amendment done first. Any questions about the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Okay, amendment passes 38 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Swell, Sledge, Cashel, Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
All right, you've heard the count. Any changes to that? Amendment passes 38 in favor, 0 against. Councilman Roberts, you're on your bill now as amended.
I'd like to move the bill, please, with a brief explanation.
All right, so Councilmember Roberts has moved BL 2021-619 as amended for passage on second reading, properly seconded. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized.
So this bill was just to ensure the preservation of and to the future addition for our tree canopy. Are you all, can you hear me?
You're breaking up. We can hear you, but you're breaking up a little bit.
Okay, I'll be brief. This was just designed to establish a requirement for street trees on the Robertson corridor in my district. So street trees in this location wouldn't have been captured by the legislation that we passed a few years ago. And so this is just a new zoning tool that allows for street trees or streetscape plans to be adopted by the Planning Commission, and then once adopted, implemented through codes when they are permitted. So the street tree landscape plans that are adopted once this legislation is in place would be corridor specific for each community. And it allows us to create a tree vision for all of our corridors and allow each council person to implement the priorities that come up in their community during the planning process. So basically, this is just going to build on and support the prior work that we've done on street trees and hopefully create more options rather than hindering or replacing any previous efforts.
All right, so you've heard the explanation. Are there other questions for Councilmember Roberts on this one? All right, seeing nobody in the queue, the motion is to pass Bill 2021-619 as amended on second reading. Again, it was properly seconded. Again, any discussion? Seeing none, ready to vote. All those in favor of the bill as amended on second reading, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Looks like it's 38 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper.
Voting aye, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Welsh, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Ashford, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
All right, 38 in favor, 0 against. Any changes to that? Seeing none, motion passes. Bill passes on second reading. We're on item number 11, Bill 2021-620 by Councilmember Allen, Parker, Welsh, and O'Connell. Councilmember Allen, public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're on BL 2021-620. This is an ordinance amending Chapter 17.36 and 17.40 of Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code to create a detached accessory dwelling unit overlay district. Again, this is Councilmember Allen, Parker, Welsh, and O'Connell. BL 2021-620. It's an ordinance amending Chapter 17.36 and 17.40 of Title 17 of the Code to create a detached accessory dwelling unit, a DADU overlay district. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to open the public hearing, and before I do that, to say this is just creating an overlay. It does not apply anywhere, and it is specifically limited to the urban zoning overlay, which is the interior part of Nashville. With that, I would like to open the public hearing.
Okay, so I declare the public hearing open. Ms. Godin, do we have people on the line?
Yes, Vice Mayor, we have a caller coming in right now.
Okay. Okay, welcome to the Metro Council. We're on BL 2021-620 by Councilmember Allen, Parker, and others. I need your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Good evening. My name is Phil Ryan. I'm a resident at 2521 Fairfax. I want to thank you all for your service to the city. I support passage of the overlay as a way to address our housing affordability issues for young people, for elderly people, perhaps for my wife and I someday when we choose, if we choose to downsize. Not long enough to downsize. We can stay on our block where we lived for decades. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Ms. Godin, next caller. All right. I think you're the next caller. I need your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is Michael Winseth. 3533 First Avenue. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, good. I'm the Original West End Neighborhood Association president. Our board reviewed all this and voted 89% against this bill. We believe it will have an adverse effect on green space, even stormwater damage, and could affect the historic character of Richmond West End Neighborhood Association. But one of the main concerns we have is turning these neighborhoods back to family zoning. That's how we read it. And they for years fought single family neighborhoods. So I'm not sure how we implement it from the language in the ordinance. And, I hope you will decide to vote for some kind of carve out. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for calling. Ms. Godin, next caller. Okay, I believe we have somebody on the line. Welcome to the council. I need your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Hi, Vice Mayor. This is Roger Livingston. I own the property at 725 Hart Avenue. And I had this bill brought to my attention by Councilmember Parker during our last neighborhood association meeting last month. I just wanted to point out that it really made a lot of sense to us. And among all the attendees of that meeting, not one person opposed this bill. And personally, I just felt it was important to highlight a few key takeaways. One is the increase in safety that would be a natural byproduct of this bill, as naturally just more policing by our residents of our alleyways and increased visibility on those typically less visible areas of our subdivision. Two is low income aspect. Price of land in my district makes building affordable housing that is actually truly affordable. This is actually a realistic, viable solution that will make a big impact on that aspect. Caring for aging parents. Trying to bring my parents into a 1,300 square foot home. That's going to create stress and jeopardize a marriage. I feel a personal responsibility for my aging parents. So it's really a viable option to provide for them. Request by residents. I know North Central is really popular, pushing for this for over 10 years. And so you can rest assured that that it's in this board have pressure from their constituents because this is what they've been asking for. And then lastly, my key takeaway is that, it seems naive to believe that there's a one-size-fits-all bundle of legislation that will accommodate the wide range of Nashville neighborhoods and all their associated cultures. But bills like this one, in my opinion, is a step in the right direction for, giving neighborhoods and their associations not just a voice, which is great, but also actual tools necessary to cultivate and carry out their visions for the future of their neighborhood.
All right. You hit your 2 minutes, all right? So we appreciate you calling. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor, point of order. I don't know if everyone else is experiencing this, but the audio on calls is especially bad tonight. I don't know if it's different in the chamber, but on a virtual connection, it is unusually bad tonight.
Well, so thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. I was just getting ready to call the next caller and then talk to Mr. Cooper and figure out what we should do because we're having trouble hearing as well. Let's go to the next caller and then let me talk to Mr. Cooper and see see if we can identify the problem. Okay. So thank you, Councilmember. Ms. Godin, next caller. All right, welcome to the Metro Council. We're on BL 2021-620. I need your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill, and then you've got 2 minutes in which to speak.
Hi, my name is Rafaela Cohen at 117 30th Avenue North, apartment 402, 37203 is my zip, and I am in between and betwixt about this bill. My problem with this bill is, are there going to be some rules where there's going to be setbacks where people are not going to be building these additional things on their property right on the property line, because I have the experience of having a building built right next door to my building, and the guy built right on the property line next to our building. We had to get a signed paper to access our own meters, because there's no way for us to access our meters anymore without going on his property, electric meters. So, I mean, you know, there has to be some kind of setbacks, side and back, between property owners. That's my problem with this. And also, I mean, you know, we do have water issues here in Nashville, and here on West End we have quite a bit of it. So, you know, this is an issue. Anyway, thank you for all your work. Bye.
All right, thank you for calling. So we are checking our connections. We're going to go to the next caller and see if it's any better. Ms. Godin, go ahead and send the next caller in. All right, got the next caller. We're on BL 2021-620 by Councilmember Alan Parker and others. Need your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Hello, my name is Rochelle Carpenter. I'm at 1423 Gartland Avenue, 37206 in Nashville, and I am for this bill. I think that the policy will help a bit with our affordable housing challenges. So just wanted to call and say I support it.
All right, thank you for calling. Ms. Godin, next caller.
You have your caller, Vice Mayor.
All right, thanks, Ms. Godin. I need your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Hello, Mr. Vice Mayor and City Council members. My name is Leslie Boone. I live at 620 North 9th Street. I am for BL 2021-620. It is my hope that this bill will provide a more equitable way of enhancing existing properties within the urban core. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Ms. Godin, the next caller. We have somebody on the phone line?
Yes, you do.
All right, need your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill, and then you've got 2 minutes in which to speak.
Yes, this is David Perzio. I'm at 4913 Wyoming Avenue. I'm not sure if I'm for or against. I probably need some clarification. Would it be legal for me, if this passes and the neighbors agree with it, that I could move a mobile home or a double wide behind my house on Wyoming Avenue? It's smaller and it's painted the same, and I'm not sure what the details of the bill are, but I mean, I could put it set back, 10 feet from the back and have plenty of space.
You still on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I can hear you. Did you have any other comments?
Well, I just didn't know as to whether a mobile home or a double wide could be a detached accessory dwelling unit.
Okay, so typically during a public hearing, we get this information, and I think what we can do is if we can get your name and address, then and you can reach out to Councilmember Allen directly and get your question answered. It's at berkeley.allen@nashville.gov.
Okay.
Typically on a public hearing, we don't have back and forth. We just get your information.
Okay.
So,
thank you very much.
Okay, you got the email address?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. Thank you for calling, and you just reach out to Councilmember Allen to get your question answered. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Godin, next caller.
You have your caller, Vice Mayor.
All right. Thanks, Ms. Godin. Need your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Mr. Vice Mayor, this is Tim Weeks in Hermitage, 6101 Hager's Grove Pass. Hope everyone's doing well tonight. I'm against the bill. I understand this is not a county-wide bill. It's really targeted for the urban district. But my concern is, even for someone in Hermitage, that this is going to be a sequel to the short-term rental situation we've had here in Metro. But there's a potential for abuse. It's another burden on Metro codes. There'll be a lack of enforcement. I just see it as a nightmare scenario again for many of our single family residential districts. So I would urge council to vote no on this.
All right, thank you, Mr. Weeks. Ms. Godin, next caller.
There are no more callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, I'm going to declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to move for approval. Actually, I would like to move for approval with the brief explanation and then defer for 2 meetings. So that's
all right, so that was Councilmember Allen, because our screen's off.
Oops, sorry.
That's okay. So
right.
Councilmember Allen, let me make sure I've got the amendment. What you're doing is you're moving Bill 2021-620 for passage on second reading, and then you want to defer third reading 2 meetings? Is that what I got?
Yes, that can do third reading because this is amendable. Yes, with the brief explanation, that's correct.
Okay, so again, let me repeat it so I've got it right. The motion is to approve BL 2021-620 tonight on second reading, defer third reading for 2 meetings, so it would show up the first meeting in April. That's the motion, properly seconded to you, Councilmember Allen.
And I just realized I have some amendments I had forgotten about. I will need to move those as well before I defer it.
All right, so we've got we'll hold the motion to pass tonight. Let's get the amendment on. Councilmember Allen, I'm going to come to you for the amendment. You want to move your amendment?
Yes, these are, this is an amendment, again, that was suggested by the Planning Commission when this was before public hearing there. And it simply clarifies the boundaries. The description that we had in there was a little muddled, so planning has done a better job of that than I did. And also to spell out specifically that this only applies to RS zoning, so that questions like, can I put a mobile home behind my duplex, are clearly no. And there was one more thing that it does. And also just to clarify, the bill itself does not allow short-term rental use in areas that take on this overlay in the new daydos that are built. And the amendment clarifies that if someone has a garage shed or something that they convert to a daydo, that within that conversion they could also not use short-term rental. So that is the parts of the amendment.
All right, so Councilmember Allen has moved the amendment. It's been properly seconded with an explanation. We've got people in the queue. Councilmember Mendez, you are recognized.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. I guess I just, for the public, wanted to get out on the table that the little discussion we were having was about the early calls for this public hearing, where, frankly, it was just kind of hard to tell without making a little bit of guesswork about whether even people were for or against. And I know it was only, I guess, in the grand scheme of things, 2 or 3, maybe 4 callers that were just hard to figure out where they stood. I guess I'm just raising the question for discussion with the sponsor and anybody else about whether we ought to try again another day to have a public hearing again. I don't want to slow down legislation necessarily, but I found myself guessing with a couple of callers.
Councilmember Allen, I'm going to go back to you because it's actually directed at you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and I know that was a question. I appreciate Councilmember O'Connell bringing up that. I think there were 2 council members that I had a hard time understanding. I would say, based on the emails that many of us got, I know that there is some concern about density Much of that is coming from areas that are not included, and that is why I would like to have a 2-meeting deferral to hold a community meeting and ensure that everyone has the opportunity to get their questions answered and to provide further input. And I would ask this body if they feel like they've gotten enough input from the people who have written, and we've got a mix of responses tonight, both in response and in support and in opposition. If the body would be supportive of, as I said, allowing me the deferral for the opportunity to have further community input, as opposed to an additional public hearing.
Councilmember Mendez, anything?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to make a motion to have another public hearing. I do think that it's a little bit of shortchanging that I don't know exactly how some people felt about it. So if somebody else wants to make it, that's fine. I wanted to raise the question, but I'm not going to make a motion.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Mendez. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. My question is going to be more on the bill itself, so if you can come back to me later.
Okay. This is on the amendment. Councilmember Cash, you're recognized.
I guess I want to speak on the bill itself as well.
Okay. Councilmember Taylor, on the amendment?
No, not on the amendment, Vice Mayor.
Okay. All right. Anybody else on the amendment? Councilmember Gamble, on the amendment? Okay.
No, sir, on the bill.
All right. Just checking. All right, so we're on the amendment. There's nobody else in the queue. Ready to vote on the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 Opposed, no. 38 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper, you're recognized.
Voting aye, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Groton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Ashford, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
All right, the vote is 38 in favor, 0 against on the amendment. Any changes to that? Amendment passes. Councilmember Allen, now you're on your bill as amended. I'll come back to you for a motion on your bill as amended.
Okay, thank you. I would like to defer the bill as amended for 2 meetings.
Okay, let me make sure I'm clear. So you don't want to pass it tonight. You want to defer. You want to pass it on second and then defer third reading for 2 meetings, or you want to defer passage of the bill on second reading 2 meetings?
Correct. That gives us more opportunities for amendments if we need. I mean, I share Councilmember Mendez's concern that we deal with people's concerns. So I want to allow plenty of time to do that.
Okay, let me make sure I'm clear. So the motion is to defer now 2 meetings without passing tonight. It's just to defer 2 meetings.
So let me ask one question. The amendment is passed, so the amendment is fully on the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
That is correct.
So when it comes back in 2 meetings, it will be the amended bill, and we will take it up again at that point. Is that correct?
Mr. Cooper?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
That's what I want to do.
Okay, so the motion is now a motion to defer 2 meetings. It's not for passage, it's to defer 2 meetings. Properly seconded. We're on a motion to defer, so we're really not talking about the bill as amended. We're on a motion to defer. Councilmember Bradford, on the motion to defer.
No, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Henderson, motion to defer.
Yes, Vice Mayor. And thank you, Councilor Allen, for the 2 meeting deferral. I have heard from a lot of constituents and want to have some more time to respond to their concerns. And so I just want to say for the record to remind citizens that Title 17 bills like this are amendable on 3rd reading. And so, deferring and passing on second or there will be time for community input. Thank you. So, and for that reason, I support the 2 meeting deferral. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Cash, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few questions about the bill that I think would be useful as this process over the next 4 weeks goes forward. Is that appropriate for me to do, or is it too far away from the deferral?
Well, so we're actually on a motion to defer.
Right.
We're actually supposed to be talking about the deferral motion. Can you send the questions to Councilmember Allen through Mr. Cooper to get them addressed?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Cooper, okay by that?
Fine.
Okay. Councilmember Cash, if you don't mind, that's how we'll do it, and then obviously the bill will come back if it gets deferred.
Okay, thanks.
If the motion to defer goes down, then we're back on the bill, and then I'll come back to you. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think this question is going to be for Mr. Cooper. In the event it does get deferred and the sponsor decided that they do want to reopen it for public hearing because this is going to be deferred 2 meetings, so it comes back the first meeting of April, would that still be an option on the table, or is that completely removed once this is closed? And if we vote for deferral tonight, there is no more option of public hearing.
The rules allow with 27 votes when a bill comes back to have another public hearing at a subsequent meeting. So if someone made that motion when the bill comes back, then you could have another public hearing.
Okay. All right. So that option is there. What I thought, but I just wanted clarification. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Glover. That's it. We're on a motion to deferral. There's nobody else in the queue. This is, we're not voting on second reading tonight. We're voting on a deferral motion, which will take the bill back to second reading, keep it on second reading, and it will show up the first meeting in April. It's a 2-meeting deferral. Any other questions? Seeing none, we're ready for on the deferral motion. All those in favor of the deferral motion say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no?
Aye.
No.
I think I've got one no. Councilmember O'Connell, are you a no?
Yes, I am a no.
Okay. Any other no's? All right, so it's 37 in favor, 1 against. Mr. Cooper, you're recognized.
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Swire, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Berger, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Sousley, Henderson, and Rosenberg, with O'Connell voting no.
Councilmember O'Connell is a no vote. All right. So it's 37 in favor, 1 against. Any changes to that? All right. The deferral motion passes. And Councilmember Cash, again, thank you for deferring your questions. If you'll send them on to Mr. Cooper, he can get them addressed by Councilmember Allen. Okay. Thank you. All right, we're now on item number 12, BL 2021-621 by Councilmember Murphy. Let me just double check. Councilmember Murphy is not on the call. Is there anybody else on this bill?
Yes, Vice Mayor, I've signed on.
Okay, Councilmember Allen, is there going to be a public hearing on this one tonight?
Sir.
Say it again, Councilmember Allen?
No.
No. You want to defer this one?
That's correct.
Okay, sorry, having trouble hearing you. So this is going to be deferred. This will be deferred to the first meeting in April. So it's a 2-meeting deferral. That's the request. No public hearing on this one. Councilmember Allen is on this bill.
I'll plug in my audio if I need to. This is to be deferred till June.
Oh, okay.
So
hold on just a second. So, Councilmember Allen, let me read the caption of the bill so we can get it properly before the body, and then I'll come back to you. BL 2021-621 by Councilmember Murphy and Allen. Ordinance amending section 17.40.720 and 1740.730 of the code to require additional public notice regarding applications for permits from the Historic Zoning Commission. Councilmember Allen, so this bill can be deferred, but it can't be deferred to June because we don't have a public hearing in June because of the budget.
Ooh, okay. Then let's defer it to May. First meeting in May.
So Councilmember Allen has moved to defer Bill 2021-621 to the first meeting in May. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? All right, seeing nobody in the queue, this is deferred to the first meeting in May. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Looks like it's 38 in favor, 0 against. And Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Groton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cashel, Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Ashford, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
All right, you heard the call, 38 in favor, 0 against. Any changes to that? All right, bill is deferred to the first meeting in May. All right, we're now on item number 13, Bill 2021-633 by Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Parker, you having a public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Okay, that was Councilmember Parker, and he said yes. All right, so if you're interested in this one, go ahead and make the phone call in, BL 2021-633 by Councilmember Parker. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 1601 Meridian Street at the corner of Meridian Street and Marshall Street. It's 0.15 acres. Again, Councilmember Parker, BL 2021-633, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 1601 Meridian Street at the corner of Meridian Street and Marshall Street. It's 0.15 acres. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Ms. Godin, anybody on the phone?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Parker, I'm going to read this one more time. Councilmember Parker's bill, BL 2021-633, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 1601 Meridian Street at the corner of Meridian Street and Marshall Street. It's 0.15 acres. Ms. Godin, anybody on the call?
There are no callers in the queue.
Okay, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Cash, you're recognized. Councilmember Cash?
Camera on.
So,
it was accidental.
So Councilmember Cash's hand was up before, but his hand is raised right now. Councilmember Cash? All right, everybody make sure that you're muted. If you're not muted, except for Councilmember Parker, everybody else needs to make sure they're muted. Councilmember Cash, going once, twice. Councilmember Cash.
Vice Mayor.
Oh, there you are. Councilmember Cash, your hand was raised.
I put it back down. I'm sorry, sir.
Okay, no problem. All right, so anybody else in the queue? Seeing nobody else, we're on a motion to approve BL 2021-633 by Councilmember Parker. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Looks like it's 38 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Groton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cashel, Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Ashford, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
All right. It was 38 in favor, 0 against. Any corrections to that? Bill passes on second reading. All right. I think we can take 14 and 15 together. Councilmember Sledge, public hearing on this one? I think they may have to be deferred. Councilmember Sledge?
No public hearing. Excuse me. This is Councilmember Sledge. No public hearing. I'll be deferring both to the first meeting in May.
All right. Mr. Cooper, any problems with taking these together?
No.
All right. So without objection, we'll take both of them together. Let me read the captions. Councilmember Sledge, the sponsor on both, Bill 2021-634. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from SPCS MULA OR20 R6 and R6A to MULA-NS, RM20A-NS, CS-NS, and OR20-NS for various properties located south of Lafayette Street and north of Wedgwood Avenue. It's 188.33 acres. And then BL 2021-635 by Councilmember Sledge, ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying an urban design overlay district to various properties located south of Lafayette Street and north of Wedgwood Avenue, zone CS, IR, IWD, MULA, OR20, and R6. It's 191.68 acres. Both these bills, let's take them together. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd move for deferral to the public hearing in May.
All right. So the motion is to defer both these bills to the first meeting in May, which is the public hearing meeting. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the deferral motion say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Look, it's 38 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suarez, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Castro, Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Nashville, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
All right, 38 in favor, 0 against. On the deferral motion, any changes? Motion to defer passes. All right, we're on item number 16, BL 2021-636. Councilmember Taylor, public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
All right, so if you're interested in this one, go ahead and make your call in. Councilmember Taylor's the sponsor. BL 2021-636, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS5 to SP zoning for property located at 1604 Wheeler Street at the northwest corner of Wheeler Street and 16th Avenue North. It's 0.2 acres to permit up to 2 detached residential units. Again, Councilmember Taylor is the sponsor. Bill 2021-636, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS5 to SP zoning for property located at 1604 Wheeler Street at the northwest corner of Wheeler Street and 16th Avenue North. It's 0.2 acres to permit up to 2 detached residential units. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Ms. Godin, anybody on the call?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, let me read it again. Councilmember Taylor, BL 2021-636, ordinance to amend Title 17, but change from RS5 to SP zoning for property located at 1604 Wheeler Street at the northwest corner of Wheeler Street and 16th Avenue North. It's 0.2 acres, permit up to 2 detached residential units. Ms. Godin, anybody on the call?
There are no callers in the queue.
All right, thank you. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to move for approval.
Okay, motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed, no. Looks like it's 38 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suarez, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Castro, Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Ashford, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
Okay, you've heard the roll call. Any changes to that? 38-0. Bill passes on second reading. Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. Councilmember Parker, BL 2021-637. Public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
All right, so if you're interested in this, go ahead and make your call in. Councilmember Parker, BL 2021-637, ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from IR to MUNA zoning for properties located at 754 Douglas Avenue and 830 West McKinney Avenue. It's approximately 260 feet west of McPherson Avenue. It's 0.27 acres. Again, Councilmember Parker's the sponsor, BL 2021-637. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing IR to MUNA zoning. Properties located at 754 Douglas Avenue and 830 West McKinney Avenue, approximately 260 feet west of McPherson Avenue. It's 0.27 acres. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Ms. Godin, anybody on the call?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, read it one more time. BL 2021-637 by Councilmember Parker. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from IR to MUNA zoning. Properties located at 754 Douglas Avenue and 830 West McKinney Avenue, approximately 260 feet west of McFerrin Avenue. It's 0.27 acres. Ms. Godin, anybody on the call?
There are no callers in the queue.
Okay, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill, on the motion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no.
Aye.
Looks like it's 38 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper.
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Sora, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Castro, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Frederick, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, South, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
All right, 38 in favor, 0 against. Any corrections to that? Seeing none, motion passes. We're on item number 18, BL 2021-638 by Councilmember Hall. Councilmember Hall, public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
All right, so if you're interested in this one, go ahead and make your call in. Councilmember Hall's bill, BL 2021-638, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing R40 and CL to SP zoning for properties located at 7215 Whites Creek Pike and parts of property located at 7221 and 7227 Whites Creek Pike, approximately 210 feet south of Gifford Place at 7.66 acres to permit farm equipment sale and services. Again, Councilmember Hall, BL 2021-638, ordinance to amend Title 17, changes from R40 and CL to SP zoning for properties located at 7215 Whites Creek Pike and part of properties located at 7221 and 7227 Whites Creek Pike, approximately 210 feet south of Gifford Place at 7.66 acres to permit farm equipment sale and services. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
I'd like to open the public hearing, Vice Mayor.
All right, that was Councilmember Hall. He wants to open up the public hearing, declare the public hearing open. Ms. Godin, anybody on the call?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, I'm going to read it one more time. Councilmember Hall's bill, BL 2021-638. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from R40 and CL to SP zoning for properties located at 7215 Whites Creek Pike and part of properties located at 7221 and 7227 Whites Creek Pike, approximately 210 feet south of Gifford Place, 7.66 acres, permit farm equipment sale and services. Ms. Godin, anybody on the call?
There are no callers in the queue.
All right, thank you. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
Move for approval, Vice Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Hall has moved for approval, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
I think it was all in favor, 38 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper.
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Sora, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Castro, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Frederick, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, South, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
All right, 38 in favor, 0 against. You heard the roll call. Any corrections to that? Okay, bill passes 38 for, 0 against. We're on BL 2021-639 by Councilmember Taylor. Councilmember Taylor, public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
All right. If you're interested in this one, go ahead and make the call in. BL 2021-639 by Councilmember Taylor. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS5 to R8A zoning for property located at 2937 Torbett Street, approximately 810 feet west of 28th Avenue North, 0.23 acres. Again, Councilmember Taylor, BL 2021-639. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS5 to R8 zoning for property located at 2937 Torbett Street, approximately 810 feet west of 28th Avenue North, 0.23 acres. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Open the public hearing, Vice Mayor.
All right, declare the public hearing open. Ms. Godin, anybody on the call?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right. Let me just say that if you're hearing a noise from this chamber, it's a crinkling of plastic that apparently Councilmember Mendez is eating a candy bar. Just letting you know. All right. Just waiting for my turn to get to that candy as well. BL 21-639 by Councilmember Taylor. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS5 to R8 zoning for property located at 2937 Torbett Street, approximately 810 feet west of 28th Avenue North. It's 0.23 acres. Ms. Godin, anybody on the call?
There are no callers in the queue.
Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move for approval.
Okay, motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're on the bill. All those in favor of BL 2021-639 say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Looks like it's 38 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnson, Ashford, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
All right, 38 in favor, 0 against. Any changes? Bill passes on second reading. We're on item number 20, BL 2021-640 by Councilmember Parker. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code. Well, let me go to Councilmember Parker first. Councilmember Parker, public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, Vice Mayor, I'd like to do a public hearing.
Okay. All right, so if you're interested in this one, go ahead and make the call in. BL 2021-640 by Councilmember Parker. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS5 to RM15A zoning for property located at 1305 Lishy Avenue, approximately 300 feet north of Douglas Avenue. It's 0.18 acres. Councilmember Parker, the sponsor, BL 2021-640. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by change from RS5 to RM15A zoning for property located at 1305 Lishy Avenue, approximately 300 feet north of Douglas Avenue. It's 0.18 acres. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Ms. Godin, anybody on the phone?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, read this one more time. Councilmember Parker is the sponsor, BL 2021-640. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS5 to RM15A zoning for property located at 1305 Lishy Avenue, approximately 300 feet north of Douglas Avenue. It's 0.18 acres. Ms. Godin, anybody on the call?
We have a caller coming in right now.
Okay. All right, welcome to the Metro Council. We're on BL 2021-640 by Councilmember Parker. I need your name, address, and whether you're for or against the bill, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Hello and good evening. This is Courtney Williams. I live at 1303 Lishy Avenue. I'm a direct neighbor of the property at 1305, and I'm against the ordinance as presented. So given this is considered a transition property on the very edge of our neighborhood center, I don't feel the base zoning requested by the applicant does enough to provide reasonable assurances to neighbors regarding the transition, scale, height, and design context for this property. I think it's reasonable to consider some increase in density for this property, but I think context should be carefully considered. And as an immediate neighbor, my home at 1303 is a single-family dwelling, 1.5 stories in height. On the other side of the applicant's lot, there's a traditional attached duplex that there's a couple of them that have been grandfathered in, and they're each only 1 story in height. So I believe an SC designation would be more appropriate for this specific property, especially given that there will be nothing holding the applicant or anyone else to any design details in the event the property is rezoned as requested or potentially sold following a rezoning. So for these reasons, I hope both the applicant, Councilman Parker, and all of council will agree that an amendment to change the application to an SP format would not only be appropriate, but a good faith gesture to the community. And with that, I thank you for your time and consideration.
All right, thank you for calling. Ms. Godin, next caller.
There are no more callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to defer second reading 1 meeting with a brief explanation.
All right, so the motion is to defer one meeting, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Parker.
So I'm super appreciative of Courtney for calling in, and I'm in contact with the developer and Courtney, so we'll set up a meeting and we'll talk.
Right, Mr. Cooper?
Yes, they are rebooting the MNN system right now, and it takes about 2 minutes.
All right, so Everybody hold tight for just a couple minutes. We're going to be down for 2 minutes. Just.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I'm curious if you ever heard about the time that Comic Sans and Times New Roman walked into a bar.
No, wait a minute. So I think we're up now. So I think we'll just pretend like we didn't hear that. All right, so we are back up and ready to go.
Point of order, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to hear the punchline.
That will be done through Mr. Cooper. We'll pass that along that way. How about that? Okay, so let me go back to find out where we are.
I'd like to see if there's a committee report available for 641.
Yeah, there is no committee report on this one, so we are basically ready.
I moved to open the public hearing.
You moved to open the public hearing, so I'm going to declare the public hearing open. So, Ms. Godin, are you still with us? Ms. Godin?
Audio will not connect.
All right, so now we have a different problem. Councilmember Van Rees, you're responsible for all this. Just letting you know.
I realize we have so much development coming in District 8 that will pay for all of this. So it's all good.
Okay. All right. We are checking because we've now we're having trouble. We've now lost audio. All right. Well, so while we're waiting for this, Councilmember Young, I'm going back to you. If you will tell your joke again, and then you can give the punchline now that I know what it is.
Well, I just emailed it to everyone, but anyway, I had asked Mr. Vice Mayor if you heard about the time that Comic Sans and Times New Roman walked into a bar. And,
no, Councilmember Young, I didn't hear that.
What is saying? I thought you were into corny humor. Well, when they walked in, the bartender said, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa! Y'all get out of here because I don't serve your type."
So I'm looking at the council members I can see, and it's about. It's not good, Councilmember Young. It's not good. It's about 40% of people laughing.
We have no callers.
Really bad. Okay. All right. So we are ready to proceed. We have no callers for 2021-641. We're going to try to do it that way. BL 2021-641. We're back back on. Councilmember Van Rees, I'm going to declare the public hearing closed. You're recognized on BL 2021-641.
Thank you very much. With two good community meetings, I did not anticipate any callers, so I'm confident of that. And with that, I move approval.
Okay, so Councilmember Van Rees has moved approval, properly seconded. Any discussion on 641? This is for passage on second reading. Seeing nobody in the queue, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of 2021-641 passage on second reading, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Looks like it's 38 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper, you're recognized.
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roden, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cashel, Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Vercher, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
All right, 38 in favor, 0 against. Any changes to that? Seeing none, 2021-641 passes on second reading. Thank you, Councilmember Van Reese. I know you have a hoarse voice. Bill 2021-642, Councilmember Hall. You going to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
All right. So if you're interested in this, go ahead and make the calls. We're checking between systems to see if anybody's calling in. Councilmember Hall, Bill 2021-642, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from RS-15 to R-15 zoning for property located at 4020 Meadow Road on the east side of Meadow Road and approximately 220 feet south of Cedar Circle, 0.33 acres. Councilmember Hall is the sponsor. Bill 2021-642, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS-15 to R-15 zoning for property located at 4020 Meadow Road on the east side of Meadow Road and approximately 220 feet south of Cedar Circle. It's 0.33 acres. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
I'd like to open the public hearing, Vice Mayor.
All right, declare the public hearing open. Ms. Godin, can Ms. Godin hear me?
Yes.
Ms. Godin, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right.
Do we have anybody on the phone lines?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, let's try it one more time. Councilmember Hall, BO 2021-642, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS-15 to R-15 zoning for property located at 4020 Meadow Road on the east side of Meadow Road and approximately 220 feet south of Cedar Circle, 0.33 acres. Ms. Godin, anybody on the call?
There are no callers in the queue.
Okay, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
I would like to move for approval, Vice Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Hall has moved for approval, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. I think they were all yeses, what I heard. 38 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper, you're recognized.
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roden, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cashel, Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Vercher, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
Okay, you heard the vote. 38 in favor, 0 against. Any corrections to that? All right, motion passes on second reading. All right, we got 3 more bills on public hearing. Bill 2021-643 by Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Parker, you want to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
All right, if you're interested in this, go ahead and make your phone call in. 2021-643 by Councilmember Parker, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS5 to MUGA zoning for property located at Dickerson Pike unnumbered, approximately 210 feet south of Front Avenue within the Dickerson Pike sign urban design overlay. It's 0.62 acres. Again, Councilmember Parker, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS5 to MUGA zoning for property located at Dickerson Pike unnumbered, approximately 210 feet south of Front Avenue within the Dickerson Pike sign urban design overlay. 0.62 acres. It's BL 2021-643. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Ms. Godin, anybody on the phone?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to read it one more time. Councilmember Parker, BL 2021-643, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS5 to MUGA zoning for property located at Dickerson Pike unnumbered, approximately 210 feet south of Fern Avenue within the Dickerson Pike sign urban design overlay. It's 0.62 acres. Ms. Godin, anybody on the call?
There are no callers in the queue.
Okay, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion on this one? Seeing nobody in the queue, ready to vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. 38 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper.
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cashel, Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Vercher, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
Okay, 38 in favor, 0 against. Any changes to that? Seeing none, 38 in favor, 0 against, motion passes. Bill 2021-644, item number 24. This is on second reading. Councilmember Johnston. Councilmember Johnston, public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, please.
All right, so if you're interested in this one, go ahead and make your call in. Councilmember Johnston's the sponsor, 2021-644, ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RM20 and RS10 to R10 zoning for property located at 387 Old Peregrine Mills Road, approximately 220 feet southwest of Peregrine Mills Road. It's 0.43 acres. BL 2021-644 by Councilmember Johnston, ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RM20 and RS10 to R10 zoning for property located at 387 Old Peregrine Mills Road, approximately 220 feet southwest of Peregrine Mills Road, 0.43 acres. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Ms. Godin, anybody on the call?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, I'm going to read it one more time. Councilmember Johnston, BL 2021-644, ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RM20 and RS10 to R10 zoning for property located at 387 Old Peregrine Mills Road. It's approximately 220 feet southwest of Peregrine Mills Road. It's 0.43 acres. Ms. Godin, anybody on the phone?
There are no callers in the queue.
Okay, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Move for approval, please.
Okay, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing nobody in the queue, we're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. 38 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper.
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cashel, Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Ashford, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Sousley, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
All right. Any problems with that? 38 in favor, 0 against. Any changes? All right. Motion passes. 644. On second reading. Bill 2021-645 by Councilmember Toombs. This is the last bill on public hearing. Councilmember Toombs, public hearing on this one?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Okay. So if you're interested in this one, go ahead and make your call in. This is 2021-645, ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying a neighborhood conservation overlay district to various properties within the Haynes Heights area located north of West Trinity Lane and west of Lights Creek Pike, zone RS20. It's 171.29 acres. Again, Councilmember Toombs, Bill 2021-645, ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying a neighborhood conservation overlay district to various properties within the Haynes Heights area located north of West Trinity Lane and west of Whites Creek Pike, zone RS20. It's 171.29 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Request to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody on the phone?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have calls coming in.
Okay, send them in. Do we have anybody on the call yet? There it is. So welcome to the Metro Council. We're on Bill 2020. Welcome to the Metro Council. We're on Bill 2020. Go ahead and mute your phone, mute your television or your computer. Bill 2021-645. Need your name, address, for or against the bill, and you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Thank you. I am Quinta Martin, representing the Haynes Heights Neighborhood Association, and reside at 643 West Nocturne Drive in District 2. I am in support of this bill and seek your approval for a conservation zoning overlay for the Haynes Heights community. Our community was established in the early 1950s due to segregation. It was not until the 1970s that the Black middle class, medical, legal professionals, educators, and business owners of Nashville were allowed to buy, build, or live in the white communities of their peers. Thus, seeking a safe and family-suitable area in which to live, our parents and grandparents blazed a trail of developing plots of woodlands in the Nashville outskirts of Davidson County. They chose an area of the county supported by the historic vision of Reverend William Hayes to develop the homestead community of Haynes Heights. For years, the 125 homeowners and residents of Haines Heights have planned, executed, and communicated the desire to preserve the quality of life established by the neighborhood originators. We have proudly maintained the mid-century residential structures and the surrounding properties, conserved the surrounding forested areas teeming with wildlife, and have cultivated neighborhood public areas such as a 3-acre stormwater retention pond to become the jewel lake and park of the neighborhood. Haines Heights is a peaceful, safe, friendly, and diverse community and boasts a rich African-American legacy of residents that have helped shape Nashville into what it is today. The HHNA Executive Board spearheaded the recognition of the community as a historic district of the city, and we are wary of unscrupulous efforts to secure properties from our elderly and from families of recently deceased. Looking around at other Nashville neighborhoods, we can see how communities without design guidelines and zoning overlay designations have suffered with splitting of lots and building of multiple residences, suffered with building of residents out of character with the current homes design, and some with building multifamily properties with specific zoning and zoning designations and short-term rental properties within the neighborhood by non-homeowner loopholes. Homeowners of Haines Heights overwhelmingly support this bill for a conservation zoning overlay. We have been proactive in educating our homeowners of the pros and cons of zoning overlays and the effects of an overlay and design guide on homeowners' rights and property values. If you pass this,
you hit your 2 minutes.
Okay.
So I need to cut you off, but your points are well made. So thank you for calling. Okay.
Thank you. All right.
Ms. Godin, next caller.
There are no more callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move for approval with a brief comment.
All right. So the motion is to approve, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Toombs.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The residents of the Haines Heights neighborhood have been working on this for years to get this conservation overlay. It is, as Ms. Martin stated in her comments, it's a historic neighborhood dating back to the 50s. It was actually the first subdivision created exclusively for African Americans. Of course, that was due to segregation. Preserving this historic neighborhood fits within my strategy as a council member in terms of smart development in concentrating development in the corridors of District 2 and preserving and protecting historic and established neighborhoods. And Haines Heights is one of those historic neighborhoods that should be protected. And with that, I renew my motion for approval.
All right, so I got a motion to pass, again, renewal motion 2021-645, to pass on second reading, properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Looks like it's 38 in favor, 0 against. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Groton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Castle, Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Sousley, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
All right, 38 in favor, 0 against. Any changes to that? Seeing none, motion passes. 38 in favor, 0 against. We're ready for the consent resolution.
Hold on a second, council members. We'll get to the consent resolutions. All right, we have most of the resolutions on the consent agenda. I'll go through the ones that will be on consent and then give everybody a chance to take anything off that you want. So the consent will include item 26, RS 2020-649, RS 2021-787, 788, 789, 790, 791, 792, 793, 795, 796, 797, 798, 799, 800, 801, 802, and 803. Before I ask if anybody wants to take something off, let me ask Mr. Cooper, do I need to take 788 off or leave that on?
Which one is? No, you can just make that announcement at the time.
All right. One person is going to abstain on 788, but otherwise it's on the consent agenda. All right. So looking for hands now. Councilmember Taylor, is there something you'd like to take off?
803, please. Or it's 2021 803.
All right. And Councilmember Glover?
Just very quickly, I don't think you said 794, so it is not on consent, correct?
That is correct, sir.
All right, thank you.
All right, seeing no other hands, 803 is the only one I announced that we took off. So I'll go through and read the caption, and then we'll do committee reports. All right, RS 2020-649 approves an amendment to an agreement between the Tennessee Department of Transportation and the Department of Public Works for improvements on Jefferson Street, Taylor, Toombs, Murphy, Nash, and Swire. RS 2021-787 approves a contract between Metro Government and Youth Opportunity Investments, LLC, for operation and management services for Davidson County Juvenile Detention Facility, Toombs, Gamble, Taylor. RS 2021-788 approves the election of certain notaries public for Davidson County, Johnston. RS 2021-789 approves the application for a grant from the Tennessee Historical Commission to the Metro Historical Commission to provide for a comprehensive countywide cemetery preservation plan, tombs and others. RS 2021-790 approves an intergovernmental license agreement between the Department of Parks and Recreation and the Commissioner of Transportation to construct and maintain a multi-use pedestrian greenway in Davidson County, Rhoton, and others. RS 2021-791 accepts an in-kind grant from the McCabe Park Little League to the Metro Parks and Recreation Department to provide materials and labor to improve and develop McCabe Park in order to better serve the community, Murphy and Toombs and others. RS 2021-792 approves a construction agreement between CSX Transportation, Inc. and the Department of Public Works for the reimbursement of CSX performed railroad safety crossing improvements at Post Road, Toombs, Murphy, and others. RS 2021-793 approves an amendment to an intergovernmental agreement between the Tennessee Department of Transportation and the Department of Public Works for the reimbursement of railroad crossing safety improvements at Post Road, Toombs, Murphy, and others. RS 2021-795 authorizes Parking Management Company, LLC, to construct and install an aerial encroachment at 207 7th Avenue North, O'Connell, Murphy, and others. RS 2021-796 authorizes the Department of Water and Sewage Services to enter into a facility encroachment agreement with CSX Transportation, Inc. to construct, use, and maintain water main in the railroad right-of-way at Division Street, south of 7th Avenue, south in Davidson County, O'Connell, Toombs, and others. RS 2021-797 approves an application for a flood mitigation assistance grant from the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency to the Metro Water and Sewage Services Department for flood mitigation, Toombs, Nash, and others. RS 2021-798 approves an amendment to a grant contract between the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation and the Department of Water and Sewage Services to extend the term of a grant contract, NASH. RS 2021-799 accepts additional sanitary sewer manholes and a fire hydrant assembly for property located at 810 Division Street, O'Connell, Murphy, and others. RS 2021-800 supports House Bill 818, Senate Bill 815, currently pending in the Tennessee General Assembly, to allow the Metro Department and Metro Development and Housing Agency to enter into payment in lieu tax agreements for mixed income projects that include an affordable housing component, Allen, Sledge, and others. RS 2021-801 supports House Bill 824, Senate Bill 1029, currently pending in the Tennessee General Assembly to prohibit sports betting license holders from allowing bets to be taken where alternative financial services establishments provide flex loans, title loans, deferred presentment loans, or cash checking. Syracuse, O'Connell, Evans, Benedict, Pulley, Welsh, Bradford, Sledge, Hauser, Hall, Suarez, Nash, Van Rees, Roten. RS 21-802 recognizes the Tennessee Performing Arts 40th anniversary, Murphy, O'Connell, and others. Before I get committee reports, one last check to see whether anybody wants to pull anything off. Looks like no, so we'll go to committee reports. First, Affordable Housing Committee, Councilmember Suara.
Thank you. Affordable Housing recommended approval on RS 2021-800, 8 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you. Budget and Finance, Councilmember Toombs.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. Budget and Finance recommended approval of Resolution 2021-787, 789, 791, 792, 793, 796, and 797, 10-4, 0 against.
All right, did you mention 649 also? Or is
that one may not have gone to.
1 second, Councilmember.
We've already approved Budget and Finance.
Oh, all right, never mind, thank you. Parks, Library, and Arts, Councilmember Van Rees.
Hi, Pro Tem. This is Councilmember Stiles.
Go ahead.
And I sat in today for Councilmember Van Rees. So Resolution 2021-790 and 791 were approved, 6 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you. Planning, Zoning, Historical, Councilmember Murphy or whoever handled the committee meeting.
Withers.
Mr. Withers.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pro Tem. The Planning, Zoning, and Historical Committee met, and we considered resolutions RS 2021 789, 790, 792, 793, 795, 796, and 799. And we recommended approval 15 in favor, 0 against for all of those.
Thank you, sir. Public Safety, Beer Regulated Beverages, Councilmember Gamble.
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem. Committee recommended 786, 8 in favor, 0 against.
So my notes say 787, not 786.
787, I'm sorry. 787, 8 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you. Public Works, Councilmember Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. Public Works considered RS 2021-792, 793, 795, 796, 797, 798, and 799. All were 9 in favor and 0 against.
All right, thank you. And Rules, Confirmation, and Public Elections, Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections considered RS 2021-788, 801, and 802. We voted 7 in favor, 0 against. And with that, I would move the consent agenda.
All right, the consent agenda has been moved. And is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Actually read that into the record. So, Member Young's abstention.
Oh, I'm sorry. Before I take that vote, Mr. Cooper's reminded me on RS 2021-788, Councilmember Young needs to be noted as abstaining. And so other than that, all in favor of the consent agenda, say aye.
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 And any opposed? Hearing none, Mr. Cooper.
Voting aye, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Groton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Castro, Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, South, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
With that, the consent agenda passes. Yeah. All right, we'll cycle back to the ones that we got to cover still. Next is RS 2021-757, issues general obligation bonds of the Metropolitan government in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $474,610,000, Toombs, Van Reese, and Rosenberg. And so Councilmember Toombs.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. Committee report.
I think it's just your committee.
Budget and Finance recommended approval, 8-4, 0 against, 2 abstentions.
All right, thank you. Back to you. Would you like to make a motion?
I would. I'd like to move for approval with a brief comment.
All right, it's been seconded. Go ahead, council member.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. I just wanted to bring to council members' attention, as well as the viewing public, inquiries that have come from council members on this on the capital spending plan. Council members were asked to submit questions by February 23rd, and the purpose of that was to allow the administration and any applicable departments to have enough time to respond to those inquiries. And that Q&A, which is about 10 pages, is on the SharePoint site, and a link was shared with council members so that they can share that with their constituents. Additionally, the finance department shared several reports on the city's debt service, which includes the debt metrics that we discussed as part of Councilman Druffel's bill that passed recently. And in that summary of the debt metrics, the finance director does let us know what percentage the debt service of our total general expenses would be the proposed capital spending plan, and that would be 15.57%. With the proposed amendment that I assume we'll discuss shortly, the debt service would be 15.59% of total general expenses, and that's in comparison to fiscal year 2021, in which our debt service was 14.5% of total general services, which is the same as fiscal year 2020. And obviously, our conversations about the city debt doesn't end with the capital spending plan. We are headed into the operating budget, and there's an excellent presentation in that information that was sent to the council and also posted to the SharePoint site, a report from the treasurer on the city's long-term debt. And I will be asking the treasurer to come to the next Budget and Finance Committee to give that presentation. And with that, I renew my motion for approval.
Thank you, council member. I've got some people in the queue. Council member Sledge.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I'd like to move the substitute in the packet.
So, second for that?
Second.
All right. Thank you. There's a motion and second for the substitute. Councilman Sledge, would you like to give an explanation of what's in the substitute?
So, thanks. Just briefly, the only thing it does is it adds $7 million for the second and final phase of Fair Park. It does not take away or change any other project that's in the capital spending plan. I spoke with the finance director, as you'll note in the packet. It does have his signature and the legal director's signature that indicates the funds are available and that it's legal. It's not an endorsement of the substitute, obviously, but it does indicate the ability to service it is there. As the budget chair also indicated, it moves our debt service 0.02% of the operating budget. What I want to note, the reason for me bringing this is there's a deadline, there's a timeline on it. There's a stormwater variance that went on this property when Fair Park Phase 1 was approved. That was for 5 years. It has just a little over a year left on it. If we don't produce the park by then, we have to go back through the Stormwater Commission process, which further delays the project. I've also spoken with the administration on this. I think we're all on the same page. I think there is a commitment to finishing Fair Park, and all of the conversations we're having about future of the fairgrounds, both ongoing and sort of additional improvements there. All those conversations are continuing to happen and have been happening quite recently. So with that, I would ask members to support the substitute. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we're on a motion to add the substitute. Councilman Druffel on the substitute.
I'm sorry, on the bill, on the resolution. Thank you.
All right, Council Member Nash on the substitute.
Yes, this is this question for the sponsor or administration, I guess. I'm all for completing the park. All the plans I've seen, it's going to be a great venue and everything gets finished. And part of the plans I saw were a remodeled racetrack. And I know there were some issues, at least in the initial discussions, about the sequencing of, I wouldn't want to see a lot of effort put in making a roadway, for instance, as part of finishing the park, if the footprint of the racetrack is going to make that project be redone, for instance. So have you settled kind of the sequencing issues in your discussions?
Let's turn for somebody from the administration, either Mr. Jamison or Mr. Crumbo want to tell us something about that question.
Thank you, Chairman Mendez. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Nash, and Councilman Sledge is absolutely right. We had discussions on 23rd and 26th, and included those meetings were Laura Womack, Mark Gobble, and also Kim Hawkins. I think the council members are familiar with the improvements and plans that have been either underway or in discussion for isolated segments at the fairgrounds, the soccer, the racetrack proposals, the fairgrounds and expo center. Want to commend Kim Hawkins for putting together sort of a comprehensive image of what it all might look like. I think, at least I was struck by it now takes on sort of a campus feel and no longer resembles disparate elements. Having said that, the administration fully agrees with Councilman Sledge that the items of direction and his substitute, the greenway, the brown remediation, those are important. We did not want to find ourselves reached an approved comprehensive plan, but then having to rip out concrete that had just been poured. So I think the understanding was, at least as a show of good faith, let's adopt a substitute and show our intent to complete the park, as long as we understand this doesn't mandate sequencing. Should a comprehensive plan be approved by this council and the community, and it direct a different cycle or sequence of improvements, that can be what directs. So with that, I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Nash, does that answer your question?
It does. I thank everyone involved, and I'll be supporting the substitute.
All right, I've got Councilmember Hager next.
Yeah, my question is, every time we do a substitute in the past, we've had to take money from somewhere else to add it on. And as y'all know, a couple of years ago or a year ago, I tried to do and add our community center in Old Hickory in there, and I got knocked down by everybody. Now, my question is, why wasn't this put on the front end and having to do a substitute bill and add on to somebody's project in their district without taking anything away from anywhere else? I don't understand that. We've already spent a lot of money on those fairgrounds, and I'm going to tell you, I was at the fairgrounds when Bobby Hamilton got his start at the racetrack, and I helped him back in those days. I know a lot about the fairgrounds, and I appreciate what we're trying to do and update everything over there. But I don't think it's fair to everybody else in their district when they're needing something in their district and they can't get it. And I was knocked out of it a year or two ago for one of the oldest community centers in Nashville to add on to the budget, and I was knocked out. So I can't support this after I got knocked out the last 2 years to have my project done. So that's my statement. And there's been a lot of money spent on those fairgrounds. And in my opinion, the $7 million that he needs should be taken from somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I've got Council Member Young next.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. I just wanted to share my support of Councilman Sledge's substitute to have this funding to finish out Fair Park. I think that, you know, for too many years now, the whole conversation of things going on at the fairgrounds has kind of been piecemeal and focused on particular areas of it. And so I think this puts us in a direction where the whole property can become a cohesive destination for all residents of the county to enjoy and bring it all together. I also would like to hear again from Mr. Jameson to clarify that including this money in the capital spending plan does not create any sort of timeline or create a countdown, because I certainly would hate for some things to start going on and dirt being moved or concrete poured. And then later this year, if we come to a deal on the racetrack and any adjustments have to be made, to have to dig up dirt we just moved and maybe concrete we just poured. So I guess I just want an assurance from the administration that we're not going to be doing anything and then redoing it later, and that this is to put funding in place so that as things transpire at the racetrack, that we can wrap up and tie together all the great things going on at the entire fairgrounds property.
Mr. Jameson, this is your opportunity for a one-sentence response.
That is correct, Councilor Young. It does not mandate the sequencing, but there it is.
That was 3 sentences. Councilman Young, does that take care of it?
It does. Thank you, and I'm excited to support this.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Glover.
Thank you, Chair. I won't be able to support this, nor will I be able to support the bill. You know, the discussion we had in council several years ago was the minute we crossed 12% on the operation budget for debt service, we began getting in trouble. I still believe that. I don't believe we know enough information right now. What are we going to do with the property for the high school? What is the surplus? What's it going to look like this year? I believe it's going to be there. You know, is there a way to rework this to where we can actually pay cash for things and start buying down the debt that we have? You know, I can't support exceeding 15%. I don't like exceeding 12%. But I can't support anything that's going to continue to put a greater burden in the future on the taxpayers of Nashville. So I won't support this for that reason, nor will I be supporting the capital spending plan, because I just don't think we know enough yet to really sit down and look at this logically for what is the best way to utilize taxpayers' money and best represent them. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. All right. So I've got Councilmember Dreffel's hand up because he's going to speak on the bill, and then Council Members Nash, Hager, and Young. I'm assuming your hands are just left over. All right. So I'm not seeing any other hands for the motion to add the substitute, and it's been properly seconded. So we'll try this by voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 And all opposed to the motion to substitute, say nay.
No.
Hey, no.
Abstain.
No. All right. Let's just do a roll call vote then. 1 second while our team gets ready.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, whenever you're ready. Oh, hold on a second. Is your mic on now? Go try now.
And I'm calling you.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Thank you.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Aye.
Ms. Hurst.
Abstain.
Ms. Allen.
Aye.
Glover.
No.
Suara.
Abstain.
Hall.
No.
Toombs.
Aye.
Gamble.
Abstain.
Float.
No.
Parker.
Aye.
I'm sorry. Councilman Parker, you had an audio issue. Was that a no?
It was an aye, yes.
Thank you. Councilman Parker votes yes. Withers.
Aye.
Benedict. Van Rees.
Aye.
Hancock.
Nay.
Was that a no?
Yes, that was a no.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to confirm. Young.
Aye, yes.
Thank you. Hager.
No.
Evans.
No.
Bradford.
No.
Roten.
No.
Syracuse.
Aye.
Welsh.
No.
Sledge.
Aye.
Cash.
Aye.
O'Connell.
Aye.
Roberts.
Abstain.
Taylor.
Aye.
Hauser. Hello? Councilmember Hauser? I'll come back. Druffel?
No.
Is that a no, Councilman Druffel?
Correct. No.
Thank you. I believe Council Lady Murphy is not present. Pulley?
Yes.
Johnston?
No.
Nash?
Yes.
Vercher? Councilmember Vercher? Porterfield? Yes. Sepulveda?
Point of order. Councilmember.
Hi,
Porterfield.
Councilmember Porterfield?
Councilmember Porterfield is a yes, but that yes was from Councilmember Percher, so I wanted to make sure we record it.
Thank you. I have a yes for Councilmember Vercher. Is that correct? Yes. Thank you. Councilmember Sepulveda?
Aye.
Rutherford?
Aye.
Stiles?
Aye.
Lee?
Yes.
Henderson?
Abstain.
Rosenberg?
Aye.
Thank you. And then Councilmember Hauser, are you there?
Who?
Yes.
Was calling on Councilmember Hauser.
I'm right here.
Yes.
I walked away for a second.
Okay, we're on the substitute that Councilman Sledge has offered on the capital spending plan, RS 2021-757. Would you like to vote? You don't have to.
Councilmember Hauser?
I'm sorry?
I had walked away. I had something I had to take care of, so I missed it.
Okay, we'll tally the vote.
All right, so the motion to substitute the bill passes, 21 in favor, 11 opposed, and 5 abstaining. So with that, I believe we will go back to the sponsor, Councilmember Toombs, motion to approve as substituted.
Yes, Mr. Pro Tem, with one brief comment.
All right, properly seconded. Go ahead with the comment.
I just want to remind council members, and I'm sure we all know this, but particularly also the viewing audience, that this capital spending plan comes before us with the finance director's signature. That's the person who essentially watches the money and makes sure that we're doing what we're supposed to do financially as a city. And so his signature means that it is feasible for the city to pay this new debt service going forward. So I'd like the council members and the viewing public to keep that in mind. Again, I renew my motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Now, Councilmember Druffel.
Yeah, thanks, Pro Tem. Yeah, I recognize Director Crumbo. He's done a great job restructuring debt. I can't speak enough of what he's done to make some improvements and help us move around. But at the same time, this puts us in a deeper debt. As much as, he's putting us in a good position, we still are going to go further in debt and have higher debt payments. When you really look at each project, there's no doubt there's a need, there's a value to each of these projects, but I can't see that we should go in the direction of going further in debt at this time when we still know that there's unknowns from COVID. We don't know what it's going to be like in terms of sales tax projections, et cetera. I think we're going in a very aggressive fashion at a time that we should be a little bit more cautious. So I can't support this at this time because I just feel like it's going too much further in debt at a time that we know incurred quite a bit of debt. So I'm going to be voting against this capital spending plan right now.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Next, we've got Councilmember Glover.
Thank you, Pro Tem. So I won't be able to support this either. I mean, we raised taxes 34 to 37% on the people of Nashville. We certainly could not afford this had we not have done that. Given the fact that we're going to go deeper into debt, given the fact that we're exceeding 15% of operation budget, given the fact that we don't know how many police officers we're going to hire, given the fact that we have no idea if we're going to be adding additional firefighters or this or that, we do know we're not adding additional fire stations. So we're, again, not really looking at the priority. I agree with Councilman Druffel. There's a lot of things in this that, are needed project. But there's too many things that we don't know the answers to. But one thing we do know is that this past Sunday, people just finished paying their taxes if they had their money. I know a lot of people didn't, but people just finished paying their taxes on the largest tax increase that we've ever seen. And people are upset about this. This timing is terrible. I don't understand why we couldn't have waited a little bit longer, see what our revenue is actually going to look like. But take, for instance, today, CMA will not be holding the CMA Fest this year in Nashville again. So that's revenue that we had hoped was going to be there, but now we know it will not be. Whether you agree with that decision or you don't, fact is the decision's been made. And so, again, it's going to put a greater burden on the taxpayers of Nashville to pick up the tab on this on a tourist area where around the state and around the country, other communities are thriving, and we're certainly not there yet. And so I can't support this either because we're getting into dangerous waters on the percentage of debt that we're going to have in Nashville. And it's never recommended to go this high. And I fear, and unless somebody can guarantee us we'll never have that type of tax increase again, I fear we'll be seeing the same thing, if not in the next year or two, certainly within 3 years. So I can't support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess I've got a follow-up related question to the administration that is kind of drawn from the debt-related response they sent over, and I appreciate Councilmember Druffel for giving us some new tools here on this front. Do you all have a kind of a target for debt as a share of operating?
Somebody, Mr. Crumbo, do you want to take that? I see you on the call.
Councilman Mendez, Director Crumbo. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last part of Councilman O'Connell's question.
The question is whether the city has a target for debt as a percent of operating expenses that it has in mind when figuring out how big a capital spending plan should be.
We did not have a specific target.
Thank you.
Anything else, council member?
That's it for me. Thanks.
All right, council member Allen.
Similar question. I had always heard conventional wisdom is to try to keep that percentage of debt of your operating budget at around 11 or 12%, and 14 was noteworthy. So 15 is even more noteworthy. Is there just general guidelines on what our peer cities are typically doing or what rating agencies look at? I agree with everyone else that every project on the capital spending plan is a worthy project, but that 15% makes me nervous, and I would just appreciate some context on why that shouldn't make us nervous, because it seems much higher than any number I've ever heard in recommendations.
Director Crumbo.
Yeah, I'd be glad to address that. So, every locality is a bit different, and trying to measure our debt versus others, while you can maybe find some of those so-called wet thumbs in the air by some measures, it's really, up to us to look at our specific situation. And the best report card we really get on that, council ladies, you mentioned, are the debt rating agencies. And so what we have learned from them recently is we've refinanced a great deal of our debt, as well as refreshed our commercial paper program, which is the debt tool we first looked to finance this capital project, is that they view us as an investment grade city, inclusive of this capital spending plan, as well as a stable outlook. And when we think about the rating agencies and their job, it is to wash away, if you will, all of the other things outside of our city and look at us specifically and say, are you a good credit risk? Can you pay your bills as they become due? And they have overwhelmingly said yes about our city and where we're headed, and that's inclusive of this capital spending plan.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Anything else, Councilmember Allen?
That covers it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next on my list is Councilmember Suara.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I agree with some of what he said about the 15% being high, but I also want to push back and say that, yes, we raise taxes on the people, but the point of raising the taxes is also to be able to use the money to serve the community. Last year, our capital spending was low because we did not have the funds. And for me, I'd rather we spend the money on our community, on the needs in our community, on projects that we all agree will benefit the citizens, than put the money in a fund, in a outstanding cash or fund balance at the end of the year. And so using the money for the community is a priority. The other thing that I also want us to notice that I think Budget Chair Toombs did talk about how much our payment was last year compared to this year. And if you look at it in terms of the dollar amount, if I hear her correctly, the difference is not that high. And so I'm saying that we do need to build schools. We do need to make our roads. We do need to service our buildings that are old. We need to look at our children's being in a dilapidated building, overcrowded building. And the way to do that is to make sure that the funds that we've already collected, we're not going to give the taxes back, is to make sure we spend it on the things that are needed in the community. And for that, as much as I think the debt services are, as much as I think that We have to watch it. I also believe strongly in taking care of the citizens. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. We've got 4 people still in the queue, Councilmember Porterfield and then Cash. Go ahead, Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I just wanted to briefly say that I am supporting our capital spending plan. It's imperative that as a city, we prioritize the needs of our constituents. And we all know that there are a lot of needs. We have to make significant investments in education and in our schools and in our infrastructure. And we see our neighborhoods and communities being prioritized in this plan. So, you know, we get complaints and concerns from our residents on a daily basis about the needs that we have. And you know, I believe that this capital spending plan addresses those things. So we know that it is a robust plan, but we also know that there is a robust need. As a city, we have talked about how we are growing at a rate that we can't keep up with. We are decades behind for things like sidewalks and schools and police precincts. You know, so it is very interesting. It's interesting. I'll say that. I definitely understand the need to make sure that we are being financially and fiscally responsible, but we are leaving parts of our city behind. We are leaving our residents behind when we don't make investments in our communities. And people pay taxes and they want to see a return on their investment. They want to see that their tax dollars are going to make improvements in the area in which they live. So with that, I'm going to support it, and I ask my colleagues to support it as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Cash.
Thank you, President Pro Tem. I was going to say a lot of what Council members Suara and Porterfield said. That basically, you know, I know that we've got a lot of people that are not happy about the tax rate. I know we've also got a lot of constituents that are not happy about the lack of investment in our infrastructure. We've got things, I bet other council members have things that have been on the CIB for, you know, almost a decade. So, you know, we need to invest. I am concerned about the level, but we do need to invest in our infrastructure, and we are playing catch up. I also have a question. I know that when we and I don't know if it's for Mr. Crumbo or possibly Mr. Cooper, but I know that we recently passed a bill or passed a law in the last council that precluded us from taking like proceeds from real estate and putting it in the operating budget. Are we able to take proceeds from any real estate that we own and then sell and use that to pay down debt or use towards capital projects?
Mr. Cooper.
Yes, Councilman Cassidy. The bill that passed last term actually requires that the proceeds be used for debt service and capital projects. So it can't be used for any operating purpose.
Thank you. And everybody, don't forget to mute your mics if you're not talking. Is that answer the question, Mr. Cash?
Yes, it does, and I think that's food for thought.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Bradford is next.
Thank you, Mr. President Pro Tem. So I'm very divided on this. You know, I believe this is the right capital spending plan, but I fear that this is not the right time. We still don't know what our revenues are. We still don't know the full effects of the economic downturn that we experienced last spring and summer. And, you know, there are things on this capital spending plan that I think are very important to have, such as the extra safety features for our schools to help them be more safe for COVID. But at this time, I just don't know if I can support this. I just feel like it's too much too soon.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you.
First, I had a quick question for Director Crumbo, if he's still on. And this kind of broad strokes, round numbers is fine here. I just wanted to know, overall new capital spending approved in say this term, and so what is it, 2.5 years now, including this plan, overall capital spending in that time frame. I mean, how does that compare to, recent years in Metro government, say since 2010?
Yeah, so there is a full schedule of that spending that goes back several years on our website, and I'd be hard pressed here just to come up with all those numbers on the top of my head. There hasn't been a capital spending plan in a bit. This is certainly a large one, as you can tell by the numbers that are here. But I'll be glad to follow up with you with the schedule so that you can see all the years gone by.
Thank you, Director. I was hoping to illustrate something for the viewing audience, and that is that, in my view, because I've looked over those numbers, this term, the government has been relatively prudent with capital spending, and relatively constrained. This is the first normal size capital spending plan in a few years, as you pointed out, and so. As my colleagues have highlighted, we do have to make investments periodically to things like high schools, in infrastructure. And I with the fiscal discipline that I feel like this government has exercised this term, the notion that we're on some runaway spending train, I don't accept. And I think this is the right size capital spending plan for the right time. And I'll be supporting it today. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. I, too, am torn when it comes to this capital spending plan, because I, like my other colleagues, believe that there should be some priorities, and especially given to those communities that are marginalized. And it should go back to the community and to the citizens. And I'm disappointed that nothing was in there for Nashville General Hospital. And I just think that it needs to be, we have to do more than just say it, but there has to be some type of action put forth in order for there to be a change. And I just wanted to make note of that. I hesitantly will support it, but I do think that we've got to prioritize things more evenly across the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I wanted to ask the administration, as I was looking at this capital spending plan, I appreciate that the council office was able to kind of pull up a spreadsheet for me and look at some of our key buckets, colleagues, like, sidewalks, paving, bikeways, traffic calming. Traffic calming and bikeways didn't have their own bucket for transparency and accountability until just a few years ago. So it is difficult over the years to compare, apples to apples. I know I've had community members concerned that they're seeing, a lower number for sidewalks of, 21,000. I reminded them that last year was 4,000. It's been 30 before, but we have 50 projects in the queue that are engineered, and we anxiously await the process improvements that are going to allow us to deliver those. The community is concerned about that, and I think to the concern about delivering to neighborhoods, a question that I had and wanted to seek some clarity was around traffic calming. That's something that I have advocated for more funding because it can be spread so equitably around the county. constituents want it, and it delivers safety, and it can be put on the ground, you know, way faster than a major capital sidewalk project. And so I think what I struggled with for this capital spending plan, and I think it's something that the community struggles as well, it's somewhat disjointed when you read the press release and you read Exhibit A, and then you look at how, you know, the Parks Department scores objectively what's needed, how schools does so. That's very kind of transparent and objective. We've had our walk and bike strategic plan with an objective scoring process, but we have not had our annual walk and bike strategic plan implementation meeting that I initiated and had for 2 years. So it is difficult for us to, especially when these CIB numbers, I mean, the CIB number for roadways is in this plan 6 times. The CIB number for sidewalks is in here multiple times. And so we see particular projects like Broadway sidewalks or Madison work called out separately, but less transparency aside from a dot map that doesn't have a companion list to go to it that I can find. So, you know, I think it's hard.
Councilmember Henderson, we've hit the time limit.
Okay, so my conclusion to that then would be, for clarity, please, can we speak to the final amount for traffic calming and how many projects that will deliver, and some more clarity on the roadway kind of numbers and how that the projects that are called out particularly individually, and clarify the amount total for sidewalks, traffic calming.
I can ask Mr. Jameson to comment on that. I know information was provided for the online portal that's been available. Mr. Jameson, can you comment on that?
I was going to add the same. I'm not going to be able to do the math here on the spot, and this is why I know that the materials that the council members are getting can be complex. That is in relationship to the materials that you got just 2-3 years ago, where the Exhibit A consisted of 2 documents, the bond resolution and a rote recitation of very broad topics. You'll recall Councilmember Henderson getting Exhibit A's that would say roads, $10 million. So on Exhibit A, on this one, for example, with respect to sidewalks, the attempt was made to subcategorize it pursuant to the transportation plan. So you've got a couple of entries for sidewalks that include, under the state of good repair, the $10 million allocated for there, then the specific allocations for the Broadway, and then the walk bike updates, all in separate categories, but to match up with the transportation plan as a companion document. In terms of the actual mathematics, I won't be able to do that on the spot, but I can get that to you in the morning.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jameson.
Mr. Pro Tem, if I could just clarify on my question to Mr. Jameson. If I may.
Councilmember, I would ask that you can keep the hand up, and because time has expired, and I'll circle back to you after we get through everybody else.
Okay, it was just to clarify that particular matter, but okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Hauser.
Yes, I have 2 questions. And one is, have we figured the cost of delay? Because all the items that are on the capital spending plan eventually need to be done. If not done now, in the very near future. So my first question is, what is the cost of delay? And my second question is, what is the impact on our debt service payments each year?
Mr. Jameson, can you comment on those?
With respect to the cost of delay, I cannot offer expertise. I do know that generally construction costs do tend to go up year to year, but for each industry and for each item, be it concrete, be it steel, be it school design, Each one has a different inflation factor, and if you have a particular area of interest, I can research exactly what that is. Generally speaking, in terms of what the general debt payment impact is, I think Mr. Crumbo's letter to you that sets out the debt metrics for the capital spending plan lays out exactly what the percentages will be. You'll notice that our percentage this year, FY21 at 14.5%, remains even at what it was in FY20. Lastly, I would just add that in terms of the total amount of this capital spending plan, it is not by any stretch the highest, and certainly has no extravagances. And just in FY16, it was $520 million. In FY17, it was $475 million. So we're not even in the top two.
Thank you. And now I think we've gotten through everybody once. So we're on going back through people. I've got 5 people in the queue right now. Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak again. I know some of our colleagues did have a question about is now the right time, and I believe Mr. Jamison just kind of touched on that a little bit. Every day that we wait to make these investments, the cost of these projects will go up. One thing that I really like about the capital spending plan is the investment that we're seeing in education. And I'm not sure how many of our colleagues saw this, but just this week, Nashville was featured on a national TV station highlighting our school to prison pipeline, highlighting the inequities in our city, highlighting how we are leaving neighborhoods like North Nashville behind, highlighting the high incarceration rate in 37208 and how we're not investing in our city. Now, this particular capital spending plan has an investment in our schools. And I don't know how many of my colleagues have children in public schools or how many of you have been in a public school in the last decade, but our schools are in need of investment. And it's really hard to learn and teach when you're sitting in a classroom with no air conditioning and it's hot, or you're sitting in a classroom with no heat and it's cold, or you're sitting in a classroom that's leaking because water is coming in through the roof. I know many people don't have the opportunity to go into our schools, or we choose not to, whatever the case may be. But this is the condition that our students and our teachers are in every day. We cannot continue to put this off. We can't continue to wait and say that we're going to make an investment at another time. Over 40% of MNPS students are economically disadvantaged. So at what point are we going to say that we're going to make a priority to make sure that our students have the things that they need? And this is a small price to pay when we are trying to catch up with other cities, when we're trying to catch up to the needs of our city and to the needs of our residents. And again, people pay taxes. They don't want their taxes to sit in an account. They want their taxes to go for what they needed to go to. People want traffic calming. They want sidewalks. They want to make sure that their kids have a school with a working HVAC system. So again, colleagues, I ask you not to wait, not to push it off, and not to defer this to another capital spending plan, but to make the investment now. Each year, we need to make more of an investment, especially when it comes to education. So with that, I ask you all to please support this. Thank you.
Thanks, Council Member. It looks like I skipped Council Member Rosenberg on our first run through. So Council Member Rosenberg, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. There's no perfect choice, but this is, I think, a very important. This is a plan that has a lot of priorities in it and things that we need to address. It's got a lot in it for public safety, for public works, for planning, transportation, stormwater, in schools. What Councilmember Porterfield just said is absolutely right. We're on the order of $1 billion behind in capital spending on schools. And that's not just a number. That has very real effects throughout all of our communities, whether it's things like HVAC systems or real public safety. At a school that's very near and dear to my heart this week, The side fell off right by the door where there were kids present on their second day back in high school. The side is falling off of a school that's supposed to get replaced in this plan. It did not land on any kids, but it was right outside the courtyard at lunchtime when it very well could have. It's time to start making these investments. You can only say that you're for public education for so long without actually acting and investing in public education. This takes a big step towards addressing a serious backlog and years of neglect, and we need to do the right thing and do this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Swope.
Previous question.
We've got previous question. All in favor of the previous question, say aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
No.
Any opposed on the previous question? Looks like previous question prevails. So we're on the motion to approve the resolution as substituted. And the previous question has been called. So all in favor of the motion to approve the resolution as substituted, say aye.
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 Hi.
And any opposed?
No.
No.
All right, then I think that was 4. Yeah. Let's just do a roll call vote on that, but we need for Mr. Cooper to come back in the room before we do that. So give us a moment. Let's just do a roll call vote. We're gonna do a roll call vote on the motion to approve as substituted. Right. All right, we've got the full team here. So we're going to do a roll call vote on the motion to approve RS 2021-757 as substituted. Madam Clerk, whenever you're ready. Aye. Oh, hold on. Go ahead.
Hurt?
Aye.
Yes. Allen?
Aye.
Glover?
No.
Suara?
Aye.
Paul?
No.
Toombs?
Aye.
Gamble?
Aye.
Swope?
No.
Parker?
Yes.
Withers?
Aye.
Benedict? Van Reese?
Aye.
Hancock?
Nay.
Young?
Aye.
Hager?
Reluctantly, yes.
Evans?
No.
No. Bradford?
No.
Roten?
Yes.
Syracuse?
Aye.
Welsh?
Yes.
Sledge?
Aye.
Cash? Councilman Cash? Coming back briefly, O'Connell?
Aye.
Roberts?
Aye.
I believe you voted yes.
Correct. Yes.
Thank you. Taylor?
Aye.
Hauser?
Aye.
Druffel?
No.
No. Murphy? Pulley?
Aye.
Johnston?
Yes.
Nash?
Aye.
Bircher?
Is this voting on calling for the question?
No, this is the motion to approve the resolution as substituted.
Okay, yes.
Porterfield?
Aye.
Sepulveda?
Aye.
Rutherford?
Aye.
Stiles,
Yes. Aye.
Lee,
Yes.
Henderson,
Aye.
Rosenberg,
Yes.
Councilman Cash,
Councilmember Cash, are you there? Looks like he's calling me. Hold on. Yes, sir. All right.
You can hold the phone up if he wants to announce his vote.
All right, Mr. Cash, go ahead and announce your vote. Mr. Cash, go ahead and announce your vote.
I am an aye, a yes.
Thank you.
31-7.
All right, the ayes have it, 31 in favor, 7 against, so the resolution as substituted passes, which moves us on to item 35, RS 2021-794, approves a memorandum of understanding to transfer solid waste disposal responsibilities from the Department of Public Works to the Department of Water and Sewer Services, along with the related operational activities, personnel, and equipment. Rutherford, Nash. Mr. Rutherford?
Committee reports, please.
Looks like it's to Personnel, Public Information, Human Relations and Veterans Committee.
Our committee, yes, our committee voted for a 1 meeting deferral, 7 in favor of that deferral, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Nash for Public Works.
Public Works voted for a 2 meeting deferral, 7 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Councilman Rutherford.
A point of order on that, can it go to 2 different committees at 2 different time frames? Because we have 2 different time links of deferrals.
You're the lead sponsor, so you just make a motion.
Actually, under Councilmember, under Rule 8, if a committee defers, then it's automatically deferred 1 meeting. So even though one committee deferred 2 meetings, the 1 meeting would prevail. So it's an automatic deferral by rule for 1 meeting.
All right, like you said, automatic deferral for 1 meeting.
Let's do that then.
All right, thank you. Next, we'll go to item 44, RS 2021-803, recognizes the 50th anniversary of the Exit In. Council members Taylor, Syracuse, and others. Councilman Taylor.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Colleagues, thank you for indulging me. I wanted to just take this moment to...
Let's get the committee report first.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Committee reports.
Rules, Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you. Rules voted in favor, 7 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Taylor, do you have a motion?
Yes, I'll move for approval with a brief explanation.
It's been moved and seconded. Go ahead with the explanation, sir.
Yes, thank you again, colleagues. Thank you for indulging me. I wanted to highlight the 50th anniversary of Exit In. As we continue to look into Nashville, we want to make sure that we preserve history and powerful history in Nashville. And Exit In is one of those areas that we want to preserve and recognize and celebrate. And so with this resolution, I thank all of the co-sponsors for signing on. And I thank the Exit In for all that they do for the city of Nashville and that they will continue to do in the future. And I yield my time.
All right, thank you. I've got 3 hands up. Are those from before or for this resolution? It's Parker, Rosenberg, Syracuse. Councilmember Parker, do you wish to speak on this?
My apologies. That's a lingering hand.
All right, Councilmember Rosenberg, do you wish to speak on this resolution? Councilmember Rosenberg, I guess we'll take that as a no. Councilmember Syracuse.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I appreciate it. It's very appropriate that this council recognize this iconic, world-renowned yet locally owned and operated music venue here in Nashville. Thanks to Councilmember Taylor for sponsoring this. As cities have revitalized, so has the energy and culture that spurs creativity. Independent live music venues have been at the forefront where new and innovative music performances happen. And if it wasn't for these venues, many artists wouldn't have the opportunity to break through to the mainstream. But as the opportunity for development in cities like Nashville and Austin and others have had the chilling effect on the city's ability to preserve and advance the culture of providing opportunity for independent artists. And I'm quite concerned that on the other side of this pandemic, it means a local venue is not going to be able to afford to sustain the business, but that corporations are going to start to swallow up many of our independent live venues, and the homogenization, of the live music business will mean less opportunity for many artists. It's very important we celebrate this extraordinary 50-year history of this venue that has cultivated some of the biggest acts any of us can name. Yet, should we lose these venues in the time ahead after we recover from the pandemic, we will witness a true crack in the foundation of Music City's greatness. I really send my heartfelt thanks to Chris and Talisha Cobb and their entire staff and their team for making Exit In a place where dreamers and the working creative class provided an opportunity to showcase their talents and enrich all of our lives. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Thanks, Councilmember. Councilmember Hager, I see your hand up. Is that left over from before also?
No, I wanted to talk about the Exit In. Just to let everybody know that when I went to Belmont University, I used to ride my Harley down and park it across the street at the Gold Rush. And we used to go over to the Exit In and then back to the Gold Rush back in the late 70s and early 80s. So the Exit In has been a staple of Nashville. And as Councilman Syracuse said, been a lot of great acts there, and we've lost a lot of these venues. Just like Starwood, we lost Starwood. Used to go to a lot of concerts there. And we've got to keep these places in mind so the musicians and everybody have a venue come back to Nashville. And when things especially going to open up, I think, in the next month or two, we want to bring all these venues back open again so the tourists and the people in Nashville can enjoy them again. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilmember. All right, seeing nobody else in the queue, we've got a motion to approve. It's been properly seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, Mr. Cooper.
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Flora, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Verser, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, South, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
Thank you. With that, the resolution is adopted. All right, we've got two late filed resolutions. The first one is sponsored by Councilmember Toombs, amends Resolution RS 2020-656 by replacing the exhibit thereto, the transportation plan, with a revised version. Councilmember Toombs.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. Committee reports.
Let's start with your committee.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval 10-4-0 against.
Needs to go to the.
I need to suspend the rules.
All right, before we get the rest of the committee reports, let's get a comment from the Rules Committee and then have you move to suspend the rules. Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections did not have any objection to the suspension of the rules.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Toombs for a motion to suspend the rules.
Move to suspend the rules.
All right. If anybody objects to suspending the rules, please speak up. I see two hands up, Mr. Hager and Mr. Swope. Is that meant to object to suspending the rules or hands left over from before?
I'll take mine down. I'll take it.
No, sir. I was trying to make a point of order on the last resolution we just passed to add all council members' names to that exiting resolution.
Can I do that now?
Already on it, they can contact the clerk if they want to have their names added.
Hold on, Mr. Cooper, can you explain that?
Since the vote has already passed, I don't think we could go back, but anyone who wants to be added can notify the clerk's office and can be added as a sponsor. Or I guess if there's no objection and the clerk's okay with it, then we can have everyone added as part of the minutes, if the clerk's okay with that.
Fine, because otherwise the deadline would be tomorrow.
So without objection.
So without objection, we'll go ahead and add everybody's name on the last resolution. And
I appreciate that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
I'm sorry for missing you, Councilmember. Now, I've sort of screwed up here. We were in the middle of the motion to suspend the rules, and unless somebody wants to object to suspending the rules, then we're not going to talk about anything else. Are there any objections to suspending the rules? Seeing none, the rules are suspended. We've already got the committee report from Budget and Finance. Let's go on to Public Works with Councilmember Nash.
Public Works voted in favor, 9-4, 0 against.
And Traffic, Parking, and Transportation, Councilmember O'Connell.
We voted 3 in favor, 0 against, and 1 abstention.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Toombs, the rules are suspended and we've got the committee reports in. Do you have a motion?
Yes, I move for approval.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, Mr. Cooper.
Voting aye. Matus, Hurd, Collins, Glover, Flora, Hall, Toombs, Campbell, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Dreffel, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Verger, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
Any changes to that? All right, 38 in favor, 0 against. We adopt that late resolution. The item J2 is the other late resolution. It's by Councilmember Hurt, requesting the Office of the Trustee to allow property tax payments received during the first 5 days of March to not be considered delinquent as a result of the February 2021 winter weather event. Hurt, Toombs, and others. Councilmember Hertz, you want to start with the Rules Committee?
Yes, if I could just make a couple of statements just before I go into that, Mr. Pro Tem. First, I wanted, the Vice Mayor had recognized the Minority Caucus for its reception last week, and he named
Councilmember Hurt, let's go ahead and we need to get the rules suspended before we can consider this. So let me go to the Rules Committee. Councilmember Johnston.
Sorry.
Thank you. We had 1 objection to the suspension of the rules for this item.
All right, thank you. And Councilmember Hurd, if you'd like to make the motion to suspend the rules, and if you want to very briefly add a comment about the reason why, that's fine. But just keep it brief, please.
Yes, I would like to ask for a suspension of the rule. And the reason why is because we've got the March 5th date coming up, and we really want the trustee and housing fund, because I do have an amendment to it, and I will explain that if that's possible. But the reason why I need to suspend the rules is because we do want to go ahead and move forward with addressing the issue.
All right, and thank you for mentioning that there's an amendment coming with this too, but let's deal with the motion to suspend the rules. If anybody objects to suspending the rules, please indicate that. Hearing none, the rules are suspended, and so you can go ahead, Councilmember Hurt. Maybe committee report next from Councilmember Toombs.
Well, I would like to ask for a committee report, but I do want to recognize those committee members on the Minority Caucus that did do an outstanding job. If it's okay, please.
Sure, let's just do that after we get the committee report, and so we can keep with the process. Councilmember Toombs.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval, 8-4, 1 against, and 1 abstention.
All right, thank you. All right, Councilmember Hurt, you've got the rules suspended. We've got the committee report in. Go ahead.
Okay, basically, I first want to thank the colleagues who's co-sponsored this resolution. And I know that the resolution itself has caused some concern because of legalities. The intent and the heart of this resolution is to show grace to our Nashvillians as is related to the deadline for paying the property taxes due to the winter storm. Residents lost 5 days, and we wanted to extend the date in order for them to get those 5 days back. Much like the IRS changed its date, for COVID. We instituted a 34% tax increase, and we wanted to show sensitivity to our citizens. The offices were closed. Mail couldn't run, and the citizens were advised to stay at home. So because of those legalities and concerns, we did come up with an alternative, thanks to Councilmember Allen, who reached out originally to the Housing Fund, and we've had some communications with them, and they have a relief program where they're offering tax support and assistance. So the amendment speaks to that, and if we could at this time, I'd like to have the resolution and the amendment approved, and I can let Councilmember Allen speak to the amendment if she'd like to.
All right, Councilmember Allen, I think you need to suspend the rules to consider the amendment. So why don't you go ahead and start with that?
Yes, I'd like to ask to suspend the rules, please.
All right, and did this suspension go to the Rules Committee also?
The amendment did. I think it was the same objection on both.
All right, so Councilmember Johnson, tell us what happened in the rules.
If Director Cooper is correct, there was the one objection.
Okay, thank you. So Councilmember Allen, go ahead and move to suspend.
Okay, I'd like to move to suspend the rules, please.
All right, Councilmember Allen has moved to suspend the rules to add an amendment to this late filed resolution. Any objections? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you. The Housing Fund is the administrator of about $2.5 million through their Housing Resiliency Fund that is specifically to provide tax relief. And because of the issues that had been brought up by both legal counsel and finance department with the current wording of the bill, there were problems with waiving interest fees, but if we have a nonprofit that is willing to help with the payment of those, we provide the same grace and sensitivity that I think everybody was very supportive of without running into legal issues. And Marshall Crawford at the Housing Fund was very willing to work with us on that. I think we still have some work to do on that language, and I believe that there's going to be a deferral later on so that we can make sure we've got it exactly right. But this at least gets us to the point where we know that that we're close to a solution. So I would thank the sponsors for taking this as a friendly amendment and would like to move the amendment, please.
The amendment's been moved and seconded. Any discussion about the amendment? Councilmember Glover?
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. Mr. Cooper, can you explain what it would mean if, in fact, this is deferred? What does that mean, please?
If the amendment is not put on the resolution, if the amendment's not put on, then there's not much point in the resolution if it's deferred, because the time period that we're talking about is March 1st through the 5th. It's now the 2nd. So if you waited till the next meeting, you would be past the time period at all. If the amendment is added, which instead of asking the trustee to waive the interest, ask the trustee to refer people to the housing fund for assistance with paying that interest, then a deferral would not make make a difference. So it really hinges upon whether the amendment gets added.
Okay, all right. Thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem.
Thanks, Councilman Glover. Any other discussion on the motion to add the amendment? Councilmember Allen, I'm assuming that hand is from before. Okay, seeing none, all in favor of adding the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed? Hearing none, Mr. Cooper.
Voting aye, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Asperger, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
All right, so that's 38 to nothing. The amendment is added. Back to you, Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you. I'd like to move the resolution and the amendment as it has been amended with a brief comment. And that is, thank you all very much, because the amendment does allow for the trustee and the housing fund to work and get the exact language that we need. It is going to be a win-win for everyone, because the housing fund wants to execute its program at its fullest effect, and they're going to be able to serve our constituency by making sure that these taxes are paid for these first 5 days for those who were unable to do so. So I really do appreciate the support of everyone. And with that, I ask for approval.
Thanks, Councilmember. I want to make sure I understand. I had been led to believe that there was going to be a motion to defer for one meeting. I just want to make sure.
Sorry. Yes, we do want to defer it, but I wanted the amendment approved. So I do want to defer it until
for one meeting.
For one meeting, yes.
All right. So the motion is to defer the resolution as amended for one meeting. Been properly seconded. I'm not seeing Councilmember Hancock. Go ahead.
I was just wondering if Council Lady Hurt could explain, if I missed it, I'm sorry, the deferral. I thought we wanted to have this done before March 5th.
Mr. Cooper.
So with the amendment, it's not as time sensitive, because the interest payments can be made after the 5th. So this would be asking the trustee to refer people who couldn't pay by the 1st to the housing fund for assistance with paying the interest. So a deferral doesn't hinder that from happening.
Okay, so when they come to pay on March 10th, then we haven't had our meeting yet, what happens then?
They would be considered delinquent, but they could go to the housing fund for assistance with paying the penalty, which is the interest that's added.
Okay, I'll trust the sponsor that this is a necessary deferral and vote with her.
Thank you,
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It is necessary, because we want to make sure that we get the information exactly right in order for them to be able to do it. We've got to work out the details and exactly how the housing fund is going to get the information of those people. And that question did come up in the discussion, but if we're only talking about from March 1st to the 5th anyways. So we want to just make sure that that is the exact number that we're looking at and how much it's going to cost, because they do have a limited amount of funding.
Thank you, Councilmember. Seeing no further discussion, there's been a motion to defer the resolution as amended for one meeting. It's been properly seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing no opposed, Mr. Cooper.
Voting aye, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Ashford, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
Thank you. Thank you. By a vote of 38-0, we adopt the motion to defer for one meeting. And we'll switch back to the Vice Mayor now.
All right, let me get organized real quick. While I'm getting organized, I only have one comment about something Councilmember Hager said. When he was going around on his motorcycle in the 70s, I was in elementary school. Just making sure you knew that. Okay.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Councilmember Hager, you're out of line because I didn't call on you. So anyway, all right. All right, we are on bills on first consideration. Just get to the right page. All right, does any bills on introduction, first reading need to come off of consent because we're going to take them all at one time? Anything that needs to be taken off? Seeing nobody in the queue indicating that nobody has to come off, we'll take them all at one time. I have a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion on approving all bills on introduction and first reading in one motion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Looks like it's 38-4, 0 against. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Squirrel, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roden, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Fritzer, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Southlee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
All right, that vote is 38-4, 0 against. Any changes? Seeing none, all bills on first reading are passed on that motion. All right, we're now on bills on second reading. There is a consent agenda. Let me go through that. Item number 69, BL 2021-647 is on consent. BL 2021-648, item number 70 is on consent. 649, item number 71 is on consent. 650, item 72 is on consent. 651, on consent. 652, on consent. 653, on consent. Anything that needs to be bumped off of there? 647, 648, 649, 650, 651, 652, and 653. Anything needs to be bumped? Seeing no hands up, I'll read the captions of those bills. Item number 69, BL 2021-647 by Council Members O'Connell, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing 3H Group, Inc. to install, construct, and maintain underground and aerial encroachments in the right-of-way located at 1500 Charlotte Avenue. BL 2021-648, O'Connell, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance to amend the GIS System Street and Alex Centerline layer for the Metropolitan government by abandoning an approximate 80-foot portion of Leah Avenue right-of-way between 7th Avenue and 8th Avenue South. BL 2021-649, O'Connell, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance to amend the GIS System Street and Alley Centerline layer for the Metropolitan government by banning alley number 2058 right-of-way south of Lebanon Pike and east of Rucker Avenue. BL 2021-650, this is item 72, O'Connell, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance to amend the GIS System Street and Alley Centerline layer for the Metropolitan government by banning alley number 142 right-of-way and easement from Leah Avenue to Drexel Street. Item number 73, BL 2021-651 by Sledge, Murphy, Nash, and O'Connell. An ordinance to amend the GIS System Street and Alley Centerline layer for the Metropolitan government of Nashville and Davidson County by abandoning an unnumbered alley right-of-way and easement from the 6th Avenue South and Oak Street intersection southwestward. BL 2021-652, Sledge, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorized the Metropolitan government to abandon existing public water mains and easements and to accept new public water mains, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements for two properties located at 715 Merritt Avenue and Haken Street, unnumbered. And BL 2021-653 by Sledge, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to abandon the sanitary sewer main, adjust the sanitary sewer manhole, and accept sanitary sewer main encased in concrete and one sanitary sewer manholes for four properties located at 13th Avenue South, also known as AMEC Publishing House. Those are the bills on second reading consent. Anything needs to be bumped off before we take up the committee reports? All right, seeing none, we got committee reports coming in. Planning and zoning, I think it's Councilmember Withers. You're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Planning, Zoning, and Historical Committee met, and we considered bills BL 2021 647, 648, 649, 650, 651, 652, and 653. And we recommended approval, 15 in favor, 0 against, for the consent calendar.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Withers. Public Works, Councilmember Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Public Works considered Bill 2021 647, 648, 649, 650, 651, 652, 653. They were all moved for approval, 9 in favor and 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Nash. And Councilmember O'Connell, Traffic and Parking.
Thank you, Mr. President. We considered BL 2021 648, 649, 650, and 651 on second reading. All were recommended 4 in favor, 0 against.
All right, and Councilmember O'Connell, can you give me a motion to approve all those bills on second reading consent?
I would be happy to. I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
All right, Councilmember O'Connell has moved bills on second reading consent, properly seconded. Any discussion on those bills? Seeing none, we are ready to vote. We're voting on the second reading consent agenda. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Looks like it's 38-4, 0 against. Mr. Cooper.
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Hall, Toombs, Campbell, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Birchip, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
All right, 38-4, 0 against. Any changes to that? Seeing none, the second reading consent agenda passes 38-4, 0 against. We're now back on page 23 of my calendar. It's item number 64, BL 2020-387, Council members Hancock, Evans, O'Connell, Bradford, Rutherford, and Henderson. It's an ordinance amending section 3.24.010 of the Metropolitan Code pertaining to health insurance benefits for members of the Metropolitan Council after they leave office. Council member Hancock, you are recognized.
Committee reports, please.
All right. I think it just went to one. It's personnel. Councilmember Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee considered all 5 amendments, and I'll read the list off to you. On amendment number 1, the committee recommended approval, 7 in favor, 0 against. On amendment number 2, the committee recommended in favor, 4, voting for, 3 against. On amendment number 3, the committee recommended disapproval with 2 in favor and 5 against. Amendment number 4, the committee voted in favor, 5 for, and 2 against. And on amendment number 5, the committee also recommended disapproval, 3 in favor and 4 against. And then on the bill as amended, the committee recommended approval, 3 in favor, 2 against, with 2 abstentions.
Okay. Councilmember Rutherford, would you give me that last report on the full bill?
On the full bill as amended, the committee voted 3 in favor, 2 against, with 2 abstentions.
Okay, thank you. All right, before I go back to the sponsor, I need to go to Mr. Cooper on the amendments. Mr. Cooper?
So just before we get started in the discussion of the amendments, I wanted to note that they all conflict with each other. And so really only one of them needs to be offered. If more than one are voted in favor of, it gets very complicated. Arguably, the last one in time would prevail, but the way the amendments are worded, because they're deleting some of the same language, and it would just get very complicated if more than one passed. So I say that as a word of caution before starting the deliberation.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Cooper. All right, Councilmember Hancock, you are recognized.
I'd like to move Amendment 1 with a comment.
All right. So Councilmember Hancock has moved Amendment number 1. That's a proper motion, proper second. Back to you, Councilmember Hancock, for an explanation of the amendment.
So in keeping with Council Lady Hurt's theme of grace for the evening, I'd like you all to think back a long, long time ago to September 14th, the day before council meeting, where the minority caucus met and considered Councilman O'Connell's amendment that he was unable to apply the next day because we were not yet at third reading, even though it seemed like we should have been by then, because this has been through, the ringer. So I listened to that caucus meeting over and over and over the last 5.5 months. And I really appreciate the support that the minority caucus gave to Councilman O'Connell's amendment. But at the same time, I thought I could make it a little bit better for everyone. And what I did was I looked at the percentage that the council member would have to pay, which his amendment, and I don't want to confuse things, but was offering a 50-50 time period for 8 years. And I thought that, really, if council members have sacrificed their career opportunities for this particular job, and if as they're rolling off council, they are trying to regain that level of career they had before or start an entirely new career, it's going to take a little bit of time, and I understand that, and I think we all understand that. And so I do think that if they were having to pay 50% and hadn't found that job yet, that would be difficult. So my amendment offers 2 years at the same rate council members serving have, at 75% subsidy, 25% council member. Then they roll to the 50-50 for 2 years, and then down to the plan as it exists today for former council members that had not served the regular time period, or as the current bill exists, for a 25% subsidy. So in summary, it's 75% subsidy for the first 2 years, and then down to 50 for 2 years. And I think that would give all council members an opportunity to land that next big gig, which I'm sure everyone can do with the level of people we have on this council. And I just want to let you know that, we all have worked on this throughout this last 5.5 months. Everyone on the committee, people that weren't on the committee, for at least a few hours every single week. And I really think that this is a great compromise, and I appreciate the support of the committee, and I hope to have your vote. Thank you.
All right, so Councilmember Hancock has moved amendment number 1, properly seconded. I will say, along with Councilmember Hancock, that we do certainly appreciate the work of that Council Benefits Committee, particularly the citizens who spent a lot of time working on it. So they are to be thanked. All right, so discussion on amendment number 1. Councilmember Cash, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Councilmember Hancock, just hypothetically, if we don't pass any of these amendments right now on the bill, what happens the day after a council member is no longer a council member? What does the bill as is say?
Vice Mayor, would you like me to address that? So right now, this would not affect anyone that's currently serving. So the bill as it exists today is Bill 2020-387 as amended from August of 2020, which included all council members, first term and second term. So nothing would happen instantaneously, and it would affect incoming council members in the 2023 class. If you didn't vote on any of the amendments, it would affect incoming council members.
I'm sorry, what I'm asking is, if I may. What I'm asking is, when we've gone through the process of like, I know it's not talking about current council members, but in the future, a council member that loses their these benefits, do they lose them on the right away, or is there already some kind of access to the policy to stay on the policy, whether they pay it or we pay it partly?
John Cooper can correct me if I'm wrong, but right now you would have these benefits in the future, as you said, at the 75-25 while you're on council, and then when you leave council, you could stay on the plan at your own cost.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Mr. Cooper, do you need to respond?
That's correct. You could stay on the plan by paying 100% of the premium. Now that would still provide a benefit in that, you know, if you had a catastrophic illness or something, the government would cover it, but you would pay 100% of the premiums.
All right, Councilmember Cash, anything else?
Nope, that's what I wanted to know.
All right, Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I had a clarifying question for Director Cooper, if I may.
All right, that's Councilmember Porterfield talking. Proceed ahead.
Thank you. This is Councilmember Porterfield. My apologies, I forgot to say that. Director Cooper, I just wanted clarification. I know you were saying that we only need to move one amendment because it can get tricky if other amendments have been moved. So I just, but you also said the last amendment passed would carry, was my understanding. So I want to make sure that I understand. If Amendment 1 passes, will the other sponsors of the amendments, assuming some people may withdraw their amendments, but if anyone wants to move forward with their amendment, would they be able to? And if their amendment passed, would the last amendment prevail?
Mr. Cooper.
So although the amendments are not written this way, functionally they all replace the same language with different language. So I think that they're really replacing the same subsection. So from that standpoint, I think a very good argument could be made that the last in time would prevail. But because of the way the amendments are done, and because they are rewriting some of the same language, another argument could be made that you would just lump them all together and see what happens. But that would be impossible to administer because you would have conflicting provisions. So I suspect that if more than one amendment passed, then Metro Legal would advise HR or whoever's administering the plan that the last amendment in time to pass prevailed. But my advice is to pick one and go with it.
Councilmember Porterfield.
This is Councilmember Porterfield. Thank you, Director Cooper.
Do you have another question?
This is Councilmember Porterfield. I do not.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Porterfield. All right, Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just need clarification as well on the amendment. So is it correct that the amendment that Councilmember Hancock spoke about was Amendment 1? I know she has 3 amendments. Are we looking at all 3 amendments? And for that one, the one that was just discussed, I think I heard that there was a 2-year 50-50, then it goes, 2 years, 75-25, then it goes to 50-50, then it goes to the 75-25. But where was that 100% that I just heard? When does that kick in? Whether council member pays 100%?
The 100% would be if you didn't serve 8 years, okay. Or if the bill isn't amended, then you would pay 100% if you wanted to stay on.
Okay. And so is that all in the First Amendment, or are you referring to the other amendments?
That's in the First Amendment.
Okay, so you, in order to get coverage at all, even with the 2-year 75%, the council member serving at least 8 years.
So I think if you served less than 8 years, you could continue, but you would pay 100% of the premium.
Okay, so the what do you call it? The subsidy would start after.
Right.
You would only be eligible after 8 years.
It would be after 8 years. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Gamble?
That answers my question. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember O'Connell?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to clarify, based on Mr. Cooper's guidance, that if Amendment 1 is applied, I will not offer Amendment 4.
Okay. So Councilmember O'Connell said that if Amendment 1 goes on, Councilmember O'Connell has in your packet Amendment number 4, and you're indicating you will not put Amendment number 4 on. Okay.
That's correct. If Amendment 1 prevails, then I will not seek to further amend or try to override that amendment.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. To Councilman O'Connell's point, is it possible for us to know, will Amendment 2, 3, and 5 be offered if Amendment 1 prevails? I think it's going to be helpful for us to know what all options we're going to be looking at so that we can make the best decision.
So, Councilmember, that's actually up to the sponsors of the amendment.
I think you could ask.
Yeah, I think you could ask the sponsor. So I will tell you that Amendment number 2 and Amendment number 3 are both sponsored by Councilmember Hancock, and Amendment number 5 is sponsored by Councilmember Toombs and Councilmember Stiles. So if you want to ask, you can ask.
Okay, so my first question is going to go to Council Lady Hancock. Council Lady, if Amendment 1 prevails, will you offer 2 and 3?
Councilmember Hancock.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Amendments 2 and 3 were drafted by the Special Committee on Council Benefits, and that's why my name is attached, because I was helping to coordinate in that committee. One of those amendments did not pass in personnel, and I do not see it passing in council. The other amendment, I also don't see as helping to move this bill forward. So no, I don't plan to offer them. I plan to offer or plan to support the subsequent amendments if mine does not go through.
Okay, great. Thank you. And so my second question would be for Council Lady Toombs. Council Lady Toombs, if Amendment 1 passes, are you planning to offer Amendment 5?
Yes, Councilwoman, I would like to offer Amendment 5.
Okay. Director Cooper, is it possible for us to learn, for Council Lady Toombs to explain how that would affect, how 5 would affect 1 if 1 passes and then 5 is offered and also passes what we're looking at?
Mr. Cooper.
I think the legal term would be a mess if 1 and 5 pass. I'm looking at both of them, and they amend the same thing, the same subject. They just do it in a different way. So I think that if Amendment 1 passes and then Amendment 5 passes, Amendment 5 would prevail.
Okay. Is it prudent right now to compare the 2 amendments so that we know what we're doing? I mean, I think this has been so complicated, and this is a big, I mean, obviously there's a lot of eyes watching and we want to make the right decision. So I don't want to put us into a legal quagmire. So is it possible to just, we've had the explanation of what Amendment 1 would do. Can we get a detailed explanation of what Amendment 5 would do?
Yeah, so Councilmember Johnston, the buzzer just rang, but obviously this is important. So I'm going to ask the sponsors of Amendment number 5, Councilmember Toombs and Councilmember Stiles, for the benefit of all council members to explain their amendment. And then if Mr. Cooper wants to come in behind, I think he's given the legal term of it, but how this might work. So Councilmember Toombs, can you explain Amendment number 5 or Councilmember Stiles?
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor. So Amendment number 5 reduces the Metro subsidy from 75% to 50%. And it keeps that subsidy in place until the former council member reaches age 65 or obtains other insurance, whichever occurs first. And the former council member would have to submit a sworn statement attesting to not having any outside insurance other than what's paid for by Metro.
Councilmember Johnston.
Okay, and so that would, okay. All right, so we're going from 4 years with some sort of subsidy under Amendment 1 to in perpetuity, possibly with 5. I'm seeing heads nodding, so I'm assuming I'm, okay. Okay, thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. I hope that was helpful for everyone.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Johnston. Councilmember Hart, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Councilmember Johnston, that wouldn't necessarily be true because it'll be just 2 years for me if that were so. So it doesn't necessarily have to be more than 2, 3, or 4 years based on that 65. So I just wanted to make a comment because I really do appreciate Councilmember Hancock and the effort and the time and commitment that she put towards this, because I was adamantly against it from the very beginning. But because of the devotion and commitment that she showed in willing to try to work with us to come up with some compromising alternative, I'm very, very appreciative of that. And I just wanted to make that statement because I think that's what we're supposed to do, is work across the aisles and walk away with something that will be for the best interest of all of us. So I just wanted to say how much I appreciate that.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Bradford.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I have a question for the sponsor of Amendment 5. So in Amendment 5, it talks about whichever comes first, getting other health insurance or turning age 65. My question is, those who are obtaining insurance through another source, is there anything that requires them to do that? I mean, it seems like we're just going on the honor system here, that when someone who's no longer on council gets other insurance, we're just, fingers crossed, hoping that they'll do the right thing and contact Metro HR saying, hey, I've got insurance through another source. Or is there something that's going to be in place, like an annual recertification or annual check to make sure that we don't have people, lying to us, basically?
Councilmember Toombs, I believe that was addressed to you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. So there's no language in the amendment that requires a annual check. However, you are required to submit a sworn statement under penalty of perjury that you don't have other insurance not paid for by Metro. So that is the check on making sure that folks aren't on Metro insurance while they're insured by someone else.
Councilmember Bradford.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. That answers my question.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to follow up on that point, which I guess is addressed toward Amendment 5. For those who might be concerned about those sort of checks and sworn statements and stuff, the insurance companies check on that all the time and send you letters and call you and make sure that you do not have insurance through another source because they want to know whether they need to pay you or not. So I can speak in personal experience, actually dealing with our system, that the insurance company was very interested to make sure that I did not have insurance from another source. So there is another check, and it is called the insurance companies. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Council Member. So I'm trying to go through people who have been called on, but I am going to go back to Councilmember Hancock because her hand got raised. Councilmember Hancock.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I wanted to address this question to John Cooper, please. And the question is, if you're offered insurance at another job, would you be required to take it?
The way the amendment is worded, no. It's only if you choose to accept the other insurance. There's no obligation that you take it if offered.
And so if you did not take it, then when this Metro Insurance is doing the check, they would not find other insurance because you did not accept it.
That's correct.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Hancock. I've got Councilmember Hager. You're recognized.
If I'm correct on Amendment 5, and the sponsor of that amendment can tell me, but you don't get at age 65, you don't automatically get Medicare at that age. You get Part A, but you can't get Part B. And right now you have to be, according to what year you're born, 66. And that goes up every year when you're eligible for Medicare. So if you put 65 in there, then some people are not going to be eligible for Medicare at 65. So I'd like to ask the sponsor how you address that.
Councilmember Hancock? Or I guess you're
I'm not the sponsor of that bill. Right. I'm Amendment 1.
Yeah.
The amendment as written doesn't address people not being eligible for Medicare at 65.
Point of order, Vice Mayor.
I'm looking to see who said
Glover.
that.
Glover.
Councilmember Glover?
I live in this world. 65, even though you may not qualify for Social Security yet, you do qualify for Medicare Part A and B. You have to elect Part B, but you get Part A automatically. Part B, if you choose to take it, then at 65 is where it kicks in.
Councilmember Glover, because you were going to be called on next because you could have answered the question.
Okay.
Yeah, that's probably more appropriate just to come next. And that was actually Councilmember Glover speaking because his camera's not on. All right, Councilmember Hager, back to you.
That's all I wanted to know. I didn't know whether you're eligible for Medicare at 65 or you had to wait. Some people will be 66, 67 before they get their Social Security. I wasn't sure if you got Medicare automatically at 65, but I guess the federal government could change that anytime also.
All right, so that was Councilmember Hager speaking because his camera's not on. Councilmember Hager, was that directed at anything or is that just a statement?
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say, if you amend it to just 65, if the federal government changes the age that you're eligible to get Medicare, shouldn't there be something in the amendment to cover that? That's all I'm saying.
All right, I got it. So, Councilmember Toombs, any response? Because I think that's kind of directed at your amendment.
Not really, Mr. Vice Mayor. Just once again, the amendment as written doesn't address if you don't receive Medicare at 65. It assumes that you will.
All right, I'm going to go to Councilmember Glover. Councilmember Glover, camera's not on. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Yeah. So I merely was, what I was going to do, I'm not going to do now because I've spoken, but the point of order was to say, under current law, 65 is when you get Medicare. That was my point. Social Security and Medicare is two different things. People get confused with that all the time. I have to deal with it every day. And so anyway, that was, I changed from what I was going to originally do. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Glover. That was Councilmember Glover speaking. So I've got Councilmember Johnston and Councilmember Gamble with their hands up. Do you want to be recognized again? Okay, Councilmember Johnston shaking her head. Councilmember Gamble is shaking her head. You're recognized.
Thank you. And I too just want to say that I appreciate the due diligence that Councilmember Hancock and Councilmember Toombs have put into trying to come to a compromise and resolution on this issue. I just have both of these amendments are touching on things that are critical to ensure that council members who have earned and need this insurance benefit are able to get it without being a burden a huge burden on the taxpayers. I wonder if there is an average dollar amount of what the cost would be for each amendment with the as it's written now, whether it's the tier or tier year supplement as opposed to the 50-50 up until you're 65.
All right, so this question then goes out to Councilmember Hancock or Councilmember Toombs or maybe Mr. Cooper. Councilmember Gamble, I think you're asking for whether there's been a financial cost associated with either amendment. In terms of how it would cost, what it would do.
Yes.
So I'm going to go to all the parties. Councilmember Hancock, do you know on amendment number 1?
Well, I mean, it's simple math and it's complicated math, right? Because we have people that are on individual plans where the Metro government is paying $6,000 a year, and we have people on family plans where the Metro government is paying $17,000 a year. So the Metro government would continue to pay that for 2 years for however many people stayed on it, which is a fluid number. We also don't know the age of those theoretical people at this time. So therefore, how long, they would likely be on it if it was on Ms. Toombs' plan. But my biggest point on amendment number 1 is that when you leave council, if you don't have insurance, you're all of a sudden going to have to pay twice what you paid when you're on council. And that's why it was important to me that we stay at the 75 rate for 2 years, because I'm confident that if someone found a job, they would then switch to their insurance. And then if for some reason they needed to stay on it for 2 more years, they would drop down to that 50-50 rate. And then that 4-year roll-off would be over. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I don't have exact numbers on what the average cost would be or the total savings under my amendment. My thinking.
Hey, y'all just not getting out? No, we're not out. We still meeting.
Everybody needs to mute.
Still on second. Oh my God.
Oh my God. Go ahead, Councilmember Toombs.
My thinking in the 50-50 split was to try to reduce the financial cost to taxpayers, but keep it still at a affordable rate that former council members could potentially pay, as well as put an end date on it so that it's not a lifetime benefit. The end date would be the 65 or getting the insurance from another source. So that was my thought process in coming up with this amendment.
All right, Mr. Cooper, you're the last person on that list. You're recognized.
I did hear from HR Director Shannon Hall late this afternoon, who sent an email. She had been reviewing the amendments, and she did say that regardless of the amendment, there would be some additional cost to reprogram R12, which is our financial management HR system. So she did not know what that calculation would be, but could probably figure that out before third reading.
Okay. Councilmember Gamble, anything else before I move on?
Yes, just one more question. Is there a time-sensitive issue with moving on this bill with these 2 different amendments today? Listening to Director Cooper and suggesting that maybe we could get some more information before the next meeting. I just wonder if there is something that makes this time sensitive to move on it today.
I think you're going to have to ask Councilmember Hancock that one. Councilmember Hancock?
I do think this is time sensitive. We've been moving this since August. It's a super slow roll for a very high profile bill. We just voted in a very large budget exceeding our debt more than we have before, more than the state allows, and we need to have a win here. We need to show the citizens that we're listening. I do plan to defer third reading to the first meeting in April to allow for the 8 council members that have children in Metro Nashville Public Schools to enjoy spring break at the next meeting. And if you're here at the meeting, fine. I just didn't want to put any pressure on having you here for that vote. So I do plan to defer third reading, and this is amendable on third with no objections. Is that correct, John Cooper?
Cooper. Right, as long as the rules were suspended, which is less than 2 objections.
Great. Thank you. That answers my question. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Vercher, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is Councilwoman Vercher speaking. Vice Mayor, I would like to add just proper context to this entire conversation, because I think we don't serve the public well when this benefit is portrayed as an exorbitant cost on our budget. If someone can speak to, so that those that's viewing this, what would be the overall savings for any of these amendments to pass currently with the benefit as it is? I believe it's 0.0375% of the budget. And any savings that would be captured from whatever change that may be adopted, it's going to be several years before those savings even materialize anyway. We talk about saving taxpayers dollars. Well, let's do the real work. Let's do the real work. And this legislation doesn't do it. It doesn't get us there. It does make for great political grandstanding, and it does get our neighbors really emotional about this. But at the end of the day, is not adding significant savings to the budget. It was mentioned about the 34% property tax increase, but no one mentions about the proposed $1 billion transit plan on the heels of the property tax increase in the middle of a pandemic. We're focused on this small percentage that has a very small impact on our budget. If we're going to overhaul and really comb through the budget and identify savings, do it in a comprehensive approach so that it makes more sense to those that elected us. We're not saving any money here. We're just getting people really emotional about a benefit that many council members don't even participate in. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Council Member.
And I'll be a no on everything. So you can go ahead and mark my vote.
All right, thank you, Council Member. Council Member Young, you're recognized.
Previous question, Mr. Vice Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Young has called the previous question. So we're going to take a vote on the previous question. We're not voting on let me just tell you where we are. The motion in front of us is a motion to approve amendment number 1. That's what's in front of us. The previous question is to get to that vote. We're just voting on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
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 Yes.
Aye.
Opposed, no. 38 for, 0 against. Do you want to do it? Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Swire, Hall, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Rees, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Dreffel, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Verger, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
All right, 38 for, 0 against for the previous question. We are voting on amendment number 1. Okay, let's just make sure we're clear. Councilmember Hancock has moved amendment number 1 to ordinance BL 2020-387. It's properly seconded. That's what we're voting on. We'll try it by voice vote. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye.
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 Opposed, no.
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 It sounded like there were, I'm hearing 2 no's.
No.
Just trying to be careful.
No.
All right, who voted no?
Councilmember Stiles.
Parker.
Stiles voted no, and there was a Mel voice.
Taylor.
Councilmember Sledge, you were no?
Taylor.
Oh, Councilmember Taylor.
Lee.
Svoboda.
All right, okay.
On the board.
All right, so we're going to do a roll call. It's hard to tell sometimes. All right, so Madam Clerk, so let me just remind you where we are. Previous question prevailed. We are voting on amendment number 1 by Councilmember Hancock. And if you would, if you're for the amendment number 1, you would vote yes. If you're against it, you would vote no. Okay. Madam Clerk, take the roll.
Mendez? Yes. Hurt?
Yes.
Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Glover? I'm sorry.
No.
Councilmember Glover votes no. Okay.
Flora?
Yes.
Yes. Hall?
Councilmember Hall?
Come back, Vice Mayor.
All right, come on back.
Toombs?
Aye.
Gamble?
Aye.
Swope?
No.
Parker?
No.
Withers?
Aye.
Benedict? Van Rees?
Aye.
Hancock?
Aye.
Young?
Aye.
Hager?
No.
Evans?
Aye.
Bradford?
Aye.
Broughton?
Aye.
Syracuse?
Aye.
Welsh?
No.
Sledge?
No.
Cash?
Abstain.
O'Connell?
Aye.
Robert?
Aye.
Taylor?
No.
Hauser?
Aye.
Druffel?
Aye.
I believe Ms. Murphy's not here. Pulley?
Aye.
Johnston?
Aye.
Nash?
Aye.
Vercher?
No.
Thank you. Porterfield?
Aye.
Sepulveda?
Aye.
Rutherford?
Aye.
Stiles?
No.
Lee?
No.
Henderson?
Aye.
Rosenberg?
Aye.
And Councilman Hall, are you here?
Councilmember Hall?
26.
All right, so the vote is 26 ayes, 10 noes, and 1 abstention. So the amendment passes. All right, 26 to 10 to 1. So we've got amendment number 1 on the bill. Now we have other amendments. Councilmember Hancock, I'm going to go to you. Just you've got amendment number 2 and amendment number 3. Think I know what you're going to do.
I'm not going to move those amendments. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember O'Connell, you indicated you were not going to move amendment number 4.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on amendment number 5.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move for approval.
Okay. Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Toombs.
Once again, colleagues, this bill would reduce the subsidy that Metro pays from 75 to 50%. It also includes an end date by which the benefit would end for former council members. It would either be at age 65 or when that council member chooses to get on some other insurance not paid for by Metro, and that council member would have to submit a sworn statement under penalty of perjury that they are not on insurance other than the insurance paid by Metro until that end date. With that, I'd ask for approval.
All right, so Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval of amendment number 5, properly seconded. Discussion on the amendment. Let's see. I've got Councilmember Hager. Do you want to be recognized, Pat? Your hand's still up. Councilmember Hager? Okay, his hand's down. Councilmember Vercher? Oh, okay, your hand's down. No, Councilmember Vercher, your hand's still up. Councilmember Vercher.
My hand is down, Vice Mayor.
Now it's down. Okay, I got it. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Based on the discussions we were having on this, knowing that someone could, decline getting insurance with their new job in order to maintain the Metro insurance, therefore effectively, going against what we're trying to do here, I can't support this amendment, and I want to be voting against it, and I ask my colleagues to do the same.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Bradford. Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I like this amendment because it does give an end date or end time for participants. And I don't believe that anyone who opts or decides to run for office to serve this city at the capacity that we do, it is a lot of work when you're doing it right. I don't think anyone that does that would want to take advantage of the insurance system that we have with Metro. I don't think Metro employees would do that. I don't think elected officials would do that. And I believe that if an elected official got another position and had an opportunity to take insurance through their employer, which would probably be at a better subsidy than the 50-50, then they would do that. They wouldn't try to hold on to Metro's insurance to try to take advantage of the system. Again, this is for individuals that have served the city for 8 years, served the city in a way that makes life better for everyone in the city. So I don't think we would be in jeopardy of having a lot of individuals taking advantage of that. And for those reasons, I'm supporting this amendment, and I encourage colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Gamble. I've got Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just had a clarifying question for Director Cooper. I wanted to get clarification on a point that one of our colleagues made. Director Cooper, under Amendment 5, an individual does not have to get off of this insurance if they are able to get insurance elsewhere. Under Amendment 1, which just passed, does the individual have to get off of Metro's insurance if they can get health care elsewhere?
Under Amendment 1, no.
Okay, thank you so much, Director Cooper. So what we're saying is that I just think that that's a faulty argument to say that that you won't support this amendment, excuse me, because the individual does not have to get off once they can obtain other insurance, when that wasn't even considered in Amendment 1. So I just think that logic is a little bit confusing. So I wanted to make sure that was clarified. So thank you for doing that, Director Cooper. I think that, to Councilmember Vercher's point, we're having a conversation. We definitely want to make sure that we acknowledge that we're listening to constituents and that we're listening to the people of the city. But this has been really misrepresented as though it's going to include savings that are not actual savings that we're going to see. This has been represented as though this is going to be some immediate savings to taxpayers, and we know that that's not true. It's been a very frustrating process. I did attend several of those benefits meetings, and one of the things that came up a few times was centered around compensation. And the reason that so many people are so passionate about this legislation is we want to make sure that we keep working class people on council. Most people are not independently wealthy in this city. And if we want to make sure that working class people are represented, we need to make sure that they are on council. So some of the conversation with the committee was talking about looking at compensation. I understand why people don't want to do that now. I understand why people in the past have voted against additional compensation. No one wants to do that type of vote. We hear that this is not an earned benefit for a part-time job. The majority of us don't work part-time. The majority of us are putting in well more than 20 hours a week for this job. And it's very unfortunate that we are continuing to chop away at the few benefits that we do have being a council member. I mean, this is the only benefit. We get a very small salary. And yes, we know that going into this. But again, the only way that you're going to have representation from working class people is if we have some type of compensation package. And it's just very unfortunate that we are continuing to remove the few pieces of compensation that we do have. With that, I am going to support Councilmember Toombs' amendment because I do think that it is a better amendment. So I'm going to support it, and I ask my colleagues to support it as well.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Porterfield. Who's next to my list? I had it on the amendment. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I wanted to get some clarity around the age 65 thing. It was my understanding that regardless of the level of subsidy that we have in any amendment, whether it's this one or the current law where we have it, 75%, is that at 65, when we become eligible for Medicare, we have Medicare, and I believe that the Metro's insurance becomes secondary. Is that true? I just want someone to point that out, or if Director Cooper can state that.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes. That is correct. Once you are eligible for Medicare, then you keep the Metro insurance, but it becomes secondary.
Okay. So really when it ends at 65, it's sort of that it's in a way ends because it's not your primary regardless. I think there's a lot of confusion about what happens at age 65. Go ahead.
I think under the amendment at 65, you wouldn't be eligible to keep it at all, so it couldn't be secondary. But for Metro retirees, once you're Medicare eligible, then it becomes secondary.
Okay, got it. Hurry, that's what I needed to know. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not in favor of amendment number 5. I believe, if I understand it correctly, that if amendment number 5 is passed, that it would basically overwrite amendment number 1. And I believe amendment number 1 is more equitable for the taxpayer. And I believe that as well that we're sort of answering the wrong question sometimes. It's been brought up that maybe this doesn't save enough money. So, the question would be then, well, how much is enough money? And does that make a difference in whether or not you would support something as to whether it saves enough? The same thing with the time frame. Does it save money soon enough? I think that's the wrong question to ask. I think it's a matter of what do the taxpayers expect of us. And I think amendment number 1 gets us at least a little closer to what we're being asked to do here with this benefit. And so I lean towards amendment number 1, and I'll be voting no on amendment number 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Evans.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We need to move some of this more controversial legislation to earlier in the session whenever I'm more articulate. So I'll try to be as articulate as possible. But some of the things that I'm reflecting on as I'm listening to the conversation, really, if you look at both amendments, neither one of them are requiring any one of us that have alternatives to Metro Insurance to take advantage of those alternatives. Everybody who's on the plan currently has a reason for being on this plan. Everyone who is elected not to be on the plan has a reason that they've decided against it. And when we talk about incentives and encouraging people to run for office who maybe would not normally consider running, this is a benefit that's been discussed a lot as being one that does encourage people to run for office. But if you look at the list of people that have taken the benefit after serving on council for more than 2 terms, it's not a very diverse list. And so is this a perception that this is a valuable benefit after serving? And the reality is that it's not that beneficial. I don't know the answer to that, but that's the observation that I have in looking at that list. In terms of, this benefit in general, really, I think about it from a principal perspective. Residents in my area have overwhelmingly said they do not support us having access to Metro Insurance after serving 8 years. They don't feel like it's enough time. They don't feel like it is something that they should be supporting as taxpayers. And when we start to think about our unfunded liabilities as a city, we are contributing to unfunded insurance liabilities for our city. And so that's something to take into consideration as well. I appreciate both Councilwoman Toombs and Councilwoman Hancock for bringing these forward, as well as the other amendment sponsors, but I'll be voting no on Councilwoman Toombs's amendment. Thank you very much.
Mr. Cooper is having some problems over here. Okay. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I actually wanted to speak on the bill once we get past all this, but I guess I will take a moment to speak. One of the things that we have neglected to talk about as we talk about this benefit, and it has been casually cast aside the couple of times that it's come up, is equity. I don't know that if we sit and we look at our body right now that we can say that we are the most socioeconomically diverse as we potentially could be. Not having this health benefit could be very detrimental to representation from certain communities and certain groups. This is a fact. And I think it's something that we need to bear in mind as we continue this overall conversation. It does matter. And sometimes the opinions of individuals that are saying, oh, we need to get rid of this. Well, I think what you don't know, you don't know. And I think as we sit here debating this, we are all sitting at this table as council members. We know how much work goes into this. This is not a part-time job. And so if we're going to try and come to some kind of compromise, Amendment 5 does that far better than Amendment 1. This changes it, the percentage, it's 50-50, it's until 65, so there is an end date involved, and it doesn't keep everything away from anyone that's thinking about coming to this table in the future from an underrepresented group. So I would ask that our colleagues vote yes on this amendment. Thank you so very much.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Glover.
Councilman Glover, call the question.
Councilmember Glover calls the previous question. So we're on the previous question. Again, let me tell you where we are. Councilmember Toombs has moved amendment number 5. That's what we're getting ready to vote on. But before that, we're voting on the previous question. So we're not on the amendment yet. We're on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. I think it's now 37-0. I believe Councilmember Hall is out. Mr. Cooper.
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Flora, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Broughton, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Berger, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
All right, any changes to that? The vote is 37-4-0 against for the previous question. We're now on amendment number 5 by Councilmember Toombs. We're voting on that. If you're for the amendment, you vote yes. If you're against it, you vote no. We'll do it by voice vote first. All those in favor of amendment number 5, say aye.
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 Opposed, no.
Oh.
No. No.
No.
Nope. Madam Clerk, we're going to do a roll call vote. Okay, so if you're for amendment number 5, you would vote yes. If you're against it, you would vote no. We're voting on amendment number 5 by Councilmember Toombs. Madam Clerk?
Mendez?
Take the roll.
No. Hurt?
Yes.
Allen?
No.
Glover?
No.
Suara?
Yes.
Hall? Toombs?
Yes.
Gamble?
Yes.
Swope?
No.
Parker?
Yes.
Withers?
No.
Benedict? Van Reese?
Councilmember Van Reese? Councilmember Van Reese abstains?
Hancock?
Abstain. Yes.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute. So
Amendment B?
Councilmember Van Reese abstained. Councilmember Hancock votes.
I'm sorry. I voted. I meant to vote no, but I was just so confused with the whole Van Reese abstaining and everything.
All right.
I'm sorry.
All right. So we got that clarified. So Councilmember Hancock votes no. Okay.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Young?
No.
Hager?
No.
Evans?
No.
Bradford?
No.
Roten?
No.
Syracuse?
No.
Welsh?
Yes.
Sledge?
Yes.
Yes. Cash?
Abstain.
O'Connell?
Yes.
Roberts?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Hauser?
No.
Druffel?
No.
Murphy? Pulley?
No.
Johnston?
No.
Nash?
No.
Vercher?
No.
No. Porterfield? I'm sorry.
No.
Councilmember Porterfield votes no.
That was not Councilmember Porterfield.
Okay. Councilmember Vercher voted no. Councilmember Porterfield, what's your vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Porterfield votes yes.
Thank you. Sepulveda?
Yes.
Rutherford?
No.
Stiles?
Yes.
Lee?
Yes.
Henderson?
No.
Rosenberg?
Yes.
All right. So there were 15 ayes, 20 noes, and 2 abstentions. Amendment number 5 fails. So we're now back on the bill as amended by amendment number 1. Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move Bill 2023-87 as amended with third reading to occur first meeting in April with a comment.
First meeting in April? Okay. All right. So the motion is approved tonight the bill 2020-387 as amended by amendment number 1, and it also has another amendment on. It has the amendment on from prior, right? Yeah. Councilmember O'Connell's amendment. So just to make sure we're all clear, a long, long time ago, in a galaxy far away, Councilmember O'Connell had amended this bill, so that amendment is still on. It rides with the bill. Now we have another amendment now on the bill, so it's 2020-387 as amended. Okay, and Councilmember Hancock has moved passage of that bill tonight on second reading, and then would defer third reading until the first meeting in April. Councilmember Hancock, have I got that right?
Yes, that's correct.
There you go. Okay, so that's the motion, properly seconded. All right, so that's the motion. Okay, we've got people back in the queue. I'll go back through. Hancock, I'll recognize you first.
Thank you. So this all started for me. Last year at this time, we were having budget hearings, maybe not quite this time because we didn't go virtual till after our St. Patrick's Day Council meeting. But Councilman Mendez and Council Lady Saguara had a Zoom streamed live on Facebook meeting where they talked about all the things we ought to cut. And they couldn't find much. And this was the one that was highlighted as a key thing that we could still cut. And no, it's not going to solve the budget problems. And certainly adding, millions of dollars of more debt isn't going to either. The point is that every time we can find something that the citizens believe shouldn't be here, that we can talk about and understand, then we need to try to put our best foot forward. We have a lot of discussion of some council members that think this job should be a officially full-time position. We have council members that believe this should be a higher paid position. The citizens that we met with since December all the way through last Friday agree with a lot of those things. But first, the citizens are asking to show some good faith, to step forward and relinquish this benefit that no other city in the country has. We talk about people on council and how they use it. And Council Lady Evans talked about the people that served more than 2 terms that had this before we were term limited. There's only 4 people out of the 73 that used this before. So it's certainly become an opportunity that people have been going for after just 8 years, and it is building. Back when this was first considered in 2012, we changed the benefits for Metro employees. We asked them to, instead of earning this at 5 or 10 years, that they were going to have to wait till 20 years. We offered that to ourselves, and we said, well, wait, let's have a study. Let's see what the study says. The study said, no one else does this. You should end it. It's a sign of the times. It's not because we ever did anything wrong. It was appropriate when we did it. Many cities did it then. But healthcare costs have gone sky high, and the city can't afford to keep adding people onto the plan if they haven't served a long period of time. We have 55% of the council that, like right now, we're 50-50 male and female, right? Almost, with the vice mayor, it puts us over the top. But 55% of the people that use the plan are female. 76% of the use the plan are male. It's been targeted as something that was to help get more females on, but more females don't use it than males use it. It's not something that is unusual. Lots of jobs have insurance. It's great that we have insurance. Lots of us need the insurance, and no one wants to cancel it. We just want to make sure that it's within the scope of our job. And when you're on the job, you should have the insurance. And that's all I'm saying there. I think that everyone here deserves the insurance that they have right now. And I'm proud of that. And I just want to make a good faith effort for the city and put our best foot forward here. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Hancock. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple quick notes. So as we've got it right now, the bill is amended. There are a couple of things I want to remind people about. One, with the amendment that was already on the bill coming into tonight, this does not pull the rug out from anybody who was elected with the expectation of an existing set of benefits, right? This does not affect anybody currently serving on council. This only affects council members who begin serving their first term, either, I guess, in a potentially a special election, but generally speaking, in the term that would begin in fall of 2023. Another key point that we just worked on tonight and had a lot of discussion about is there is no immediate cliff, even for those forward-looking council members, so that there is a phase-out period for the subsidy. That's related to a third critical point, which is the benefit does not go away. The rate at which it is subsidized changes slowly over time, again, for council members who start serving. That brings up my final point, which is this does let us start bending the curve of Metro's overall costs for the long term. No, it's not a large year-over-year savings year one, year two, et cetera, but it does start bringing down costs for Metro over the long haul. And one fifth minor point I would put in there is we do have data already showing that I know one of the key points of consideration here is the impact on diversity on council, but prior to this benefit, we saw that it is reasonable to have a diverse body that can become more diverse over time. I think there are other ways we're going to have opportunities to explore that as the city grows and changes, and I encourage colleagues to support this. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Suara.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I want to thank everyone that's worked on this. My problem with this bill from the onset is the misinformation that goes with it, and a lot of that is being said. Yes, there's talk about it not saving much money, and that is true, instead of the millions that people are saying. But the other thing that we're not looking at it was just mentioned tonight that there's talk about increasing salary. When you look at the impact of how much it has every year, which is about 400,000, not the millions talk about, but if you do go ahead and increase the salary, you will actually spend more than that. So to me, it's almost as if we want to save a penny and then we're going to lose a pound eventually. I think Metro is gaining a lot by having council members work at a full-time rate and being paid at a part-time pay. If you have to pay that full-time, it would actually cost more. And so this is something that I think works money-wise for Metro. And that's the point of it that I kept telling people that, you know, when we're talking about the numbers, we're misrepresenting those numbers. The other thing that frustrates me is the fact that everyone keeps saying this does not affect us. Yes, it does not. And so, but we keep holding on it because we want to make sure that we leave Metro in a better place. If there's the issue of equity, if there's the issue of people serving later on, it doesn't matter. I mean, the fact that I'm not going to have to pay doesn't mean that I shouldn't look for what is best for the city. And that's the way that I look at it. We should have even, if we're going to put it in, we should pay too. But the fact that we're excluded ourselves even makes it even worse, in my opinion. So using that argument is not something that I will subscribe to. I also want to say that, you know, a lot has been said. I just don't even want to repeat myself. A lot of people don't use this subsidy. A lot of people are not on the insurance. I'm not on the insurance. People that have other insurances don't use Metro insurance. And so to think that because Metro offers it, everybody is using it, it's another false statement. Or the fact that people are 20 years old is going to take 50 years. No. There's only 1 or 2 20-year-old on council. Most people are over 60. And so all this misinformation is what really upsets me about this bill. And I think that people are very upset without getting the fact. After having said all of that, I know people are upset. I know they're upset over taxes. I don't think it's the right move for Metro. I think overall we'll be paying more and we'll be losing on equity and people to serve. But after having said all of that, because the people are saying that they want it, and because people, even if I think they don't understand it, even if I don't think it's the right move, I'm going to yield to the taxpayer, and I will reluctantly support this. Thank you.
Thank you, you, Council Member. I've got Council Member Taylor. You're recognized.
Thank you. One of the things I do want to point out, this doesn't affect the people that are voting for it. And I find that is a huge, huge problem that we want to say that we want to save money and we want to do right by the taxpayers, but we're not doing right by the taxpayers today with this. And so as we push this down the road and we continue to have this conversation, it's a little shaky for me that we create a piece of legislation that impacts council members, but it doesn't impact anyone that's creating the legislation. So that's just one area that I wanted to point out. And if this is really serious, I'd ask the sponsors to take a time and look at it to see if we want to save dollars, can we save dollars today? Or do we want to save time for us to be able to continue to do this and impact others down the road? Early on, I didn't support this. I still don't support this. But I just wanted to look in ourselves as council members to notice that if we're going to be making changes and we're saying we're doing this for the public and we're doing this for the people, we've made some decisions. We had some conversations tonight about spending and taxes. And if we really want to cut and save, let's do it today and not let us be grandfathered in and then we put it on someone else's back. And that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Council Member. Council Member Henderson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I want to express appreciation to Council Lady Hancock as lead sponsor and really doing a lot of research and listening and effectuating a compromise. So what Councilman Tyler just spoke to, I concur. I would vote today to have it affect our body, but that's not what's going to work by way of listening to everyone and what their concerns are and effectuating a compromise. Is there misunderstanding in the community about this? Absolutely there is. Do we get really disconcerting emails about, people saying not very nice things about, you're a part-time body and shame on you and how could you do that? And is that hurtful? Sure, but that is not propagated by anyone co-sponsoring this bill. And so I with Councilman Mendez and former Councilman Freeman, co-sponsored this similar legislation in the first term. Council Lady Hancock laid out a really good outline of how long the council has been talking about this and how long the community has maintained their concern about this. People are speaking to, practically what's the effect. And, colleagues, no other body does this. We are the third largest municipal council in the United States of America after New York and Chicago. That was also because of a compromise, us being the first city-county consolidated government. And so as such, the compounding effect of a 40-member term-limited body and that sort of unfunded liability over time, it is real. And the Deloitte study said we need to get rid of it. And we've been talking about it a very long time. This vote for me is on principle. When you hear from the community, I believe Council Lady Hancock is right. It's best foot forward. You can't have the conversation about salary or, the hours that we work and changing anything in that space until we address this first. So I would encourage the body, after all the work and all the time, let's vote this through. It's just second reading. We can keep talking about it some more. Council Lady Hancock has deferred it to April. We can continue to have dialogue. Let's not shut it down. Let's get it to the final reading and be held accountable for it on third reading. Please vote this forward this evening. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Council Member. Council Member Cash, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I've thought a lot about this, even though I have known since the beginning how I was going to vote on this, but and I've considered this very carefully, and it's been a tough issue. But I looked at my own experience, and to serve on council, I had to quit my 25-year job with Metro Schools, which also meant I was ending employment before being fully vested in a retirement plan that included a continuation of my insurance. And I struggled with that as I decided to run. But in the end, knew that the timing and the decision and sacrifices and all was the right thing for me to do. My family was on board. The one caveat from my wife was that our health insurance couldn't lapse. So, and I'll say full disclosure, in 2020, I've had 2 health issues, not COVID, but issues that without insurance would have been pretty rough on our finances without insurance. So I am supportive of access to insurance for council members and former council members. But that's a personal story, and personal stories by themselves aren't enough to justify like citywide policy or budgeting decisions. I know many members on this body, myself included, want future council members who may not have all the financial or professional advantages of others, working class, as I think Councilmember Porterfield said. I agree that's important in a democracy. It is a worthy goal for this council to champion, but we are charged with looking out for all kinds of Nashvillians, not just those who aspire to serve this office. The future of 80,000 students depends on us. Single parents struggling to buy a house depend on our actions on affordable housing. Income growth for all our employees is on us. And that's not to say that this bill alone can fix our finances. It's symbolic. But to keep progress going for Nashville, we need the public on our side, even if it's symbolic. We need them on our side, and they see this as very important. They made a sacrifice last year for Nashville, and they need to see us make a sacrifice as well. And giving future councils a more solid fiscal foundation is a gift that will be good for everybody. So I may lose my wife's vote tonight, but I am absolutely in support of this legislation and encourage other council members to vote for it too. Thank you.
Councilmember Cash, do you need a place to stay tonight?
No, I'm good, but I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Young, you're next.
Previous question, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Young has called the previous question, so we're voting on the previous question. We're not voting on the bill yet. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Previous question prevails, 37-0. Mr. Cooper.
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurd, Allen, Glover, Suara, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roden, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnson, Nash, Verser, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
37-0. Any changes to that? Okay, previous question prevails. We're voting on second reading, ordinance number BL 2020-387, as amended. There's 2 amendments on it. This is for passage on second reading, with third reading being deferred to the first meeting in April. Okay, that's what we're voting on. If you're for passage on second reading and then for the deferral to the first meeting in April, you would vote yes. If you're against the passage on second reading, you would vote no. We're going to do it by roll call vote. Madam Clerk, take the roll.
Mendez. Yes. Hurt.
Yes.
Allen.
Yes.
Glover.
Yes.
Suara.
Yes.
Hall. Toombs.
Yes.
Gamble.
Yes.
Swope.
Yes.
Yes. Parker.
No.
Withers.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Benedict. Van Reese.
Yes.
Hancock.
Yes.
Young.
Aye.
Hager.
Yes, for now.
Evans.
Yes.
Bradford.
Yes.
Roten.
Yes.
Syracuse,
Yes.
Welsh,
Yes.
Sledge,
Nope.
Cash,
Yes.
O'Connell,
Yes.
Roberts,
Yes.
Taylor, Councilman Taylor,
Aye.
Hauser,
Yes.
Dreffel,
Yes.
Murphy, Pulley,
Yes.
Johnston,
Yes.
Nash,
Yes.
Bircher,
What are we voting on? The call for the question?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
No, Councilmember Bircher, we're
On
voting.
the question.
I mean, sure, we're voting on the bill. On the bill.
No.
Porterfield,
Yes.
Sepulveda,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Aye.
Stiles,
Abstain for now.
abstain, Lee,
Councilmember Lee?
Abstain.
Okay.
Henderson,
Yes.
Rosenberg,
Yes.
Point of order, Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Porterfield, point of order.
Can you please clarify Councilmember Stiles' vote? It sounded like she said yes, and it sounded like the clerk said abstain.
Councilmember Stiles, we had you down as an abstain.
And that is absolutely correct.
All right. All right. So the vote is 32 ayes, 3 noes, 2 abstentions. The bill passes on second reading and will be deferred. Third reading will be deferred to the first meeting in April. Okay. All right. All right. We're now back on bills on second reading. Let me just get back to it. Okay. We're on item number 65, Bill 2024-48 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from CL to MULA-NS zoning for properties located at 2213 Gaines Street and 2236 Whites Creek Pike at the southeast corner of Free Silver Road and Whites Creek Pike. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I need to move for a deferral to the first meeting in April.
Okay, so I think that's an automatic deferral because.
Well, it's a deferral, but also advertising for the public hearing.
Right, so that it has to be advertised for the public hearing. So automatic, or do we need to take a vote?
Let's take a vote since we are having to publish it.
All right, so so it's deferred to the the motion is to defer to the first meeting in April, properly seconded. Councilmember Porterfield, your hand is up. Is that for this deferral? Okay, it's gone. So the motion is to defer to the first meeting in April, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. It's 37-4, 0 against. Mr. Cooper.
Voting aye, Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roden, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Vircher, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
All right, 37-4, 0 against. Any changes? Motion passes. Item number 66, BL 2021-618, O'Connell, Welsh, Allen, and Suara. Ordinance providing for the waiver of certain building permit fees for the repair or rebuilding of property damage as a result of the December 25th, 2020 blast. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to get committee reports, please.
Sure thing. Budget and Finance, Councilmember Toombs.
Budget and Finance recommended approval of the bill as amended, 10-4, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Cash, you've got Codes, Fair, and Farmers Market.
Yep, we voted 7-0 on the amendment and the bill as amended to approve.
All right, thank you. Back to you, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Need to move the amendment, please.
Okay, so Councilmember O'Connell has moved an amendment, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
Thank you. The amendment is just a housekeeping amendment. I don't know if Mr. Jamison wants to elaborate on it or Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper?
It corrects incorrect section number.
Okay. All right. Councilmember O'Connell has moved the amendment. It's a housekeeping amendment, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 Opposed, no. 37-0. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roden, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Richard, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
Okay, 37-0. Any changes to that? All right, the amendment goes on. Councilmember O'Connell, you're on your bill as amended.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the bill as amended with a brief explanation.
All right, motion is to approve with the amendment, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill, like its kind of predecessor and model from the tornado just about a year ago, seeks to offer relief in a variety of ways to property owners and others impacted by the Christmas bombing, mostly where metro departments can waive fees. There was some discussion about expedited permits as well. I think that's going to be handled on the administrative side, but I think anybody in that blast radius is going to appreciate our action on this, and I encourage colleagues to support it, and thank you.
All right, so Councilmember O'Connell has moved 2021-618 as amended. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill on second reading? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the bill as amended say aye.
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 Opposed, no. 37-0. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roden, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, House, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, First, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
All right, 37-4, 0 against. Any changes to that? It passes on second reading. Item number 67, BL 2021-622 by Councilmember Sledge, Withers, Van Reese, and others. Ordinance to amend the Geographical Information Systems map for the Metropolitan Government by changing the name of Kearney Street from 4th Avenue South to Ansley Boulevard to Bianca Page Way. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Planning, Zoning, and Historical Committee met and considered this item and recommended approval, 15 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember O'Connell, Traffic and Parking.
Thank you, Mr. President. We considered this and recommended 3 in favor, 0 against, and 1 abstention.
Okay. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move approval.
Okay, Councilmember Sledge moves approval, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're voting on the bill on second reading. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? All right, sounds like it's 37-0. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roden, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Virgil, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
All right, 37-4, 0 against. Any corrections to that? Seeing none, that's the vote. Passes on second reading. Item number 68, Bill 2021-646 by Councilmember O'Connell, Nash, Hancock, and Welch. Ordinance making amendments to various provisions of Titles 2 and 12 of the Metropolitan Code to facilitate the implementation and operation of a smart parking program. Mr. Cooper, I'm going to recognize you. I believe this has to be deferred by rule.
Yes, deferred by charter, actually, one meeting.
Okay. Councilmember O'Connell, it's deferred by charter, one meeting. Okay. So we don't have to vote on it. It's automatically deferral. All right. We are now on I believe we're on bills on third reading. All right, so let me go through the bills on the consent agenda. It is every bill, as far as I know, except for item number 77. So it's 385, 553, 613, 623, 624, 625, 626, 627, 628, 629, 630, 631, and 632. Okay. Anything that needs to be bumped off? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to read the bills on third reading. Bill 2020-385 by Councilmember Roten, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying a neighborhood landmark overlay district for property located at 3060 Lebanon Pike at the southwest corner of Danya Crest Drive and Lebanon Pike, zoned RS 15. Next bill on consent is Bill 2020-553 by Toombs and Welsh, ordinance to require resolution of the Metropolitan Council prior to discontinuing operations at the J.B. Knowles Home Assisted Living Facility. BL 2021-613, Toombs, Nash, Allen, and others, ordinance approving a contract between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County through the Department of Water and Sewer Services and Lightware Solar, LLC, for design, construction, operation, management, and administrative services relative to photovoltaic solar facilities located at several water treatment plants in the city. BL 21-623 by Rutherford, Toombs, and Murphy, ordinance approving and authorizing the Director of Public Property Administration or necessity to accept a donation of real property consisting of 15.91 acres, a portion of a certain parcel for use as a proposed school site. Bill 2021-624, Stiles, Toombs, Murphy, and others, ordinance accepting a greenway conservation easement on certain property located at 0 Ashford Trace. Bill 2021-625, Toombs, Murphy, Nash, and O'Connell, an ordinance to amend the GIS system, street, and alley centerline line for the Metropolitan Government by abandoning a portion of alley number 2004 right-of-way and easement from Baptist Royal Center Drive northeastward to alley number 2003. BL 2021-626, Cash, Murphy, Nash, and O'Connell, ordinance to amend the GIS system, street, and alley centerline layer for the Metropolitan Government by abandoning alley numbers 434, alley number 428, and alley number 628 right-of-way. BL 2021-627, an ordinance to amend the GIS system, street, and alley centerline layer for the Metropolitan Government by abandoning portions of alley number 177, alley number 178, and alley number 202 right-of-way and easement from between 4th Avenue North and 5th Avenue North. That's O'Connell, Murphy, and Nash. BL 2021-628, Pulley, Murphy, Nash, and O'Connell, ordinance to amend the GIS system, street, and alley centerline layer for the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by abandoning White Oak Lane right-of-way from Hillsborough Pike to White Oak Drive. BL 2021-629, Cash, Murphy, and Nash, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing sanitary sewer mains, manholes, and easements, and to accept new public sanitary sewer mains, manholes, and a fire hydrant assembly and easements for 11 properties located on Caldwell Avenue and Bernard Circle, also known as Belmont Caldwell Residence Hall. That's Cash, Murphy, and Nash. BL 2021-630, Murphy, Nash, and Porterfield, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing sanitary sewer force mains and easements and to accept new sanitary water and sewer mains, sanitary sewer force mains, fire hydrant assembly, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for 33 properties located on Lake Villa Drive, also known as 2540 Murphysboro Pike Development. That's Murphy, Nash, and Porterfield. And BL 2021-631, Taylor, Murphy, and Nash, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing public fire hydrant assemblies and easements to accept new water mains, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements for 4 properties located on Murphy Court and Murphy Road, also known as Park West. That's Taylor, Murphy, and Nash. And BL 2021-632, Murphy, Nash, and Lee, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to accept a new public fire hydrant assembly for property located at 2205 Hobson Pike. Anything needs to come off of the third reading consent calendar? I am looking. All right, I've got committee reports that have to come in. Education, Councilmember Druffel. Councilmember Druffel?
Education. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, sounds good. 8 in favor, 0 against.
And that's for BL 2021-623, correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right, Parks, Library, and Arts, Councilmember Van Reese, you still with us?
I am, but our vice chair has the report.
Okay, somebody has the report. Who was that?
That would be me, Vice Mayor.
Councilmember
Stiles. Yes.
Okay.
So Library, Parks and Arts, we had Bill 2021-624, and that was 6 in favor, 0 against, passed.
Okay, thank you. Planning Zoning, Councilmember, who's got that? Withers. Councilmember Withers has got it.
Mr. Vice Mayor, which bill is it that you needed? I'm so sorry.
It's 623.
I don't see that we considered that during our committee today.
Yeah, it's not showing this going to the planning committee. That's fine. It didn't go back to them. Yeah, it shouldn't have been re-referred back to them.
Okay.
Yeah.
She asked for that, and then.
Yeah. All right. So, Councilman Withers, that's okay. It shouldn't have been re-referred back to planning and zoning. Okay.
That works. Thank you.
Sorry to bother you. All right. And I've got traffic, parking, and transportation. Councilmember O'Connell, you got 4 bills.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. We had Bill 2021-625, 626, 627, and 628, and all were recommended 4 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. And Councilmember O'Connell, if you don't mind, need a motion to approve the 3rd reading consent agenda.
I will so move.
Okay, got a motion to approve. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of the bills on 3rd reading consent agenda say aye.
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 Opposed, no. 37 to 0. Mr. Cooper.
Voting aye. Mendez, Hurd, Allen, Glover, Flora, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roden, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Fletcher, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
Okay, that's 37 to 0. Any changes to that? 3rd reading consent agenda passes 37-4, 0 against. Before we get to the last bill, which is Bill 2025-29, I'm recognizing Council Member Mendez.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. As we wrap up this council meeting, it's literally just a couple of minutes before the exact time when the tornado slammed into Nashville a year ago. I think it hit the outrage of Davidson County somewhere around 12:32, so we're just a couple of minutes before that. I know it's been a crazy, insane year for all of us. I know the citizens of Davidson County have gone through a lot. This government's gone through a lot. I certainly just want to take the moment really just to reflect on the year and say thanks to everybody in the city for hanging together and working the problem together over the last year.
Thank you, Councilor Mendez. And I'm going to go to Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember O'Connell, would you relay to the council members, just in case they don't know, that there is going to be a moment tomorrow where I think the mayor asked everybody to join in a moment of silence. Councilmember O'Connell.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I'm just trying to pull it up, and this is for the benefit of colleagues as well as general citizens. Mayor Cooper has announced, and I know Councilmember Taylor is participating in this. There is tomorrow, or now today, a 1-year anniversary of the March Tornado virtual event. It will be streaming live on Mayor Cooper's Facebook page. You can learn more about it at nashville.gov/mayor, but it is basically a brief virtual ceremony, a moment of silence and remembrance of the tornado. And generally, everyone is asked to participate virtually. It's going to be a very small group of people presiding over the ceremony because of the other in our series of crises that we dealt with through 2020 and continue to deal with. So appreciate Councilmember Mendez for remembering that. Very glad to see Councilmember Taylor participating in that event, and I do encourage colleagues to participate as well.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. Everybody everybody needs to remember. We've been through quite a bit. Last bill, item number 77, Bill 2025-29, Councilmember Pulley. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from STR to SP zoning for a portion of property located at 4004 Hillsborough Pike, approximately 345 feet south of Richard Jones Road, within the Green Hills Urban Design Overlay District. It's 0.13 acres, permit animal boarding facility, dog kennel, and all uses permitted in the STR zoning. Councilmember Pulley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Reports, please.
Planning and zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. I do have a report on this one. The Planning, Zoning, and Historical Committee met today. We considered both this item and the amendment, and we recommended approval of both the amendment and the bill as amended. 13 in favor, 0 against.
What was the 13 in favor and how many against?
13 in favor.
0 against?
0 against, 0 abstentions.
Got it. Thank you. Okay. All right. So, Councilmember Pulley, you're recognized.
Hey, Mr. Vice Mayor, I would like to move the amendment with a very brief explanation.
Okay. Councilmember Pulley has moved the amendment. Properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Pulley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'll keep this brief. You've heard a number of concerns that the neighbors have brought about this bill. The purpose of this bill basically is to allow for a particular tenant in a strip mall on Hillsborough Road, which is Dogtopia. And one of the concerns that were brought by the neighbors was noise. So I spent quite a bit of time over at Dogtopia on 8th Avenue looking at that very specific issue. And one of the things that Dogtopia franchise in general does is mitigate their noise in their build-out procedures. And I was impressed with how that works. Unfortunately, the SP is very general and it's not specific to a particular franchise. So what this particular amendment does is apply those standards across the board just as a fail-safe measure. So with that, I would ask your approval of the amendment.
All right, so you've heard the explanation of the amendment. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? All right, seeing none, Councilmember Mendez has to abstain on these votes, so he'll be listed as abstaining on the amendment and on the bill. We're voting on the amendment. All those in favor of Amendment 2, Bill 2025-29, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Should be 36-0 to 1. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye. Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cash, O'Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Vercher, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
All right, it's 36-0 to 1. Any corrections to that? All right, the amendment passes. Councilmember Pulley, you're on your bill as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. And we talked about a lot of the other issues and the vetting of those issues at committee. But in the interest of time, what I'm going to do is move the bill as amended and save that floor speech unless anybody has any questions about it. So with that, I would ask for your support of this bill as amended.
Councilmember Pulley has moved his bill as amended. We do have somebody in the queue. Councilmember Allen.
I'll just say very quickly that I've been skeptical of this because I think having dogs barking near homes is a difficulty that people shouldn't be put through. But I appreciate all the work that Councilmember Pulley has done and his explanation of the mitigation measures that he's now included as part of the SP. And so I went to Dogtopia, both at the pickup and the drop-off time, and heard a lot more birds than dogs, and I'm now persuaded that they have literally eliminated the dog sounds. I didn't hear any barking, so I do feel like there's good protection for the neighbors, and that's important, and I appreciate the work he's done on that.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Allen. Anybody else with questions on the bill? All right, seeing none, we are voting on Bill 2025-29 as amended. All those in favor of the bill as amended, say aye.
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 Opposed, no. We have one abstention. Looks like it's 36-0 to 1. Mr. Cooper?
Voting aye. Hurt, Allen, Glover, Suara, Toombs, Gamble, Swope, Parker, Withers, Van Reese, Hancock, Young, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roden, Syracuse, Wells, Sledge, Cashel, Connell, Roberts, Taylor, Hauser, Druffel, Pulley, Johnston, Nash, Berger, Porterfield, Sepulveda, Rutherford, Stiles, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg.
All right, so it's 36-4, 0 against, and 1 abstention. Any corrections to that? Bill passes on third reading as amended. Before we adjourn, Councilmember Taylor, are you still on the call? Councilmember Taylor.
Councilmember Taylor is still on the call.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. So a question was asked about what time is the moment of silence tomorrow. Do you know exactly?
Let's see. I got an email. If you would give me a moment.
11 a.m.
11 a.m.
Is it?
Yep.
11 a.m.
11 a.m. We're getting started early at Lee Chapel. For anybody who wants to come by there.
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. I will. Everybody, remember to be safe and remember. Entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor of the adjournment motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. You adopt. We're adjourned.
And so the council has concluded a little over 6-hour meeting. We have not been in this time being after midnight since way back in, I'd say, the late summer, early fall, when the council went through a series of meetings where they did not end until well after midnight. And in one case, back during the budget times, they actually didn't end until morning time. One reason the council meeting was so long tonight was we had over almost 30 zoning bills tonight, and that, unlike some of the other parts of the meeting where you can have a consent calendar, you pretty much have to go through all those public hearings. Either you're going to have them or you're going to have to defer them. So that took about over 2 hours tonight of the council's time. And they had several other matters that were quite controversial and got quite a bit of dispute about as they went along. One of the bills on public hearing that did pass tonight would adopt standards regarding the design and operation of outdoor electrical lighting to achieve light pollution reductions as consistent with the International Dark Skies Association guidelines. There still are some. The bill was amended a couple different times tonight, and there may be more amendments coming on third reading. Some concerns about how this is going to impact some of the city's sports facilities and other things downtown. So look for that when it comes up again in 2 weeks to have perhaps some more amendments offered to it. One of the biggest actions of the night tonight, the council voted 31-7 in favor of the recommended capital plan of Mayor John Cooper. It now totals $481 million. The council added an extra $7 million to it tonight to finish the improvements at Fair Park out at the State Fairgrounds. There were some concerns. There were 7 votes against it. Actually, the debate was much more heated than would appear from that final vote. But some council members felt like the city's debt was already too large, didn't want to add some more, but most councilmen felt it was a good idea. It includes a record $100 million to build a new high school in Bellevue, $123 million overall for schools. Also, it includes an expansion of the existing Cane Ridge High School, design the new Cane Ridge Middle School. Other highlights include building a 9th police precinct, park improvements and monies for the first year of the city's new transportation plan. Also tonight, the council approved on the consent calendar, which means it was done by one vote without dissent, a new contract for youth opportunities investments for the operation and management of the Davidson County Juvenile Detention Facility. You might remember there's quite a bit of controversy about that group after had a breakout of a number of juveniles who stayed at large for some days, but the contract with them has now been renewed to go forward. Also, the council deferred tonight for one meeting a bill that will get quite a bit of discussion the first year that would allow a memorandum of understanding to transfer all the solid waste disposal responsibilities from the Department of Public Works to the Department of Water and Sewer Services. There are going to be some questions about exactly what all is going to be involved in that, and also about whether that actually means the creation overall of a new Department of Transportation department by Metro. Metro has talked about for a number of years. This is also in there, and this is the beginning of that because this would at least move some of the non-transportation services in Public Works over to water services. But it may also take a charter amendment before all that gets done. On second reading tonight, the council again spent probably the second amount of most time, now usually well over an hour, maybe an hour and a half, to visit a long-running dispute over what to do about lifetime health care benefit for future former council members. Previous councils that refused to do anything about it have turned down several bills in the matter. They did approve a compromise bill tonight, 32-3-2, although we had several amendments that were debated. One was defeated, one was adopted, that were much closer than that. Under the amendment that was adopted, it would basically allow those council members who've served more than 8 years, which is the maximum allowed under the charter, under the term limits. The first 2 years they would serve, the city would pay 75. The former council member would pay 25, which is what is paid right now for Metro employees. 50-50 for the next 2 years, then 75% by the former council members and 25 for the city. They feel like that's a fair thing to do, and none of it would take effect until after the next council is held, so none of the current council members in here would be affected by this if it passes on third reading. But that's kind of where that stands right now. We'll see what happens. There may be some more efforts to try to make some changes in it. Who knows when it comes up on third and final reading in 2 weeks. The council also deferred by charter a smart parking plan that Mayor Cooper is bringing up. There was a modernization of the city's parking meeting system downtown back in 2019 when Mayor John Cooper, at that time an at-large council member, was very opposed to that. His is a little bit different, and although some of the finances of his plan have yet to be announced, apparently his administration is looking for a private partner in the process, and exactly what the parking rates and other finances of that are going to be are still unclear, so that bill will be coming up again in 2 weeks. Also on second reading tonight, the council approved waiving the building and permit fees to repair or rebuild the structures damaged in the Christmas Day bombing on 2nd Avenue. This is similar to what happened with the same kind of waivers that were granted for those that were badly impacted by the deadly tornado that occurred almost literally 1 year to the minute that I'm speaking to you. And the council tonight, first with a minute of silence at the beginning of the meeting, and then at the very end of the meeting, which ended just about the time the tornado first struck, it was also observed here on the council floor. Finally, on second reading tonight, the council approved a bill that would rename a portion of Kearney Street from 4th Avenue South to Inslee Boulevard, the Bianca Page Way. Bianca Page was a longtime favorite on the drag circuit and a fixture among Nashville's LBGT community. The council is now in recess until the 16th of March. We'll be here at that time to provide live coverage. Until then, good night from the council chambers. Tonight's meeting of the Metropolitan Nashville and Davidson County Council has been coming to you live from the council chambers. It's a public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.